Part 3. The Rue de la Bombe, dressed in filthy old tunics, unshaven, and with unkempt hair. Bousily, Bistanov, and Jeffrin were digging into some skewered meat at Manuel's, a bistro just outside the camp. "The rosé is quite good," said Bistanov. "A little on the strong side, but still quite good. All the same, that's not a good enough reason for hanging on to Algeria." Bouffilier and Jeffrin had not yet got used to Bistanavi. He was just as scruffy as any of the other reservists, but he spoke with studied elegance and smoked expensive cork-tipped cigarettes. "To hell with them all anyway," said Jeffrin, who felt he had to go one better. He was the only volunteer and was anxious this shortcoming should be overlooked. Bistanav took no notice of him. "Still no Lartéguy. He's been reported in Algiers and also in Les Pins, but so far no one's laid eyes on him. This morning," said Bouslier, "by the cookhouse I heard a sergeant major whom I'd never seen before shouting his head off. He was young, decked out like a prince and clanking with medals. Must have been one of the ones Lartéguy brought out with him." "And what was this sergeant major of yours saying? That the cookhouse was filthy, the meat rotten, the wine and vegetables bought at a discount, that the whole thing stank of the black market and payoffs, and that if the men felt like burning down the barracks, he himself would provide them with matches. Then he kicked over a mess tin of gravy because it was dirty." The information Bistanov had managed to obtain in Algiers on Colonel Lartéguy had been extremely contradictory. Some said he was a line shooter, a cross between a killer and a film star, who liked to remind people he was from the working class, which flattered the men, and that he was a sergeant on the reserve in 1939, which pleased the NC. Others, who appeared to be better informed, described him as a born leader, with few scruples, a taste for fighting and danger, a sharp mind capable of adapting itself to every situation, to every form of warfare, and backed up by a team of former prisoners from the Viet Minh camps. Up till now, Bistanov had only had to exploit the adversary's faults to sow disorder all round him, and to create what he was pleased to call anarchy and revolution in the service of peace. He recalled the reservists' arrival at the barracks of Versailles. No arrangements had been made to receive them. There were no beds in the rooms, only a few paillasses, some mildewed blankets, and that rancid, clinging smell of rifle oil, mothballs, and dishwater. The reservists, who resented being snatched away from their civilian way of life, their wives and their aperitifs, had boiled over with rage. An old quartermaster sergeant with a fat paunch had confined himself to telling them in that tone of excuse and complicity which cowards readily assume, "It's not my fault. I haven't been issued with anything else. Personally, I think it's pretty bad. If it depended on me, no. There are no officers here. They're all at home." Bistanov had summed up the situation. "This is a damned insult." He had then thrown a palliasse out of the window. All his comrades had followed his example, and in a few minutes blankets, palliasses, biscuits, bolsters and bedsteads lay scattered in the courtyard outside. The military police had not dared to intervene, and the mutineers had gone off to sleep in town. No measures were taken against them next day. A doddery, extremely paternal old major had given them a mild telling off, as though they were children who had raided the pantry. Then they had been issued with old uniforms dragged out from an ordnance store, which had not been in use since 1945. Boots were in short supply, so they had been allowed to keep the shoes they had been wearing on reporting to the barracks, and their high-pointed forage caps dated from the 1939 war. The food served in the dining hall at lunchtime had been uneatable. A sort of grayish-colored stew with a few bits of tainted meat floating in it. The wine had been watered down, the bread was moldy, and there were not enough mess tins to go round. Bistanov had only had to give the signal, and everything was reduced to a shambles. Mess tins, water bottles, tables and benches were sent flying, while the reservists started chanting "Down with the war in Algeria." A few of them had struck up the International, but their comrades had not joined in the singing. Singing the International in an army barracks reminded them vaguely of the Commune and firing squads at dawn in the ditches of the Château de Vincennes. A horrified duty officer had reported to the colonel, "They're going to burn the whole place down, sir. They've mutinied and are now parading with a red flag and singing the International." The colonel was a morose, pessimistic creature who, knowing he would never be promoted to general, delighted in catastrophes. What did I tell you? These youngsters, communists, all of them. It's all the fault of that man de Gaulle who brought Thérèse back. What can we do about it? What if you had a word with them? Are you trying to be funny, just to be insulted by that rabble? Call the CRS and quickly before they break everything in sight. This is a job for them. 2 CRS trucks had driven up in the afternoon, wearing steel helmets and armed with submachine guns. The police had immediately occupied the arms depot, which contained nothing but a few rusty old carbines, and had then surrounded the building held by the mutineers. Bisnav had felt that his comrades were losing heart. There was talk of decimation of Biribi and Tatooine. No one offered any resistance to the CRS. Composing his voice, the old major had ordered the ringleaders to step forward. His appearance on the scene had reassured the mutineers of Versailles, as the newspapers already called them. It was hard to imagine this old dodderer taking severe disciplinary measures. The reservists were herded into trucks and then transferred onto a train which was halted in the open countryside. There were a few juicy revolutionary scenes in the manner of the battleship Potemkin, which Bistanev, as a follower of avant-garde films, found much to his liking. Women lying down on the railway lines, alarm bells being rung every half hour, shouts, scuffles, and arrests. The sea was rough throughout the crossing, and Bistanov himself was sick. Algiers appeared early in the morning, dazzling white, with its terraced houses and modern blocks of flats. The reservists were expecting a state of war. They found a port buzzing with activity, a town completely at peace. A sentry whose steel helmet and submachine gun gave him a certain warlike aspect was good enough to tell them that there were never any outrages in the daytime, but that the previous night at the close Salembier, 7 people had been killed and 12 wounded. They all had their throats cut, he said, and ran his hand across his neck by way of illustration. As a disciplinary measure, the 300 mutineers of Versailles were posted to the Camp des Pins with the paratroops of the 10th Colonial Regiment, where they were assured they would be put through it. Bistanev was quickly reassured by the sloppiness and low morale of this unit. He felt that the game was up, that the war in Algeria was as good as lost if the best troops in the French army were like these flabby, loud-mouthed tramps. He was even somewhat dismayed, but the role he had set himself demanded that he should be the sloppiest of the lot, and that he should do his utmost to accelerate the process of decomposition. By temperament he was inclined to be a neat and tidy man. Without ever thrusting himself forward, without running the risk of a showdown, he had become the real ringleader of the reservists. And while he sipped his rosé wine and munched his skewered mutton, he tried to imagine how he would set about it if he, Bistanov, were entrusted with the task of restoring order to this band of hoodlums. One must sometimes put oneself in one's adversary's place to understand him the better. At the midday meal the food had already shown considerable improvement. In the evening it was even better. Sergeant Major Vincenier had been joined by 2 color sergeants. They showed no interest in the men, appeared not to notice them at all, and confined themselves to administrative duties. 3 parachutists and 2 reservists passed Captain Esclavier and Lieutenant Orsini in the main street of Stawelli. Sheepishly they saluted them. "You needn't salute," Esclavier told them in that dry voice of his. "I'm used to returning a soldier's salute, not an animal's, out of the way." On the following day, Sergeant Major Métayer, commonly called Polyphème, made his appearance. He was a legend among the paratroops, like Raspaguy, like Esclavier. An officer of the Légion d'honneur, mentioned in dispatches 17 times. Wounded 4 times, he refused to accept a commission. His feats of valor were the talk of every mess. His toughness and love of a scrap were common knowledge. Métayer was short and thick-set, and wore a black patch over one eye. He called the reservists out on parade, and less than half of them turned up. He dismissed them all, called them out again, and 3/4 of them appeared. There was a certain amount of muttering in the ranks. He called them out on parade for the 3rd time. "I'm in no hurry," he said. When they were all present, he inspected them at his leisure, and everyone could see the profound disgust on his face. Then he dismissed them without further ado. Next day a further lot of NCOs and 3 new officers appeared, and the camp was soon going full blast, but this activity had no effect on the reservists. Bistanev managed to buttonhole Jeffrin as he rushed past him panting. "What the hell's going on?" he asked. Things are moving. We're being issued with new uniforms, new jumping boots and weapons. We're off into the mountains, it seems. What about us? Polypheme says that the old man, what old man, Lartéguy, is moving heaven and earth in Algiers to get rid of the lot of you. He says the 10th is not a punishment unit. I must be off. What's the hurry? I've been waiting a whole year for a new uniform. Eager beavers, these volunteers, said Bousselier. 3 days later, the paratroops were newly equipped and their uniforms altered. Their moustaches and beards had disappeared. Their hair was no more than an inch long, and all of them wore a strange cap which made their faces look leaner and gave them the appearance of young wolves. They walked about, shoulders squared and chest thrust out, and had less and less to do with the reservists. Well, how's it going? Lartéguy asked Esclavier. The colonel had moved into a little villa on the edge of the sea. He never left the house, but, with Boudin's assistance, was busy going through the personal files of every man in his new regiment. Esclavier sat down in a wicker armchair. He looked distraught. These 800 men of the 10th, recruited from every walk of life, badly officered, badly commanded for over a year, left to their own devices for the last 3 months, flabby, in poor shape, no reactions, paratroops only from the point of view of brashness and swagger, get into brawls in cafes, and more often than not get the worst of it. Yesterday evening, 4 of them who were showing off in front of their comrades got themselves thrown out of Manuel's with a good boot in the ass, and by artillerymen. Have you got their names? Yes, Privat, Sapinski, Mognier, Vertinov, and the reservists, a cigarette in the corner of their mouths, hands in their pockets. They're looking on at our men, getting a move on, a little uneasy, all the same. Do you know who the ringleaders are? We only know of 2 at the moment, Bistinave and Jeffrin. Jeffrin is probably a commie. About Bistinave, we're not so certain, but according to Polypheme, he's the one who's leading them on. What's his profession? A priest, Boudin replied, utterly aghast. What did you say? Yes, a priest. That's to say he's studying for the priesthood. He hasn't yet finished his training. He's not yet ordained. I mean, good family. His father was a quartermaster colonel. Yes, he's the son of Fleur de Navy, whom de Lattre pitched out of Indochina as soon as he landed. Is the circus show ready for tomorrow? We've set up 3 loudspeakers. First parade will be on the beach at 8 o'clock. Boisfores managed to get hold of the records. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Bistinave was awakened with a start by the partisan song blaring from the loudspeakers. Friend, do you hear the black flight of the ravens in the plains? Friend, do you hear the dull cry of your country in chains? He shook Bousselier. Listen, tell me it isn't true. The partisan song here. It sounds very much like it to me, said Bousselier. They've got a nerve, these fascists. They say that Lartéguy commanded some partisans during the war, said Mougin, and that Captain Esclavier was tortured by the Germans, so they have every right to adopt the partisan song themselves. Not in this war, Bistinave dryly observed. The camp had been transformed overnight, a flag post had been erected in the middle of it, on which fluttered the tricolor, and below it a long black pennant with the motto, I dare. That can't be denied, said Bistinave. He certainly dares. On your feet, men blared a loudspeaker. In 10 minutes all the paratroops parade on the beach in singlet and shorts. What about us? Said Mougin. They're not going to bother about lepers like us, Estreville fumed. We're just left to rot in our filthy tents, in our tattered battle dress. The juice arrived with slices of buttered bread and jam. The juice smelt of coffee. The bread was fresh, yet another innovation. Things have begun to look up since Lartéguy got here, Torlais observed. At least there's something fit to eat. The loudspeakers were playing regional tunes and Sur les quais de Paris. At 8 o'clock the regiment was drawn up in a hollow square on the beach. The sky was crystal clear, and a smell of iodine and salt was wafted in from the sea, which broke in gentle waves of grey and green. The reservists formed the 4th corner of the square. Polypheme had simply told them, stand there in line if you can. The warrant officers were barking away to get their men in position, and kept dressing and redressing the ranks. The paratroops were soon in perfect line, whereas the reservists looked like a herd of goats that had halted there at random. This can't go on, said Bousselier. You're going to get it, you know. Bistinave gently remarked, I don't care. What do we look like? Don't listen to him. You men? He stepped out of the ranks and tried to draw his comrades up in line. Come on now, straighten up, pull your stomachs in, you there, shift along a bit, and you move up. Polypheme appeared behind Boussellier. You say, by the right dress. That's the usual word of command. And Boussellier found himself shouting, by the right dress. In every commie there, subconsciously, lurks a military man. Bisthenev thought to himself. Raspeguy stepped inside the square, followed by Boudin and Esclavière. All three wore their medals hanging from their breast. Bisthenev heard the men behind him saying, "You see that thing Raspeguy's wearing just below the others? That's the star of a grand officer of the Légion d'honneur. He's the only lieutenant colonel who's been given it." All three of them have got the Resistance Medal. Boussellier drily remarked, as though by way of apology, "With that broad chest of his and lean behind, that camouflage uniform, and that funny cap, the colonel looks like a tiger." The seminarist was thinking, a cruel beast of war taking possession of his horde. Major Boudin yelled in his Auvergne accent, "10th Colonial Parachute Regiment, Atten, Shun." The ranks stood motionless. The reservists froze more or less in a position of attention, but one after another, like tenpins being replaced, they were embarrassed and kept glancing at one another. Raspeguy took 3 steps forward, saluted, then called out Privat, Sapinski, Mugnier, Verteneuve. The 4 paratroopers marched out of the ranks and came to a halt 6 paces in front of the colonel. Raspeguy raised his rasping voice, which seemed to fasten on the men and hold them rooted to the spot. "I don't like my men making trouble, brawling in bars and then being beaten up by gunners. I'm throwing you out of the regiment. Go and hand in your uniforms." White in the face, the 4 paratroopers about turned. Then the colonel began moving slowly down the ranks, stopping every so often to interrogate a man he recognized. "Your name?" The man gave it. "Weren't you at Nassan?" "Yes, sir." "And you got scared, you went sick." "There was nothing wrong with you. Go and hand in your uniform. And you there, what's your name? You've got a bad record, misappropriating the regimental funds. Move off." He came to a halt in front of a staff sergeant. "Raspin, you're already drunk at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm throwing you out of the regiment, and at once. You're finished with the paratroops." "I'll stop drinking, sir." "I don't believe you. You've said that before out in Indochina." "I'm sorry, Raspin, because you're a good soldier and you know how to fight." "Please keep me on, sir." Raspeguy slowly shook his head and put a friendly hand on the staff sergeant's shoulder. Whenever he came across a man who was too badly dressed, the colonel got rid of him, but this would have meant getting rid of half the regiment. 20 men had already been sent off to hand in their uniforms by the time he reached the reservists. Just like de Lattre, just as much of a bullshitter, Bisthenev said to himself. He hated Raspeguy and this whole sinister show he had put on to take the regiment in hand. His father had so often described what he called his execution. The plane had just landed at Saigon Aerodrome. Troops had been brought up from the Delta to welcome the new commander-in-chief. They were no better or worse dressed than the rest. Jungle boots, camouflage uniform, bush hats, webbing equipment. De Lattre stepped down from the aircraft, taking good care to show his best profile to the cameramen. He inspected the troops. He needed to make an example of someone, a victim. Suddenly he stopped and shouted out, "How can anyone allow heroes to be so sloppily dressed? Send for the quartermaster." "What's he called?" "Fleur de Nave." "What a name." Quartermaster Bisthenev had been sent back to France in the same aircraft, and his career had been ruined. He had been in Indochina no longer than 2 weeks. He had taken over his command only 3 days before. That was how General de Lattre, through his love of display and theatricals, his injustices and military demagogy, had allowed the war in Indochina to drag on for another 4 years. In the eyes of the reservist Paul Bisthenev, Raspeguy was made of the same sort of stuff and belonged to the same species of mankind as the marshal. The squire and the shepherd had the same thirst for glory, the same sense of pomp and splendor, the same contempt for justice. Raspeguy, he felt sure, was the sort of man who would prolong this rotten war in Algeria. And Bisthenev hated war. His Christ was the God of peace. The colonel was now walking down the ranks of reservists and laughed as he turned to Esclavia and then to Boudin. "Aren't they sweet? With their dear little pointed forage caps, upon my word, it's an absolute Bourbaki army. He stopped in front of Mogin because he was tall, strong, and had a determined face. Do you like being dolled up like this? No, sir. Well, get your hair cut, short like mine. Go and have a shave and a wash. Pitch your forage cap into the sea. Go and see Polypheme and tell him, I'm no longer a reservist, but a volunteer who has joined the 10th Parachute Regiment for the duration of my recall. Then you'll be equipped like the others, but like the others you'll march, suffer, and maybe die. You can take your choice, you and the rest of your pals. Bistanov and Boussaly report to my office after parade. That morning, 2/3 of the reservists threw their forage caps into the sea. Boussaly faced the colonel first. Sit down, Lartéguy told him. I'm told you're a communist. I've even had an official report on you. See what they say, a dangerous ringleader. So I'm making you a sergeant, since you know how to lead men. I'm not a member of the Communist Party, sir, but I'm a sympathizer and I'm against the war in Algeria. What the hell do I care? You're in it for a certain length of time. You can either stay on here where you'll have a man's life and responsibilities, a soldier's job, or you can go off and rot in some base camp where the Felegas will probably come and cut your balls off without your being able to defend yourself. It's up to you. I'll stay on, sir. Go and change your uniform and report to your new captain. His name is Esclavier, and you'll find him in the office next door. Bistanov was then ushered in. According to my information, said Lartéguy, you're a student priest and a pacifist, but you've also got a sense of leadership since you've managed to create such havoc among your group of reservists. Am I right? Yes, sir. I'm promoting you to sergeant. I refuse, sir. That's up to you, but I'm not going to put up with your low scheming and priestly hypocrisy any longer. If you persist in it, I'll beat you over the head with this stick, and it's a maquilla which my own priest gave me. So what's your decision? In Bistanov, Lartéguy recognized a resolution as firm as his own. There's only one thing for me to do, Fleur de Nave, send you off to prison between a couple of policemen. Priests and sons of quartermaster colonels have useful connections. You'd soon be released, but your friends whom you've landed in the shit would stick in it forever. I'd like to stay with my friends, sir. I undertake to remain absolutely neutral and obey orders. But I refuse all responsibility or to participate on your side. I undertake this in the name of Christ. Give me the names of 2 reservists whom I could make sergeants, Marging and Estrevel. Good. Go and report to Captain Esclavier. He adores conscientious objectors. Marging and Estrevel, you said? Yes, sir. I've committed myself even more than if I'd allowed myself to be made a sergeant, the seminarist thought to himself. But at least I'll be able to get rid of these rags and be clean again at last. A few days later, the rest of the officers arrived. Out of the reservists, Colonel Lartéguy formed a small battalion of 2 companies and gave the command to Esclavier. Merle was entrusted with the 1st company and Piniers with the 2nd. Glatigny was made operations officer. Bosphorus was responsible for intelligence and Marandel was put in charge of propaganda and psychological warfare. Outwardly, the 10th Colonial Parachute Regiment was no different from any other regiment of paratroops, but its colonel and all its officers had made up their minds to establish a unit of an entirely different sort which would enable them to wage war as it should be waged in this year of grace 1956. For 2 months the NCOs and privates of the 10th Regiment were subjected to intensive training. The physical training periods were succeeded by forced marches. A particularly tough and dangerous assault course was set up in the middle of the camp. Lartéguy inaugurated it by getting round it in record time. The officers followed after him. Boudin crashed on his face but limped home all the same. In the few barrack rooms which served as instruction halls, a number of Lartéguy's favorite slogans had been pinned up. Whoever dies has lost. In order to win, learn how to fight. In battle, death sanctions every fault. The volunteer reservist was subjected to the same rules and the same training as the paratroops. At the end of a month it was difficult to tell them apart. The diary which the seminarist Bistanov kept included the following entries for the month of May 1956. I'm beginning to understand Colonel Lartéguy's little game. We are ceaselessly lectured on the subject of death, not as the final outcome of a man's life, the great step that is taken in order to cross over into the next world, but as a sort of technical misadventure due to clumsiness or lack of training. During an exercise with live ammunition, 2 paratroopers of the 3rd Company were killed. It was their own fault. They had not followed the instructions they had been given. Lartéguy paraded the men of this company and delivered a funeral oration over the 2 bodies which were covered by a square of tent cloth. They died for France, he said, and like a couple of donkeys. I forbid you to do as they did. Then he strode off with his pipe in his mouth. Buselier, who is a communist, found this brutality quite normal. I'd even go so far as to say that he was fascinated by it. We march until we are ready to drop, in silence, our backs bent, dripping with sweat, day and night, and when we think we have reached the stage at which no further effort is possible, Lartéguy and his wolves drive us on still farther. I never thought that officers could demand so much from their men, especially of us reservists who less than 2 months ago were yelling at Versailles, down with the war in Algeria. But these officers live as we do, toil as we do, sleep and eat as we do. It only needed Sergeant Major Polypheme to declare, I drink water because wine affects my legs, for there to be no more wine in anyone's water bottle within a week. We are all becoming sober. In camouflage uniform and with this strange cap of ours, we are all beginning to look like one another, to have the same reactions, to use the same words, the same expressions drawn for the most part from the radio code. For yes, we say affirmative, for no negative, for all's well, 5-5 while raising a thumb in the air. We describe such and such a man as an all good, such and such another as an all bad. The colonel does his utmost to prevent all contact between us and the outside world, to keep us enclosed in this strange monastery on this wooded beach by the water's edge. He limits our leave, and we know he himself doesn't ever go out. Various customs, or perhaps I should say rites, are now observed. Drunks are frowned upon, and so are womanizers. There is less and less talk about girls and painting the town red. Is it fatigue which encourages chastity, or this atmosphere of sports stadium, country fair, and church? With astonishing mastery, and without moving from this camp, the wolves are inducing us, all unconsciously, to take part in this war in Algeria, to which many of us, I'm speaking for the reservists, are still opposed because they consider it unjust. The propaganda service is run by a young captain, a sort of lanky, fair-haired schoolboy who always looks as if he's preparing a practical joke or a trap. His name is Marindel. The loudspeakers never cease blaring forth songs, news items, information, and slogans, and these slogans sometimes have the oddest ring about them. We haven't come here to defend colonialism. We have nothing in common with those affluent settlers who exploit the Muslims. We are the defenders of liberty and the new order. Radio Lartéguy lays particular emphasis on everything that can make a soldier disgusted with civilian life. The outside world is presented as vile, corrupt, and degraded power, as being in the hands of a gang of small-time crooks. My comrades already talk about us as opposed to anyone who doesn't wear our peaked cap and camouflage uniform. They are clean, neat, and are becoming agile. They are pure, whereas in France there is nothing but corruption, cowardice, and meanness, the world of sin of our monasteries. Captain Marindel has very cunningly exploited the endless inquiry into the leakages in order to discredit the government, high-level administration, and a certain army. In the interval between a waltz and a military march, the loudspeaker blares. While we were fighting out in Indochina or languishing in Viet Minh prisons, some men were being paid a fat fee for betraying us to the enemy's advantage. A collection of perverted journalists and policemen, highly placed officials, untrustworthy generals, and shady politicians. Nothing is coming out of this inquiry. No one is going to be charged with anything. Everyone belongs to this crooked gang. Comrade, for he actually used the word comrade, aren't you better off here with us? Here, no one will betray you, no one will lie to you. I've checked up on the news items broadcast by Radio Lartéguy. They are accurate and drawn from every source. Libération and Le Monde are quoted as much as La Nation Française and L'Aurore, and occasionally even our dear old Témoignage Chrétien. We live on top of each other, officers, NCOs, and men all together, but it's Lartéguy's wolves who set the tone. They seem to be trying to canvass our opinion, as though they were waiting for us to vote them into the ranks and positions they already occupy. Once they have been elected, no one will be able to question any order they give us. But it's a one-sided game. These officers are not like the others. They have the maturity and dialectical knowledge of mankind which they acquired in the Viet Minh camps. The program to which they subject us has nothing military about it. After each maneuver, the platoons and sections get together to criticize it, and were it not for the laughter and jokes, one could easily imagine oneself at a communist self-examination session. In the month of June, Bistenave was writing, "The wolves have won. They have won our vote, and if a poll were to be held to elect each of our leaders, I don't think a single officer or NCO would be changed. Thus, the bonds between the men and those who command them are infinitely stronger here than anywhere else." I was bold enough to enter into a discussion with Captain Marendel, and I discovered that I was dealing with a mind that is open to every form of argument. He believes that only Marxist methods of war are efficient, but he tells me he believes in God. They are all obsessed with this word efficiency. I also asked him, does this communion you maintain with your men have any other reason but efficiency and only one ultimate aim, war? No, it's because we need them. In Indochina we experienced the solitude of mercenaries. We felt like outcasts from the nation. We don't want any more of that situation. We've got to create a popular army, thanks to which we will find ourselves in communion with the people. That's why those who've been called up, the reservists like you, are much more important to us than the volunteers who, by the very fact of enlisting, have performed more or less the act of a mercenary. Any other rank can go and see Captain Marendel and have a discussion with him. In this regiment without a priest, he plays the role of an almoner, a sort of civilian and political almoner. But the idea has suddenly flashed into my head, of course, he's the political commissar. To me, this revolutionary experiment is fascinating and terrifying. My 18 months military service in a barracks on the outskirts of Paris had not prepared me for encounters like this. Captain Esclavier, who is in command of the 2 companies of reservists, has taken me on as a liaison agent, secretary and fourth at bridge. Last night I slept next to him. He shared his bedding and rations with me. I had attempted a finesse and lost. When we go out on maneuvers, we never know how long the exercise is going to last, a few hours one day or 2 or 3 days. So the usual drill is to take one's bivouac, sleeping bag, and 2 days' rations with one. I had thought we were coming back that evening and did not want to weigh myself down. It was a fine, clear night, and a sentry standing a few yards from us showed up as a dark patch against the sky. I asked this captain, who has been fighting for years by Raspagui's side, if the colonel believed in God. He burst out laughing, and it's rare for this officer, who seldom sheds his reserved manner, to laugh. Captain Esclavier despises soft-hearted people, chatterboxes, and anyone who weakens and pours out his soul, but maybe darkness makes him more human. This was his reply. I also once asked Major Raspagui whether he believed in God, and he seemed surprised. When I have a moment to spare, he replied, I must look into the matter, but you may be certain that Colonel Raspagui will never have the time to look into the matter, nor will General Raspagui. What about you, Captain? I don't believe in God, but I feel I am bound up with Christian civilization. The captain addresses me as vous when we're alone together, but uses the familiar tu in front of my comrades. Esclavier gave another laugh. If you were to ask me what I have come out here to fight against, I would say, in the first place, excess. Sophocles says, excess is the greatest crime against the gods. I'm fighting against the savage, lawless nationalism of the Arabs, because it is excessive, just as I fought against communism, because that too was excessive. I felt like asking him, what are you practicing here if it isn't military communism? But the communists can at least justify their methods, their pragmatism, their contempt for individual man by an immense objective, to strip humanity of its old skin, whereas your ultimate aim is simply to win this war, nothing but this war, and whatever you might say to the contrary, to save the privileged classes and maintain an economic, political, and racial inequality. In fact, Captain, you don't really know why you're fighting, from habit, perhaps, and out of barbaric loyalty to the head of your clan, who is Raspagui. But the captain had turned over and was fast asleep. Next morning we crossed a sort of prairie covered in wild flowers, and the captain pointed out that there were very few bees and scarcely a hive to be seen. To me, he said, as to the people of the ancient world, bees are the symbol of peace, prosperity, and organization. This land of Algeria has never known anything but war and anarchy, and so the bees don't come here. The men have a strange attitude towards Captain Esclavier. They manifest a sort of jealous, fierce attachment to him. They are proud of his strength, his good looks, his courage, his medals. He's an officer of the Légion d'honneur and a companion of the Libération. And even I am not insensible to the display of so much glory. They like to see him impeccably turned out and always on the go. But they are frightened of his sudden moods and his contempt for any form of weakness. He's the absolute prototype of the paratrooper and Raspegui's favorite officer. By way of contrast, all the reservists of the first company feel like personal friends of Lieutenant Merle's. They are always happy to see him, are scared when he jumps into his jeep, which he drives like a maniac, and would give him a word of warning if they dared. This lieutenant is the brother all of us have secretly dreamt about. He's as cheeky and comic as the bird that bears his name, and declares at every opportunity that he doesn't like the army. He has absolutely no sense of ownership. He loses all his kit and never has any cigarettes, or matches, or any water in his bottle. So he borrows from everyone with a falsely contrite air. He seems to have no sense of hierarchy. He is possibly the only one who doesn't take Raspaguy seriously, much to the colonel's secret pleasure. Merle is very close to Lieutenant Piniers, a sort of red-haired colossus who is convinced that there is nothing better in the world than being a paratroop officer in the best parachute regiment, which is naturally the one in which he happens to be serving. To Merle, a tough esclavier is like an elder brother. Merle has one vice, gambling, and he blows his pay at the Aleti casino as soon as he draws it. For the rest of the time he lives on loans from Esclavier. Major Boudin, commonly called Boudin, who comes from Auvergne and doesn't like to see money wasted, decided this month to dole Merle out his pay in driblets of 10,000 francs. In Captain Esclavier's office I was able to witness a scene of high comedy between Merle and the Major. It was like a bargain being transacted on a fairground. In the midst of this circus, Boudin is the only one who keeps a cool head and a sense of reality. He suffers agony from all the irregularities that are committed, but he is secretly enchanted at being the only one capable of dealing with them. For Raspaguy, he has the attachment of a faithful dog, and receives every kick he gets from him with something akin to pleasure. Boudin is said to be extremely courageous in battle, but incapable of commanding a company. Major de Glattigny still preserves some of the haughtiness of a cavalry officer. In one respect he is less easy to get on with than the others. He still believes he's an officer by divine right. He goes to mass, performs all his religious duties, but is beginning to be caught up in this crazy atmosphere. Raspaguy is flattered to be in command of this descendant of a great military dynasty, and addresses him with false irony as count or constable. Major de Glattigny is the only real traditional officer in the whole regiment. In spite of everything, he has preserved a sense of what a soldier may do and may not do. Whereas all his colleagues are living in a dream world, he is extremely civilized and uses his influence to temper the colonel's outrageousness. I can never face Captain Boyfuras without feeling slightly ill at ease. He is ugly, with phenomenal stamina and a rasping voice. He walks without making a sound, and like certain old college ushers, he's on to you before you can hear him coming. He's the only officer who's badly dressed. He's the jackal among the wolves. I asked Lieutenant Merle about him. "You know, old man," he replied. "He calls everyone old man. I owe my life to Captain Boyfuras, and at a time when there was no love lost between us." Captain Boyfuras often goes to Algiers, and is sometimes away for several days. He's the political officer of our odd regiment, and his power is obviously more than that of a mere captain. As his chauffeur butler, batman and bodyguard, he has a sort of Chinaman who is always behind him with a revolver on his hip. The Boyfuras enigma stirs everyone's imagination. Some say he's a secret agent, others a politician who is lying low, others still a special envoy from the government, and his reputation increases in proportion to the mystery surrounding him. Our medical officer is a magnificent Negro, Captain Dia. He addresses everyone as two, from the colonel down. His voice resounds like a copper drum. He eats like an ogre, drinks like a wineskin. His hands are sensitive and bring relief to his patients. He overflows with humanity and love of life. He goes bathing at night. I noticed him one evening by the edge of the sea. He was playing on a strange little flute. Esclavier, Boyfuras, and Marandel were with him, and I fancied, for his face was visible in the moonlight, that Captain Esclavier had tears in his eyes. But a man of that stamp can't weep very often, and the moonlight may have been deceiving. I felt I was witnessing the celebration of a cult of some strange African or Asian divinity. The note of the flute was plaintive, and was drowned by the dull roar of the sea. I had no place there, I who am soon to be a priest of the Catholic and Roman Church. What curious and disturbing people these wolves are. They are familiar with Sophocles, Marx, and Mao Zedong, but I fancy they are burdened with painful secrets. I know that they are sometimes possessed by certain obscure forces. I looked at myself in the mirror just now, and I was pleased and horrified at once to see that I too am beginning to look like a wolf. Tomorrow we are leaving the Camp des Pins. Tomorrow we are embarking on this beastly war in Algeria, and I'm almost relieved at the prospect. Dear God, help me against myself, against the others, against the temptations of the wolves. P was like any other little Algerian town situated in the cultivated zones, a long street with 3 cafes, a Muslim Veterans Association, a few French shops, and a larger number of Mozabite stores. The French inhabitants were called Perez or Hernandez, and the Mozabites, who never ventured outside their own front doors, were as fat and limp as slugs. At the end of this street, with its scarred and pitted surface, stood the police station, a brand new building with fine yellow railings and white bars across the windows. The gateway was reinforced with sandbags, the cafe terraces protected against hand grenades by iron grills, and the entrance and exit of the town sealed off by makeshift roadblocks of spiked fences and barbed wire. Barbed wire everywhere around the public gardens and its bandstand, where no band had played for years, along the church, the town hall, and empty school, in front of the little concrete blockhouses guarded by steel-helmeted, trigger-happy sentries. The Muslims hugged the walls and avoided running into the Christians. Hatred had become a living, palpable thing. It had its own smell and habits. At night it howled in the empty streets like a famished dog. In 2 months the whole area round P had gone over to the rebels. Settlers' farms had gone up in flames, turning darkness into daylight right up to the gates of the town. Flocks had been slaughtered. Men, women, and children had been massacred in particularly atrocious circumstances. Cars were machine-gunned on the roads, and buses set on fire, and one convoy every other day was the only means of communication between P and the rest of the world. Troops only moved about in full strength, and even then were shot at every time they emerged. Colonel Courteroles, the garrison commander, had been taken prisoner in 1940. He had not taken part in the war in Indochina, and he claimed to know Algeria like the back of his hand by virtue of having commanded Tunisian and Moroccan levies over a period of 15 years. First of all, he was unwilling to admit that with a garrison 2,000 strong, he was held in check by a band of thugs and murderers armed with boucales. It was only after one of his platoons that had gone out on patrol to a farm 5 miles outside the town had got itself wiped out that he requested the support of an operational unit. And that was how one fine day the Lartéguy circus turned up in P, with its trucks, its loudspeakers, and its paratroops in their outlandish headgear. Colonel Courteroles thought that these lads of 20, with their over-tailored tunics and easy gestures, powdered like little marquises by the dust of the road, did not strike a serious note at all. He liked hefty warriors in steel helmets, clanking with heavy equipment, the old-fashioned, wine-swilling type of soldier. Courteroles had managed to extract the commitment from the headquarters of Area 10 in Algiers that the paratroops sent to him would be placed under his orders, and that he himself would command all the operations in person. In order to get rid of him, the chief of staff had promised him anything he asked. The commander-in-chief had thought of relieving Courteroles of his command and sending him back to France, but he feared there might be a scandal. It was only by a miracle that a scandal had so far been avoided. At Lille, the SFIO party had just adopted a motion on Algeria requesting the government to concentrate all their efforts on achieving a ceasefire. If the newspapers had come out with a report in heavy type, a platoon of 28 reservists has been massacred outside P by a rebel band, 3 machine guns, one 60 caliber mortar with its shells and 23 rifles or submachine guns have been lost. The Congress might have not only requested but demanded a ceasefire as well as disciplinary measures against the army leaders who allowed the soldiers under their command to be massacred. The only unit in reserve was the 10th Colonial Parachute Regiment, which was said to be insufficiently trained and lacking in team spirit. The general had sent for Raspaguy, who had reported with Esclavier by his side. They had been made to wait in a little room through which busy young officers kept passing to and fro, clacking like old hens. A captain came to fetch them. He wore a scarlet waistcoat with brass buttons under his tunic, like a damned lackey, as Raspaguy observed. The general was sitting at his desk, bent over a large sheet of glass with a map of Algeria spread out underneath it. His face was lifeless, his voice toneless. Raspaguy, I allowed you the 2 months you requested in order to train your regiment. Those 2 months are now up. Are you ready? Yes, sir. I've got a tough job for you. Do you want to hang on to your reservists? Very much so. That's up to you. You've heard about what happened at P. I want those arms we lost there to be recovered. I want Si La Chaine dead or alive. Good hunting, Raspaguy. For this job you'll have an absolutely free hand. I want results and I don't give a damn what methods you use. Raspaguy had asked, what's my position in relation to the colonel commanding the sector? It can be whatever you like if he gets in your way. He made a gesture with his hand as though to sweep away a troublesome fly. His handsome face with its regular Roman features remained inscrutable, but Esclavier noticed that his eyes betrayed the cruel glint of a mandarin of old China, whose peace and meditation has been disturbed by an importunate intruder. The intruder was the garrison commander. Raspaguy had reported to Colonel Quarterolles in the prescribed military manner, snapping splendidly to attention, giving a smart salute, keeping his eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance. But he had no badges of rank, no decoration, no weapon, and his battle-dress was unbuttoned to reveal his sunburnt torso. I'll have to take him in hand immediately, Quarterolles had said to himself. These former NCOs always try to take the bit between their teeth. Look here, Colonel, I've noticed your men don't wear steel helmets. The regulations. The regulations are all very well, Colonel, but they overlook one important point. What's that? That we've first of all got to win. Now no one can fight properly and win while lumbering about the mountains in the month of July with a heavy helmet on his head. I've given my men orders to leave their helmets behind at the Camp des Pins, but to take 2 water bottles each. That's your business. Tomorrow we'll mount an operation to occupy a few farms which I had to abandon for lack of personnel. Today I've arranged quarters for your unit in the town. You can take over the school as your headquarters. Number A. The whole regiment will camp out in the mountains tonight, and we'll light some big fires so that the Falagas will know that we're there. I don't like the idea of barbed wire, Colonel. I saw too much of it out in Indochina. I forbid you. Raspaguy shrugged his broad shoulders and smiled. Come now, Colonel. We'd better see eye to eye. Besides, it would be tiresome for you if we did not recover the weapons which you let them steal from you, and I feel it's not going to be very easy. That incident has been grossly exaggerated. That's to say, it has been hushed up, but for you and your staff if the school won't do. I live with my men. I march with them. I eat the same rations. I put up with the same heat and thirst. So do my staff. My compliments, Colonel. Raspaguy saluted. The trucks disappeared in a great cloud of dust, heading for the bare mountains which were tinged mauve and blue by the clear light of the late afternoon. In the last truck 3 paratroopers were singing a slow, melancholy cowboy song, yet another of those tricks they brought back from Indochina. Colonel Quarterolles said to himself, with their don't-give-a-damn attitude, their lack of discipline, their contempt for regulations and proper channels, their line-shooting and shoulder-swinging, we'll see what they're like when they're on the job, those puppets. Veselier, the mayor, came and called on the colonel. He gesticulated with his hands while he spoke, and had a pronounced colonial accent. Ah, Colonel, where do they think they are off to, those fools into the blue like that, without knowing what's going on? They ought to be stationed on the farms so that the crops which haven't been burnt might at least be harvested. And he did not even introduce me to his officers. The colonel complained. We'll see about that tomorrow. Have you got any new information on the band, Mayor? The band? If it had been left to us, Colonel, the whole business would have been settled long ago. As you and I know, there's only one thing they understand, these fellows, a firm hand on the cudgel. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the main street of P was deserted, all the shops shut, but outside on the balconies the householders sat, taking the air and looking towards the mountains where the lights of the paratroops camp blazed brightly. On the following day, Major de Glatigny and Captain Boisfures came and reported to Colonel Courterols. The colonel knew Glatigny by name. He was extremely affable. "We should like to get in touch with your intelligence officer," said the major. "I'll send for him." Presently a tubby little captain appeared. He had little boot-button eyes, immersed in fat and minced as he walked. He looked stupid, narrow-minded, and as obstinate as a mule. He sank back into an armchair and mopped his brow. "Moyne, tell these gentlemen what you know about the Si La Chaîne band. We estimate it's about 130 strong, scattered across the whole range. By day they lie low in the Mektas. By night they're on the prowl. They have no automatic weapons." "What about the submachine guns they captured from you?" asked Boisfures. "They've got no ammunition for them." Captain Moyne was lying with complete confidence, certain of being covered, and of not running any risk. "So when they wiped out your platoon," Glatigny persisted, "the rebels had no automatic weapons? 30 men with 3 machine guns and several submachine guns let themselves be surprised by Felagas who had nothing but antiquated rifles. Is that how it was?" "I was on leave in Algiers, but you held a court of inquiry on your return. I've been out here 3 years. I have my sources of information. One of these witnessed the battle. The Felagas only chucked a few hand grenades at the trucks. Our men lost their heads." "Who were your men?" "Reservists of an infantry regiment from the north of France." "Who was in command?" "A cadet who had just left school." "And you never tried to put them in the picture or prepare them for this sort of warfare?" "They were given 2 or 3 lectures when they landed at Algiers. At least that's what they said." "That's all over and done with," said Courterols. "We can't call the poor men back to life. I'm surprised your colonel isn't here with you. We've got to make arrangements for occupying a certain number of farms. I've taken it up with the mayor. The engineers are sending up some barbed wire and a few mines." Glatigny replied in that polite, slightly contemptuous tone which he had learnt when serving on the staff. "The whole regiment has been out on operations since 4 o'clock this morning, and I don't think Colonel Lartéguy is thinking for a moment of occupying any farms." "What does he want, then?" "The band, and above all the weapons. For that we need information, for nothing can be done in this sort of war without information." "Who is Si La Chaîne?" "A highway robber," said Captain Moyne, picking his teeth. "Has he got any family, friends, or relations who can give us any information about him?" "We arrested his brother, but he escaped the same evening." "So Si La Chaîne must have accomplices in the town." "That's only to be expected." "Who are his accomplices?" "That's a matter for the police, not the army." Boisfures then brought a sheet of paper out of his pocket. "Since you seem to be in the dark about him, Captain, I'll tell you who Si La Chaîne is. A former sergeant major in the levies, military medal, mentioned 4 times in dispatches in Indochina, noted by his leaders as a remarkable warrant officer with the makings of an officer. On his return here, he sank all his savings into the transport business and bought a bus. But the civilian administrator was the undercover owner of a whole line of buses. He made things difficult for Si La Chaîne. He kept imposing fines on him, and one day suggested buying his bus back from him for less than it cost him. Suborned by old friends of his who had risen in revolt, unable to find a soul who could protect him against the administrator, financially ruined, Si La Chaîne took to the hills and started burning all his rivals' buses. One night he came down here himself and slit the administrator's throat. That's correct, isn't it? Flies were buzzing about the unshuttered room. The colonel brought a handkerchief out of his pocket and mopped his brow. He had since taken over the administrator's house and did not like to be reminded of that incident. "I want to see Colonel Lartéguy at once. He's here to carry out operations under my orders. Garrison affairs are my business and no one else's. I'd rather not know the source of your inaccurate information. I would point out, however, that you're casting aspersions on a senior official who is deeply respected in this area. I shall expect to see your commanding officer shortly. That's all, gentlemen." They left the room. Moyne followed them outside. Boisfures asked the captain to provide him with an interpreter. Moyne had been closely acquainted with the administrator Bernier, a short, tubby little man with bandy legs, and also knew about his political and financial dealings with the few big cades of the district and the senior public works officials. His villa on the Côte d'Azur had been completed. He was going to retire with his little pile. The sum mentioned was 100 million, which wasn't so bad for an administrator, and he had even been awarded the Légion d'honneur for his good and loyal services. It was about this time that Silas Shen, clanking with medals, had come back from Indochina and had decided to put his savings into a bus line. A champion, that administrator. Moyne reflected. In his day there had been no question of rebels. He had his own way of treating the natives, a way which was at once paternal and determined, but rather more determined than paternal. He was not proud and held open house. He stole as much as he could, but allowed his subordinates to do likewise. With him there was nothing to risk. He was protected by everyone, the socialists, the clergy, the Freemasons, and the settlers. It was he, Moyne, who had discovered his body, his throat slit from ear to ear. How did the paratroops know about all this? He would give them Ahmed as an interpreter, a sly lad, whom he had well in hand, and who would be able to give them the information they wanted. Some Hodhads maintained that Ahmed had connections among the rebels, but the same thing was said of all the Arabs. Once they were outside, Glatigny turned to Boifuras and asked, "Where did you get that information on Silas Sen?" "I ran into Mahmoudi at Algiers. Silas Sen had served under him as his sergeant major. When he heard we were going to P, he told me the whole story. Mahmoudi is in a bit of a fix." Mahmoudi is a French officer, but he's serving as a Muslim under a special statute, and no one ever misses a chance of reminding him of it. I've pulled some strings to have him transferred to Germany. What will he do in Germany? He'll wait there till we've rid Algeria of its felagas, its crooks, its civil administrators, and its army of old dotards, like quarterals and lazy bastards like that Captain Moyne. That's a pretty tall order, my dear Boifuras. It will be a long time before Mahmoudi gets back from Germany. The two officers climbed into their jeep and left P with a sense of relief to rejoin their regimental base in the mountains. Lurching over the potholes with his carbine between his knees, Boifuras tried to concentrate on this problem: how to capture Silas Sen's band without any information apart from a few police reports and local gossip. A band 130 strong is bound to be seen when moving across bare, arid territory. It needs food supplies, water, and ammunition. It cannot remain indefinitely in the mountains. He nudged Glatigny. "Glatigny, what would you do in Silasen's place? Don't forget that Silasen has been out in Indochina. In Silasen's place." "Yes? Would you play at Boy Scouts out in the open in this heat, when you could quite simply stay in the mechtas round P, drink cool water, listen to the radio, and entertain the girls?" "Go on," said Glatigny. "Supposing Silasen, who has seen how the Viets work, had set up an intelligence network and a good politico-military organization in the town. He would know everything, every movement of our troops, the departure times of the convoys. While Colonel Quarterals is forced to protect himself on all sides, he would be able to strike where he wanted, when he wanted. The group or section that had laid the ambush would do the job and scatter through the mountains immediately afterwards. It would have its own arms dumps. It would return next morning, mingling with the peasants coming into market. For that, all that's required is to have the population well in hand. Meanwhile, we're rushing about the bare mountains, exhausting our men. We shall never be able to find anything. So, according to you, we ought to establish headquarters in P." "Yes, and hold all the surrounding villages, collect information at any price and by any means. Force Silasen and his men to really take to the mountains, and cut them off from the population which provides them with information and feeds them. Only then will we be able to fight them on equal terms." Colonel Lartéguy came back to camp with his men, exhausted by the heat, and a hard march through arid gorges, over razor-sharp stones, and along dried-up riverbeds. They had found nothing, not a trace of Silasen's band, not even one of those little walls made out of a few boulders that are called choufs and are used by lookouts to shelter behind. But 10 miles away, in the plain at the foot of the mountain, some agricultural laborers and their families had been found with their throats cut because they had stayed on in a settler's farm after he had left it, leaning back against the white wall of a little marabout and smoking his pipe. Lartéguy watched the shadows sweep over the plain in a series of waves which presently came and broke on his rock. When he was a child, he used to hate coming down from the mountains. The town with its sly, worldly shopkeepers, its crowds on market days, its strident voices, its cafes, and its music made him feel ill at ease. The lights of P began to twinkle down below, and the searchlights started sweeping the barbed wire entanglements. The loudspeakers blared. Lartéguy had laid ambushes on every trail, at every approach which the Felagas could possibly use, and had made arrangements to be notified as soon as anything happened, so as to be able to be on the spot at once. Esclavia sank down beside him, and Lartéguy handed him his packet of cigarettes and flask of coffee. Then Lartéguy, Marindel and Boyfurers came and joined them. They in their turn sat down. A sentry could be heard loading his submachine gun, and farther off a man singing. The slightest noise was wafted up to them, stripped of its bare essentials in the clear air, and thereby endowed with the gravity of prayer, the purity of crystal. "It's nice up here," said Lartéguy. "It's clean and cool, and we are on our own. But it's down below that things are happening," Boyfurers retorted in his grating voice. "Let's hear what you've got to say," said Lartéguy wearily. On the following day, the paratroops came back to P. During the siesta hour, while the whole town was sleeping, they marched through as though on parade, 6 deep, moving silently in their rubber-soled boots, looking straight in front of them with a blank expression in their eyes, and singing that slow, melancholy song from Indochina, which was also the song of the American Marines in the Pacific. The Moslems crept out of their shacks and silently watched these soldiers who were not like any others, who appeared not to see them as they marched by at their slow, steady pace, and they felt vaguely apprehensive, for like all men, they were frightened of the unusual and unknown. Through the slits of a shutter in a Mozabite store, Silasin was also watching this strange march past. He turned round to Ahmed. "I'd rather they were up in the mountains, but as you see, they've come back. They're going to settle down in our midst and stir up the ant heap until something emerges. We could make life impossible for them in P. This evening a couple of men can go and pitch a few hand grenades into the 2 cafes on the Rue Maginot. You don't know what they're like, Ahmed. It's easy to see that you were never out in Indochina with the lizards. If they catch your grenade thrower, they'll hang on to him themselves. They won't hand him over to the police, and the man will talk. And you won't know a thing until they come and drag you off, you the official intelligence interpreter, to the garrison commander himself." Ahmed shrugged his shoulders. He did not care very much for the Kabyle Silasin, with his sergeant major attitude, his slow reactions and caution. The band he was commanding was becoming more and more like a regular company, and if it was left to him, he would dole out badges of rank and insignia, forbid looting and rape, in fact everything that endowed this war with its powerful attraction for the primitive creatures under his command. At heart, Silasen had a deep respect for the French army, and disliked being considered a bandit. He was a skinny, unprepossessing little man, but as tough and hard as a Venus stalk, whereas Ahmed had the indolent beauty of a desert Arab. Ahmed was the political commissar of the area, and Silasen the military leader. The rebel headquarters had not yet decided which of the 2 branches, political or military, had priority over the other, so that the 2 men often found themselves in conflict. Silasen whistled the paratroop's song between his teeth. He had often heard it out in Indochina, when the battalions used to set off on some suicide operation from which very few of the men returned. One day, while serving on the edge of the delta, he had witnessed the arrival of those paratroops who had been reported dead or captured for over a month. They had struggled hundreds of miles through the jungle, surrounded by Viets. They were using their rifles as crutches. Many of them were barefoot, their faces were swollen by mosquito bites, and the sweat had rotted the skin under their arms and between their thighs. They stank and could hardly stand upright, but they kept on singing this tune, for they knew that if they stopped, they would not be able to take another step. Sergeant Major Silasen had been proud that day to belong to the same army as them. That battalion, he remembered now, had been commanded by the same Lartéguy who had marched through P just now at the head of his men, but wearing no badges of rank. "Well, what do we do now?" Ahmed inquired, this time in French. "Do we just wait to be picked up? It would be best to lie low for the time being." Silasin replied pensively, "Stay up in the mountains as long as they're in the town. Come back here if they take to the mountains again, and avoid a showdown. Number the population still undecided, in spite of the few examples I made. They'll veer towards the stronger side. That's to say the one they fear the most. For the moment that's us, but tomorrow if we sat back and did nothing, It would be the paratroops. You're coming back to those hand grenades of yours again. I think I can do better than that and make your lizards lose face once and for all. On the following day, Ahmed became the official interpreter of the paratroops for the duration of their operation and was attached to Captain Boyfuras. He was issued with a cap, a bivouac tent, and a pistol. He had become a lizard himself. Ahmed soon noticed that the sort of Chinaman who was always with the captain never took his eyes off him for a second. On 2 occasions he saw him reach for his carbine, making sure that the gesture did not pass unnoticed. It was an unconcealed warning. The paratroops crowded the cafes and shops, and prices began to go up. There were 1 or 2 brawls between them and the garrison troops. Lartéguy, who had taken over the school building, had all the barbed wire round it removed. All it's good for is giving one a sting in the ass when one gets back after dark, he explained. In a classroom, which still had its desks and blackboard, he had assembled all the leading members of the community, Cade Gemmell and his brother, the Mayor Vesselier, the representative of the Mozabite merchants, the president of the Veterans Association, and Captain Moyne. Also present were Boyfuras, Glatigny Esclavier, and Merle, whose company of reservists were quartered round the school. Ahmed attended the meeting as the official interpreter, and Cade Gemmell's brother, who knew what part he played in the rebellion, kept darting little glances of admiration at him. Lartéguy stood on the platform, a piece of chalk in his hand. The civic dignitaries and the officers were seated at the desks and had unconsciously assumed the attitude of school children, leaning on their elbows, shuffling their feet and scratching their noses. Merle was hiding behind Esclavier's back and poring over Michelin's letter yet again. Olivier, my love, I've been thinking things over since you left for Algeria, and I now know I love you like the most besotted little shop girl, and as in the song, until the end of the world. As children we used to play at that cruel and treacherous game of hating each other, loving each other, tearing each other to shreds, making each other jealous. When you came back from Indochina, I could not help going on with the game, and besides, you know how I like to shock people. I had a good time making a scarecrow out of my little Olivier at Tourangeau. I'm glad you left our town slamming every door behind you, glad that you're out in Algeria earning no more than 80,000 francs a month and running the risk of getting killed, whereas my faithful spouse, little Bézéguet, gets 10 times more for trailing around bars and eyeing the little barman. But I feel like screaming when I'm alone in my room. Olivier, I'm through. I'm going to ask for a divorce and then come out and join you. Whether as your wife or your mistress, I shall live with you, and this time I'll know my place, which is that of every woman, not by the side of the man she loves, but slightly behind him. I love you, and I'm at your orders, Michelin. Merle would have liked to read this letter out to his comrades, but Penières was rushing about the mountains, and only the other evening he had heard Boyfuras say to Esclavier, "No world is more alien to women than the world of soldiers, priests, and communists, by which I mean fighting soldiers, militant communists, and evangelizing priests." Esclavier, who chased girls as though they were game, but was never in love with them, had tended to agree. They would tease him and call him a callow youth. They refused to understand, no doubt, because they had never known the joy of waking up in the morning next to a beautiful young girl whom one has loved all night. Lartéguy, who was writing something on the blackboard, reprimanded him like a schoolmaster. "Since you're here, Merle, you may as well pay attention." Olivier quickly stuffed the letter back in his pocket, as though he was afraid it might be confiscated. He saw Ahmed smile at him, and he smiled back. "What it boils down to is this," said Lartéguy. "Unless we can get some information, we'll never lay our hands on the band. The farms and crops will continue to be burnt down. Terrorism will go on making life unbearable. What we need is a thread which will lead us to this band. This thread is to be found in the town. Give me one end of it, and I shall soon follow it up to see La Seine." "You don't know anything, Mayor? Or you, Cade Gemmell, or any of you others? Are you frightened? It's as bad to fall into the habit of fear as to grow accustomed to being ill." Captain Moyne was puffing contentedly at a cigarette end. Well might the paratroops swing their shoulders and light fires all over the mountains. They could do no better than those who had been stuck in this sector for months, and they had crept back to P, hanging their heads. The same boat as Moyne's would take them back to France, and they would incur the same reproaches. All the rest was play acting. Of course the thread which could lead them to this band existed in the town, But each time one thought one had a firm grip on it, it snapped, all was lost. Meanwhile, there was nothing more to do but drink anisette and have a horse sent over from the brothel 2 or 3 times a week. As they filed out of the classroom at the end of the meeting, Merle found himself next to Ahmed. He invited the interpreter to have a drink. The Moslem was a handsome, well-educated man. He looked one straight in the eye, and his laughter had the right ring. His paratrooper's uniform suited him perfectly. "The difficult thing about this war," said Ahmed as he drank his beer, "is to find that guiding thread. I've heard some talk, however, but then there's always talk about something or other. We Arabs are incurable gossips." Merle, who had been dreaming about Micheline, suddenly sat up. "Yes, Lieutenant. They say there's a certain amount of dissension in the Silassine band. It's only a rumor. Silassine is a Kabyle. His men are not. He treats them brutally. He's got a sharp tongue, and his loathing for the French has sent him off his head. They say he himself does all the throat cutting and the other things to his prisoners. A dozen men belonging to his band are said to have escaped with their arms to a group of Mektas and are anxious to join the French." "Shall we follow it up, Ahmed? I'm not sure how reliable this information is. This war is tearing me in two, and I don't mind admitting it. I could never fire on my co-religionists in spite of the atrocities they've committed, but to rally them to our side, if we promise them their lives will be saved and they won't be molested, I'd like to do that very much." "Colonel Raspaguy will promise, and he'll keep his word." Ahmed shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "I like you very much, but you're not at all prudent. What if I was trying to lead you into a trap? In my opinion, this information is not very reliable." "Where did you get it from?" "A Mozabite merchant." "Could I go and see him?" "If you really want to. The man seemed so shady to me that I have not even mentioned this to Captain Boyforas." "Could I see him tonight?" "We could call on him together. But as it's best to be on the safe side, take a bodyguard with you to wait outside." "How far is it?" "Right in the town. Just a short step from here. Don't forget that night is on the rebels' side, and that Silassine has done me the great honor of putting a price on my head. I've already escaped 2 attempts on my life." "Very well, then. Come and pick me up at the mess. I'd rather you did not mention this to Captain Boyforas. I work with him, and it might annoy him. Besides, it's such a trivial thing. It's only to satisfy your curiosity. You'll find me outside the school." Ahmed knocked at the door several times, and the Mozabite, blinking his eyes, came and opened it for them. He looked scared, stiff. "I haven't done anything, gentlemen. I'm a great friend of France." "But he also subscribes to the FLN," said Ahmed, shrugging his shoulders. "Put yourself in his place. We're not going to do you any harm. We simply want you to tell the lieutenant what you already told me." Ahmed gave him a shove, and they went inside. Boussailly and Bistenav stood on guard outside the shop. The town was utterly silent. The stars shone brightly in a very dark sky. There was a sound of whispering on the other side of the door. "Boussailly, I don't like it at all." Bistenav suddenly exclaimed, "Got the wind up? No, but I don't like this war." This sudden return to P and Merle sniffing around like a poodle that has found a bone, and Ahmed with that handsome, treacherous face of his. "Treachery here, 50 yards from HQ. You must be crazy." 10 minutes later Merle came out again with Ahmed. "This looks serious," he said, "and urgent. I don't trust that Mozabite, sir. He's got nothing to gain from this but a lot of trouble. Do think it over." "But he's quite definite about it. 11 men with a machine gun ready to come over to us tonight. They'll defend themselves. If they see a large force turn up, they don't trust us. But they'll give themselves up to 1 officer accompanied by no more than a couple of men. The Mozabite confirms what you told me about a split in the Silassine band." "Why should this Mozabite want to lead me into a trap?" "If he lied, he'll pay for it dearly. His shop will be burnt down." "That's true, but I'm wary all the same. Besides, this group of rebels are sure to have lookouts posted, and if they hear trucks approaching, they'll have time to escape. Promises of this kind have often been made and then not kept. In a bulletin, 30 dead sounds better than 30 won over. This is an attempt which has got to be made alone or not at all. I'm all for dropping it. All the same, I'll go and notify Captain Boyforas." Merle motioned to Bistenav and Sergeant Boussailly to come nearer. "Look here, guys. 5 miles from here there's a group of Mektas. We've been through there before. At the moment 11 Felagas from the Silassine band are hiding up there. They want to give themselves up, but only to one officer accompanied by a couple of men. They won't be there after tonight. They're frightened of being wiped out, and they've got lookouts posted. If we drive up in trucks, they'll make... My friend Ahmed here doesn't think much of this information and believes we'll find nothing in the Mechtas. 10 to 1 against, said Ahmed, which isn't worth the risk. Can't you see the 3 of us coming back with our 11 rebels, the reservists teaching the professional paratroops how to wage war? That, said Boussolier, would be great fun. In his excitement, Merle had seized Bisdenav by the shoulders and was shaking him, and without firing a shot, Curé, we'll hop into a jeep, and if there's nothing there, we'll be back in an hour. Ahmed, give us enough time to get away before you go and notify Captain Boisfuras. Aren't you going to notify Captain Esclavier? Asked Bisdenav, whose mouth had gone dry with apprehension. He dared not openly protest. Bousselier would only repeat that he was afraid. Merle was pawing the ground with impatience. Esclavier's dining with Lartéguy at Colonel Quarteroles's. When they come out of the house, we'll present arms to them with our 11 rebels, and Quarteroles will have a fit. It's up to you, said Ahmed. I'll notify Captain Boisfuras in a couple of hours. If you're careful, there won't be any danger, but I'm almost certain you won't find a soul in the Mechtas. Ahmed sauntered off at an easy pace, but on his way home he ran into Captain Boisfuras and his Chinaman under the yellow light of a street lamp. The captain gave him a friendly wave. Min put his hand on his revolver and held it there. The Chinaman uttered a few words in a harsh-sounding tongue, but the captain shrugged his shoulders. A jeep drove off. Inshallah. The dice had started rolling, and God alone knew which side they would turn up. Lieutenant Merle had to argue at the exit of the town with a sentry who would not let him through, and for a few moments Bisdenav hoped that their crazy expedition was going to end in front of the barbed wire entanglements of the guard post. Merle explained that he had orders from Colonel Lartéguy to contact a patrol which was coming in with prisoners, and that the matter was urgent. The sergeant appeared on the scene. "You've taken some prisoners, have you?" "Yes, 11. "There's no denying it, sir. You're doing better than we ever did." He helped the sentry to draw back the barrier. The moon came up, and the jeep, with only its sidelights on, started slithering up the trail. "I'm going to be married," said Merle, who was driving. "Yes, to an impossible girl. Got a cigarette, Bisnav? Would you light it for me, please? Thanks." "We're mad, sir. Of course that's what's such fun here." "What about that cigarette? We should have informed Captain Esclavier all the same," said Bousselier pensively. "Look, old boy, Esclavier has done this sort of thing dozens of times, and you may be sure he never informed anyone. You're really getting too regimental. It's quite simple. There are some men who want to give themselves up, and we're going out to collect them." "The night is on their side, sir. The night's on the side of whoever is out in it, and tonight's the finest I've ever seen. The moonlight seems to have frozen everything round us like snow." "The Mechtas, sir?" Merle switched off the engine. "Bisdenav, you come with me. Bousselier, you stay with the jeep. I don't think it's a trap, but if anything should happen, drive back and inform Captain Esclavier. If I call for you, but only if I call, come and join us. But it'll be all right, I know. I've got a lucky charm in my pocket." "Off we go, Bisdenav." The Mozabite said the first Mechta on the left and to knock 3 times. "It's odd. I can't hear any dogs barking." The dogs had had their throats slit an hour before, and their bodies had been thrown into a ditch. Bousselier saw the lieutenant, followed by the seminarist, clamber up a little ridge. He heard him knock on the door of the Mechta with the butt of his revolver. The door opened. At that moment, a burst from a submachine gun shattered the darkness a few yards away. He felt a jolt and a stab in the shoulder. The jeep was rolling down the slope. He must have taken the brake off. He couldn't remember. He switched on the engine. 2-3 bursts passed over his head. He switched on the lights. Warm blood was dripping onto his hand, and he could feel his left arm going numb. He swerved the car round as he changed gear. The only thing he knew was that he had to reach the first company camp as soon as possible, warn Captain Esclavier, and get everyone on his feet. If he was quick enough, the lieutenant and Bisdenav could still be saved. As he drove past the guard post, he was nearly fired on. "What's up?" asked the sergeant. "Quick, there's been some trouble." "Quick, for God's sake, raise the barrier, Captain Esclavier." At that moment he fainted. A glass of water thrown in his face brought him round again. He was in the infirmary, lying on a stretcher. Captain Esclavier was standing in front of him with Dia, the Negro M.O. He saw that his arm had been bandaged. Quick, quick. He heard the throb of the GMC engines and the sound of men running about outside. What happened? Esclavier inquired. He told him, "Oh, the silly bastards." The captain exclaimed in great distress. Esclavier opened the window and shouted in his ear-splitting voice, "First company, ready to move off." "I want to come with you," said Boussilier. "He can go," Dia confirmed. "It's only a flesh wound, and I'm coming too, because I was extremely fond of Merle." Boussilier suddenly realized they were all talking of Lieutenant Merle as though he was dead. He wanted to shout out that it wasn't true, that it couldn't be true, because no one had the right to kill Lieutenant Merle. They found the two bodies stretched out on the ridge in front of the Mechtas, with their throats slit, their guts ripped open, and their sexual organs stuffed into their mouths. The headlights of the trucks illuminated the ghastly sight. Second, Lieutenant Asmanian pointed out that the two bodies were turned in the direction of Mecca, like animals sacrificed in some Holocaust. He had heard that at one time the Turks used to do the same thing in Armenia. He turned aside to be sick. The reservists slowly came forward, their weapons in their hands, and formed a silent circle. They did not move, but stood riveted by the scene. Boussilier was trembling from head to foot. He no longer felt any pain in his shoulder. "Give me your submachine gun," he said to Mongins. "I'm going into the Mechtas." The men murmured, "We're all coming with you." Captain Esclavier appeared in the center of the circle, and never had the men seen him look so tall and redoubtable. Without a word, he unbuckled his belt and stripped off his equipment and revolver, keeping only his knife in his hand. "Only the men," he said in his dry voice. "Don't touch the women or children. Only the men, and only with knives, so that those who've got the guts can at least defend themselves." "The fellagers who did the job have gone off," Dia gently observed. "Those chaps in there don't amount to much." Following Esclavier's example, the men were taking off their equipment, discarding their rifles, submachine guns, and grenades, keeping only their knives. Their rage, the thirst for blood and vengeance which had seized them, was so strong that they were almost calm and detached. They advanced slowly towards the silent Mechtas. They felt nothing but a faint fatigue, a sort of strange hunger which drove them forward. Esclavier broke the door down with a thrust of his shoulder. Not one of the Arabs offered any resistance. The sun was rising by the time Lartéguy, who had been notified by Dia, turned up pensively sucking his pipe. 27 Moslem bodies were lined up together, their throats cut, their heads turned towards the west, in the direction of Rome. Flies were already buzzing around them, sipping the blood. "What a filthy business," he said. Esclavier sat leaning against the trunk of an olive tree. He was very pale. His features were drawn, and there were dark circles under his eyes, as though he had just recovered from a long illness. He was shivering a little and felt icy cold. Lartéguy came up and approached him gently, as though he was frightened of startling him. Philippe, "Yes, sir, that's not very pretty what you've done, but for that they would have massacred the lot, women and children included, and I wouldn't have been able to hold them back. I should have preferred grenades and submachine guns and the whole lot wiped out. Knives turn warfare into murder, and here we are doing what they do, soiling our hands like them. But perhaps it was necessary, and we had to begin somewhere, since we were forced to come down from the heights into the plain, and because we've been outraged in our manly honor by the mutilation of Merle and Fleur de Narve. It was primitive man, not the soldier, who reacted by subscribing to this Holocaust." "Call the men together, Philippe. I've got to talk to them." Lartéguy climbed up onto a rock above the bodies. The first company faced him, 150 men shattered by disgust, fear, and hatred of war, on the point of mutiny, ready for anything in order to forget what they had just done, and at the same time feeling closer to one another than they had ever felt before, bound together by bloodshed and horror. Lartéguy started speaking in a low voice, staring down at his boots. "Gentlemen." By addressing them as gentlemen, he was restoring a little of their lost dignity. "Gentlemen, you acted in the heat of anger, but myself, this morning, I feel cold. After thinking it over carefully, I should have given orders for every grown man in this douar to be shot, and you would have been responsible for their execution, In that respect, the incident is closed. He thrust his head forward like a falcon about to take flight and slowly glanced down the ranks in front of him. Because you were fond of Lieutenant Merle and little Bistonave, it's you I entrust with avenging them, because that, he pointed to the bodies, isn't vengeance, it's merely a reprisal. I'm giving you C. Larsen's band. It's yours with its rifles and submachine guns, but the next time you'll need more than your knives, that's all. The soldiers felt as though they had been relieved of a heavy burden. They experienced a new feeling towards the colonel, in which admiration was mixed with gratitude and embarrassment. "What do we do with the bodies?" asked Sergeant Major Morlier. "Leave them there till this evening," Raspaguy replied. "They may as well be of some use." Thus was born the cruel legend of the lizards and caps of the warriors with knives who were more redoubtable than the shock troops of the FLN. In the depths of the Diwars they began to be regarded as demons impervious to bullets, sons of Alec and Azrael, the angel of death. "Quickly, Captain," said Min to Boisfurus. "What did you find out?" "Ahmed has been to the post office and drawn out all his savings. Yesterday evening he had a long talk with Lieutenant Merle. Ahmed lived alone in a small house on the outskirts of the town. 2 bare rooms. In one stood a camp bed with army sheets and blankets, in the other a table, and next to the sink a spirit lamp. Mashallah! The dice had come up badly. The interpreter started stuffing tins of food and packets of cigarettes into a haversack. In spite of all the precautions he had taken, the job would be traced back to him in no time. He had abandoned his paratrooper's uniform for cloth trousers, a flowing shirt, and a striped jellaba. He bent down, lifted up a tile, and drew out some documents and money. 200,000 francs in big blue notes. When he raised his head again, Min stood in front of him, his revolver aimed straight at him. With the end of the barrel he motioned him to stand up and put his hands above his head. Boisfurus came in, he took the money, the documents and papers, and then sat down astride a chair. "Now look," he said to Ahmed, "either you tell me the whole story, or Min will deal with you. I don't understand. I did all I could to stop Lieutenant Merle setting off in the middle of the night. I tried to notify you. This money from your post office savings account, the haversack, we're wasting time, Ahmed, and also these documents." Boisfurus whistled in admiration. He had just glanced through a typewritten document in French and Arabic, dated from Cairo, bearing all sorts of red and blue seals, and confirming that Ahmed was the political commissar of the zone. "I underestimated you." Ahmed sprang forward to grab Min's revolver, but a chair came smashing down on his head. When he came to, he found himself sitting on his bed with his wrists tied to the metal bars with telephone wire. "To hell with you," he calmly said to Boisfurus. "You and your Chinamen as well. I'm not talking. You've got your reasons, I've got mine. I could be in your place, you could be in mine. That's fate." The dice rolling, Ahmed reflected. "I'm not sentimental, but in Indochina I saved young Merle's life, and I was very fond of him, but I can forget him only by cutting his throat like a dog. You've insulted us all, unforgivable. We now want Silassen and his band. It's become a personal matter. If you want Silassen, go and look for him up in the mountains." Once again, Captain Boisfurus, to hell with you. I'm not talking, but one day we're going to throw you out of here and chase you right back to where you came from. Then we'll give ourselves a treat with all your wives, all your daughters, and your precious selves as well. "What the hell do I care?" Boisfurus replied quite calmly. "I want to know how your town organization works. I want names, the whereabouts of the hideouts, and your contacts with Silassen. Number. What's more, I'm in a hurry. When you've had enough of Min, just let me know." Min went out, then came back again with a sock filled with fine sand dangling from his hand. Without striking too hard, he started hammering Ahmed's head, as the Viets had taught him, always on the same spot. But in those days it was the Viet Minh who administered the blows, and Min who was on the receiving end. Ahmed endured it for 4 hours, 3 hours less than Min. That evening Boisfurus had a complete list of the members of the political organization of P. They were arrested forthwith. As for Silassen, he had long ago taken to the hills. Colonel Quarterals was fuming when he called on Raspaguy. "What the hell's going on?" he asked. "No one tells me a thing. It seems that one of your subalterns has been killed, and in return you've wiped out 27 Felagas. You've arrested Ahmed, the interpreter, the Cade, and his brother, and all the shops are being searched. What's it all about?" In a week from now, Colonel, Si La Sen's band will have ceased to exist. I'll bet you anything you like. Will both of us be able to go back to Algiers? Why both of us? Because no one here will have any further reason to maintain you in your command. The whole town, the whole administration, was rotten to the core, and in the basement of the town hall we found 3 cases of ammunition earmarked for the rebels. Here's something else you might like to hear. Si Lashen had been living here in P the whole time. Ahmed, your right-hand man, was the political leader of the rebellion, and the mayor, the worthy Veselier, he paid the Wags to keep their mouths shut. Our men have had to wade through all this muck, and little Lieutenant Merle has had his balls cut off. It was I who brought Merle out here. He belonged to me. He was part of me. You killed him with your stupidity and incapacity. We're burying him tomorrow, but I forbid you to come to the funeral. If you do, I'll knock you down in front of everyone. Well, Dia asked Esclavier. The captain was holding his head between his hands. He was unshaven, and he and the M.O. had just polished off a half bottle of brandy. Well, nothing. Don't you know? I've had a letter from Lescure. Guess what he's up to? During the day he follows a course of ethnology at the Sorbonne, and at night he thumps a piano in a nightclub. He says he's very happy. Dia, what about yesterday? I think you limited the damage. Dia, you're ashamed because you let the Black Panther escape. It was sleeping peacefully deep inside you. It was the others that roused it. Then it came and lay down again, its muzzle and claws full of blood. I've also got my panther, and it was growling very loudly when I saw Merle's body, but it didn't escape. Marindel, as you know, is never like the others. He can't believe that we've all got a panther sleeping deep down inside us. He said to me, objectively speaking, the reprisal wasn't a bad job. Fear has changed sides. Tongues have been loosened. Our soldiers now want to fight it out. We obtained more in a day than in 6 months fighting, and more with 27 dead than with several hundreds. I don't understand the word objectively. Esclavier pulled a copy of Zero and the Infinite out of his pocket. Look what Bois Führers has given me to read. He opened the book at a page which had been turned down, a quotation from the German bishop, Dietrich von Nieheim, who lived in the 14th century. When her existence is threatened, the Church is absolved of all moral commandments. Unity as an aim sanctifies every means, cunning, treachery, violence, simony, imprisonment, and death. For all order exists for the purpose of the community, and the individual must be sacrificed for the general good. Bois Führers had just had Ahmed shot after dining and getting drunk with him. He even promised to look after his wife. Well, said Dia, we're going to go on getting drunk together, and I'm very glad it was your Black Panther that made you kill rather than that old bishop's maunderings. I drink Esclavier to your Black Panther and also to mine. What's Glettigny doing? Esclavier suddenly asked. He's in church, saying his prayers. A week after Ahmed's arrest, Si Lashen and his band were driven off the plain and forced to take refuge in the mountains. The rebels had had to abandon their dumps and their hideouts, which were no longer secure. Information became scarce and supplies were no longer available from P, where the whole political and administrative organization of the rebellion had been decapitated. The headmen of the doors came up one after another to see Si Lashen near the cave where he had set up his headquarters. They all had the same thing to say. Si Lashen, we are aware of your courage and your strength, but take your band of mujahidines away from our douar, for the French are bound to hear about it sooner or later. Then they'll burn down our miktas, slit our throats, and shoot your men. Si Lashen did his best to stem their panic. He ordered some spectacular executions, but the 100 or so men and women he had shot down or butchered could not wipe out the memory of the Mektas of Ralem. The only remorse he felt was when he realized this massacre had been completely useless. Sitting near his cave with a blanket round his shoulders to protect him from the early morning dew, he let himself be carried away by his memories. His best friend in Indochina had been Sergeant Pyrrhus, a lively, skinny little chap who had worked at every kind of job and read every book. He used to wink as he rolled himself a cigarette, and he kept his tobacco in a sort of round metal tin. Each time they ran across each other in the course of an operation, Pyrrhus would wink and ask him, "Well, Lashen, how's your destiny?" If Pyrrhus had not been killed during Operation Atlante, he might perhaps now be fighting against him, disguised as a lizard. He imagined holding him in the sights of his rifle, while Pyrrhus, standing like an ibex on a rock, took out his tobacco tin and greedily rolled himself a cigarette. He would fire, but to one side in order to scare him. Pyrrhus had been his friend. He realized all of a sudden that all his friends were in this army he was fighting against, whereas his own people, on the contrary, were alien to him, and some of them, like Amet, disgusted him. Amet died as he had lived, not as a soldier, but as a stool pigeon. Captured, he had given away everything he knew. A sentry came to inform him that a Layacian agent, a certain Ibrahim, had just arrived from P. Ibrahim may have been 50 years old, or he may have been 60. His full beard was speckled with grey. He was dressed in European clothes, with a watch chain stretched across his waistcoat, but on his head he wore a turban made of some sort of linen, and his feet were bare. He was a wise, cruel, and self-possessed man. For a long time he had been in command of the small group of killers who by night controlled P and the surrounding Dars. It was a miracle he had not yet been caught when all his men had already fallen to the Frenchman's bullets. Ibrahim came and squatted down beside Silasen and offered him a cigarette. "What is it?" asked the rebel leader. "I told you to stay down at P and reorganize your group." "Silasen, there's not a single lizard left in the town. They all disappeared in the night. They're hunting you up in the mountains and they know where you are." "Who gave me away?" "Yesterday evening they caught 3 of your mujahideen as they were leaving a mechta to come and join you. One of them preferred to die, but the 2 others talked." "The lookouts haven't signaled any trucks on the road. The lizards are making war as we do. They've marched all night and are now less than 2 miles from your cave. As they advance, they look under every stone and behind every bush to make sure there isn't a hideout there." "Do you think I can still get through by way of Awid Shahir?" "That's the route they've taken. They're there already. I almost ran into one of their patrols, which had laid in ambush and was moving up the riverbed at dawn. I hid under some branches and waited. Then I took off my shoes and came up here, taking great care not to dislodge any pebbles." Silasen rose to his feet and followed by Ibrahim, who was still barefoot. He inspected his position. He could not have chosen a better one. He had encamped with his band on a sort of peak overlooking a little pebbly plain as flat as a glacis, an open bit of ground hemmed in by the mountains into which his assailants would be forced to venture. Behind him rose a sheer cliff. On his left was the crevice up, which Ibrahim had climbed, and which could be easily defended with a few cases of grenades. Only his right flank was vulnerable. It formed a fairly gentle slope, bristling with natural obstacles, and led towards the west. But it was a narrow approach. With his machine gun, his 3 FMs, and his mortar, it would be easy for him to foil the attack of an enemy who would be unable to deploy, and would therefore be obliged to advance in file. "We'll wait for them here," Silasen decided. "If they want a fight, I'll take them on." The sun had risen. It shone straight into Ibrahim's eyes, forcing him to screw them up, which gave him the rather sly expression of an old berry peasant. He stroked his beard. "All low-y choof. Let me have a rifle." Silasen had about 100 men at his disposal, the rest of the band having failed to join him. He made each one of them, and it was a difficult task, dig into a prepared position and build a little parapet of stones to protect himself. He gave orders not to fire unless certain of scoring a hit and to save ammunition, for they would have to hold out until nightfall before being able to withdraw towards the heights. He positioned the automatic weapons himself, gave each of them a definite mission, set up the mortar, then retired inside his cave. At the entrance to it he noticed a curious patch of sunlight which kept alternately appearing and vanishing. Silasen rummaged in his sack for a bar of chocolate. He pulled out a little leather case containing his military medal. He looked at this for several minutes. The ribbon was the same warm color as the patch of sunlight. Yes, he had certainly earned his medal out in Indochina. The post overlooked the Red River. It was made of logs, and the watchtower, soaring high on its stilts, looked like one of those stands which are put up in the middle of a vineyard when the grape is ripe. The post commander was a lieutenant with a long neck and prominent Adam's apple who wore spectacles. Every morning he would sadly ask, "But why the hell don't the Viots attack? They can mop us up whenever they like." The post was in fact completely isolated. It relied entirely on parachute drops, but more often than not a proportion of the containers fell into the river. Lieutenant Barbier and Sergeant Major Lassine were in command of 100 or so partisans and a dozen Europeans. The partisans had been suborned by Viet Minh propaganda and were only waiting for a favorable moment to turn traitor. Wasted by fever, laid low by the damp climate, the Frenchmen were incapable of repelling a fresh attack. Lieutenant Barbier was no longer quite right in the head. He kept imagining that someone was going to murder him. At the slightest sound he would draw his revolver and fire it. He also killed all the house lizards, which bring good luck, and squashed them against the walls of his room, using his shoe as a hammer. It was a bad sign. One night, the Viet Minh had landed on the bank of the river below the post. Another group had occupied the village. At 4 in the morning they had attacked from both directions while the partisans mutinied. Lieutenant Barbier had been killed in his bed. He usually woke up at the slightest sound, but this time he had not heard his murderer approaching. Larsen and the white men who were left had taken refuge in the central blockhouse. They had held out for 6 hours against a whole Viet Minh battalion. A Dien assault sailing up the river with its armored barges had come to their rescue when they were down to their last hand grenade. Larsen had received a bullet in the lung, and he still remembered the pinkish froth that had clung to his lips like toothpaste. But this froth had a sickly, salty taste, the taste of his own blood. He had been evacuated to Hanoi by helicopter. He had been operated on straight away, and 3 days later, in a bed with snow-white sheets, a general had come to present him with his military medal and announce that he had been promoted. There were flowers on the table. The nurses wiped his face whenever he was too hot. Pyrrhus had come to see him, with a bottle of brandy hidden under his coat. Hospital regulations, just like the Koran, forbade all alcohol. Larsen had been happy. He was properly looked after. He was equal to the other Frenchmen. He had the same rights, the same friends. He laughed at the same jokes as his comrades. On his first night out, some sergeant majors like himself, but with names like Le Guen, Portal, and Duval, had got him blind drunk in a bistro and had then dragged him off to a brothel. Today, if he was wounded, he would not be entitled to a helicopter or to a hospital, and if he was taken prisoner, he would finish up with a bullet in his head fired by Le Guen, Portal, or Duval, if any of them happened to be present. To them, he was nothing but a renegade, worse than a Viet. If the administrator of P had not brutally reminded him that he was just a desert rat, if he had not stolen from him, then he would have stayed on the side of the French, or would he? No, on second thoughts, he would have gone over to the other side just the same, to avenge a number of other injustices, to remind the French that the Algerian also was entitled to be treated with respect. 2 bursts from a FM and the explosion of 3 grenades interrupted his soliloquy. C. Larsen slipped the military medal into his pocket and ran out of the cave. A platoon of Frenchmen approaching up the crevice had been well and truly engaged. The group leader, Mahmoud, motioned C. Larsen to come forward and showed him 100 yards farther down the bodies of 2 paratroopers, pathetic little mounds of camouflage cloth, and a little farther on the wounded WT operator with his set attached to his back. He was signaling to his comrades who had taken cover behind some rocks. "Just watch, C. Larsen," said Mahmoud, like hunting game. A paratrooper had rushed forward and was trying to drag the WT operator back, while his comrades opened up with all they had got to give him covering fire. The group leader calmly took aim. Hit full in the head, the lizard collapsed on top of his comrade. "Would you like the next one?" asked Mahmoud. C. Larsen took up a rifle and finished off the WT operator. Then he turned back towards the cave. Information had just come in that, on his right flank, the paratroops were beginning in creep forward and were now holding the ridge overlooking the open ground. Ibrahim came and joined him in the cave. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he lit a cigarette, then drew his watch out of his waistcoat pocket. It was a big silver hunter which had been given him by his boss, a settler on the outskirts of P. He was quite fond of him, but destiny had willed that the roomie should be inside the farmhouse with his wife and children when it was set on fire. He put the watch carefully back in his pocket. 10 o'clock in the morning, C. Larsen, and it won't be dark till 10 o'clock at night. It's going to be a long wait. They will have all the time in the world to send for their aircraft and perhaps some artillery as well. We could have made for the heights and then dispersed, but only at dawn, and you arrived too late. C. Larsen sent for his 5 group leaders and told them his plan. We shall hang on until nightfall, then attempt a breakout at the weakest point of the enemy lines and make for the riverbed. For technical words or expressions, Silasen invariably used French, and he took a certain pleasure in displaying his military knowledge in front of his subordinates. We're cut off from the mountains. Anyone attempting to surrender will be shot out of hand. The wounded will have to be abandoned. We may be attacked from the air, so dig in more deeply and be quick about it. The group leaders started to embark on one of those endless discussions during which no problem is ever solved, but which provides an excuse for killing time and exchanging cigarettes, noble thoughts, and occasionally insults. 3 mortar shells landed in front of the cave, putting an end to the chikaya. There was a scream from a man who had been wounded. The group leaders rushed back to their men who were firing like lunatics. Their bullets whined and ricocheted off the bare rocks. Another company was now doubling across the open ground under the spasmodic and therefore rather ineffective fire of the rebel automatic weapons. Silasen gave orders for the mortar to fire, but the shells fell well beyond. From the top of the peak, the long files of soldiers looked like columns of clumsy, stubborn ants as they stumbled over the obstacles or vanished behind them and reappeared again. The Tyrolean rucksack which the paratroopers wore on their backs gave them enormous thoraces and spindly little legs. Lying flat on his stomach outside the cave, Silasen kept them under observation. The leading sections presently arrived at the foot of the peak and disappeared from view. A reconnaissance plane appeared in the sky, little bigger than a fly, and insistently buzzing like a fly. It turned and, growing larger, became a bird of prey whose savage shadow swept the rocks. In spite of his orders, the Mujahideen fired at it, thereby giving away their positions. The aircraft appeared to be hit. It dipped one wing and swooped down towards the plane with the slow, graceful movement of a wounded seabird. A few minutes later, 2 fighter planes roared over the ridge. On their first run, they dropped some bombs which burst with an ear-shattering explosion, causing a hail of stones but no damage. On the second run, they fired rockets and 4 men crouching in a hole were killed. One of them was seen to leap into the air, his back broken, like a wild rabbit that has just received a full charge of buckshot. Larsen knew they would come in again and machine gun at a low altitude. Only this time the aircraft would be vulnerable to FM and rifle fire. One of the planes roared over the cave, firing all its guns. Burning hot shell cases rained down round Silasen, who was still lying prone at the entrance. Then there was silence. Silasen crept forward under cover of the rocks and inspected his positions. The machine gunning had killed 2 of his men and 2 others were seriously wounded. The casualties had been hit in the stomach and there was no chance of their surviving. That at least was the opinion of Mokri, the medical officer of the band who had studied 2 years at the Algiers faculty. For the whole of that day, the 2 wounded men never stopped moaning and crying out for water. There was no morphine to give them. They were disturbing the morale of the band and suffering pointlessly, since they would have to be left behind in any case. Silasen drew his revolver, a Luger, the one which the administrator of P used to keep on his bedside table, and deliberately, without the slightest emotion, put the 2 men out of their misery. One of them just had time to curse him before his brains were blown out. The lull lasted an hour. Then the position was pounded by the 81 caliber mortars. After a few bracketing shots, they began to find their range. One of the FMs and its crew of 3 was wiped out. Ibrahim drew his watch out of his pocket. It was only 1:30 in the afternoon. Lartéguy was crouching cross-legged by the side of his transmitter, munching some stale bread spread with the army ration meat paste which tasted as though it was made of sawdust and shavings. In front of him was a large-scale map in a plastic cover on which he made a number of marks in red and blue pencil as each of his companies reported their position. Major de Glatigny, who had just been with the mortars, came and sat down beside him. "It doesn't look so bad," said Lartéguy. "We're closing in on them, and the lads are sticking it out. What are the casualties?" 4 dead and 7 wounded. The dead are all in Esclavier's unit. What did they get up to this time? Bousselia's group advanced along a defile almost right up to the rebel position. They thought they would be able to take it on their own and pushed ahead, contrary to orders. Piniers, who went to their rescue, got a splinter in his arm, but he refuses to be evacuated. Can he manage? Yes, then it's up to him. Merle's death was a great blow to him. He was engaged to be married to his sister, and I think this death has put an end to the whole using. With a gesture of his hand, Lartéguy indicated that all this was of no importance and belonged to the past. His only interest now was the rebel band which was caught in the net, but was going to do its utmost to escape. The colonel bent over his map again. The shadow of his cap concealed the whole of the top of his face. Lartéguy, yes, sir. You are Silasen. You're surrounded with 100 or so men on a peak, with hardly any food supplies, water, or ammunition. What would you do? I shouldn't let myself be pinned down on the peak. In my opinion, Silasen will wait till it's dark and then attempt to break out towards the riverbed and the valley. That's right. That's exactly what he'd do. But in which direction? On his left flank. That's the easiest for him. No, along the ridge on his right, so that his men won't have too much ground to cover before coming up against our force and trying to dislodge them. His last chance is a swift, fierce hand-to-hand engagement. Lartéguy unhooked his receiver and called up, "Blue authority from Passavant, blue authority listening." Well, Esclavier? I had some difficulty getting Bouslier away. They were under fire, but they refused to withdraw and abandon the bodies of their 4 comrades. The band is ours. You'll have it tonight. Get ready. A WT operator approached at the double. A signal from P. Sir, yes, from Colonel Courteroles. It's urgent. Everything's urgent with him. Bring your setup here. The operator lugged the 300 up to Lartéguy, who took up the earphones but held them out at arm's length, for Courteroles at the other end was screaming as though he was being flayed alive. Send me the helicopter at once so that I can reach your position. The helicopter's being used exclusively for transporting the wounded, Colonel, and we've already got quite a number of wounded. This is an order. If you're so keen to get here, you can walk. That's all. Out. And Lartéguy rang off, ordering the operator to cease all communication with P. Then he turned to Lartéguy. Men have been killed, and more are going to be killed because of that fellow Courteroles, and now he wants to come swanking up here in a helicopter. Give a pat on the back to our boys who've been stewing in the sun for hours, who've had no time to eat, who've got no more water in their bottles, and ask them in a fatherly fashion, "How goes it, old boy?" when he himself has just left the lunch table with a pint of beer inside him. He's still the garrison commander, sir. It's a serious business questioning the hierarchy of the army. In this particular case, you're probably right, but at other times, at most times, Jacques, this was the first time that Lartéguy had used his Christian name, admitting him into his military family like Esclavier and Boudin. Don't you think I realize the danger? But if we want to win this war, we have to shed all sorts of conventions. We are all responsible men and we stick together. What Esclavier and Baiforas did, which is condemned by every army regulation, has enabled us to get our hands on this band today. I don't like massacres and I don't like torture, but I feel it's you, myself, all of us who slit those throats at Ralham and who made Ahmed and his little friends at P talk. And God, sir, tonight Esclavier and his reservists will fight it out on equal terms with Silasen's Felegas. In this fight they'll settle their account with God or their conscience. Tonight they'll be making their confession to death, and we'll only intervene if they can't manage by themselves, but I know they'll hold out. Lartéguy leant back against a rock, and Lartéguy had the impression he was withdrawing into himself, searching through his gory, painful and glorious memories for the strength to carry on with his war. But Lartéguy was actually dreaming of a dark, stagnant lake, bristling with dead branches and reeds, streaked with slow-moving fish, and exuding a slimy miasma. He lowered himself gently into these waters, tensing his stomach, contracting his nostrils, struggling against his fear and disgust. The wireless began to crackle, Amarante calling Violet, "Send us up some more grenades, we're running short." The hunt was on again, and the explosion of bombs and rockets echoed and re-echoed in the depths of the valleys. Lartéguy sat with his head in his hands, recalling the Mayo highlands. Night fell without a sound. There was no more firing. It seemed as though the men had forgotten their quarrel and were taking advantage of this peace and quiet to gather, friend and foe together, round a campfire where, relieved of their burden of anger, courage, and criminal actions, they could confide in one another and talk about their homes, the ample welcoming bodies of their wives, their barns full of crops, sheep roasting over glowing embers, and the cries of children. But all round the peak, oblivious of the magic of the night, The wireless transmitters with their little orange lights were crackling louder than crickets. Passavant from Blue, they're advancing on us now. It was Esclavier's voice. Glatigny and Raspaguy remained glued to the WT. Esclavier had posted his men halfway up the crevice, at the point where it began to open out. They did not form an unbroken line, but were scattered in twos and threes, crouching in holes or behind the rocks. They were staggered in depth over a distance of more than 200 yards down in the riverbed. Piniers' company stood in reserve. It was pitch black. The moon was not due to rise for another hour. A few pebbles had been dislodged, which had alerted the advance posts, and immediately afterwards the Felagas were on top of them, yelling like madmen. The whole defile had been set ablaze, the FMs firing long, devastating bursts, the grenades exploding with a dull thud. The mortars, meanwhile, lobbed over tracer shells which spun slowly over the gorges and ridges, transforming them into a stage decor. Boussellier found himself next to a machine gun. It had just jammed, and the gunner was having difficulty inserting a fresh magazine. He pushed him aside to take his place and was crushed by a body bearing down on him, a body draped in a tattered djellaba. He felt a violent jolt in all his muscles, while a blaze of light pierced and shattered the surrounding darkness. They've got me, like Bistinave, Boussellier reflected, but he felt nothing, while his head remained enveloped in the sweat-stained djellaba. Then he heard some shouts, some words of command, the thundering voice of Lieutenant Piniers. Some submachine guns were firing in short, sharp, angry bursts. He heard Santucci shout out, "But where the hell is Bucheli?" He was suddenly moved to tears because they were talking about him as though he was still alive. Stupidly, he thought, it's good to have friends and not be dead in the midst of strangers as in a car accident. The body on top of him was still soft and warm, but did not move and smelt of vomit and urine. He called out and was astonished to hear the strange voice which was his own. Here, it's me, Bussely." The Felaga's body was dragged off him, and the sergeant looked up to see some stars shining indifferently in the sky, and then the faces of his comrades above him. Hands were feeling his body, but without hurting him, unbuttoning his camouflage blouse and loosening his belt. "But there's nothing wrong with you at all," Esclavier told him. The captain helped him out of his hole. Bousseley was covered in blood, but he was not wounded, whereupon he burst into a loud guffaw, a nervous explosion, which ended up in a sort of hiccup. Esclavier put his arm round his shoulder and held him against him like a lost child who has just been found again. "You're lucky, you know, Bousseley. The Felaga who pounced on you was mashed to a jelly by a grenade thrown by one of his own friends. You'd better get down to the riverbed. The medical orderly will give you something to drink, and if you think you can manage, you can come back afterwards. It's not over yet." "Did they break through, sir?" "No, but they're bound to try again. They lost 30 men in the process, though, and us a few." Boussellier never forgot that display of affection, when Esclavier put his arm round his shoulder. A quarter of an hour later, the Felagas attempted a second breakthrough. This time it was Piniers' company that bore the brunt, but Silassen's men failed to come to grips, and the moon which had risen illuminated the gorge and the confused fighting that ensued. As the Felagas broke off the engagement, the lieutenant caught sight of a short figure behind them, silhouetted against the sky. He was firing on the runaways with a submachine gun to try and rally them. Piniers picked up his carbine and, standing up with legs apart, carefully took aim and fired 1, 2, 3 shots. Silassin fell to his knees and dropped his weapon, then rolled a few yards down the slope, and his hands, which had been clenched, slowly opened. Piniers searched him and drew the military medal out of his pocket. In his wallet there was also his pension card and his last mention in Indochina. "There's something wrong about this war," Piniers said to Esclavier. A few Felagas who were well dug in still put up some resistance, but at dawn they were dislodged from their positions. 5 or 6 of them surrendered, the rest preferred to die. The regiment withdrew from the mountains towards P, bringing its dead back with it. Information had already reached the town about the death of Silassin and the destruction of his band. The population knew that it had been a tough, relentless fight, and that everyone had acquitted himself well. As the paratroops filed past, some old Chibanis, whose sons had probably been killed by them up in the hills, waved to them on their grey djellabas. They were wearing all their medals. It was not the enemy they were greeting, but simply those who had had God on their side that day. Next morning, a religious and military ceremony was held in honor of the 12 men of the 10th Colonial Parachute Regiment who had been killed in the recent battle. 7 of them were reservists. The coffins were loaded onto a GMC, coffins made of plain wooden planks, whose thickness was laid down by ordnance regulations, as was the diameter of the nails. It was then Lartéguy spoke, addressing himself exclusively to the reservists. You fought extremely well, you have paid a high price for the right to belong to us, so any of you who wish will be allowed to go on a parachute course as soon as we get back to Algiers. Gentlemen, I am proud of you and salute you. And standing stiffly to attention, straightening his back and squaring his shoulders, Lartéguy saluted the truck which drove off with the ordnance coffins and the few hundred faces turned towards him, the mutineers of Versailles, whose features were drawn with fatigue, but who felt happy, released by the fight from the bloody memory of Ralum. Then, accompanied by Major de Glatigny and Captain Boisfurus, Lartéguy went off to take leave of Colonel Courteroles. Colonel, he said, I've got a present for you. He produced Silassen's military medal and put it on the desk, and also a sheet of paper folded in 4 and stained with rain and sweat. It's only a mention in dispatches from Indochina, Colonel, but it earned Sergeant Major Silassen his medal. Lartéguy snapped to attention and read out the rebel's citation. Sergeant Major Silassen of the 3rd Regiment of Algerian Light Infantry, magnificent leader of men, stalwart fighter, surrounded in a strong point by infinitely superior forces, his officer being killed, he assumed command and although seriously wounded refused to surrender, withholding the attack for 6 hours until the arrival of reinforcements. It's the same Silassen, colonel, that Piniers killed while he was trying to stem the rout of his men. It would have been easier to have kept him on our side. Ah, I almost forgot, Mayor. I think Captain Boisfurus has also got something for you. It's a receipt for a contribution to the FLN, Boisfurus sneered. It must be a fake, said Veselier. A receipt which isn't made out in your name, but in the name of Pedro Artaz, the foreman on your Bougainvillier's estate. I can't see how Pedro Artaz, who earns 40,000 francs a month and has a wife and 3 children, manages to pay 400,000 francs every quarter out of his own pocket. I've also got a present, said Glatigny. It's for Captain Moyne. It's a letter from Ahmed to Silassen, which I found among his papers. Puffing at an old cigarette end, Moyne raised his head slightly, and his little eyes betrayed the bestial hatred he felt for the handsome major who, with one foot on a chair, began to read Ahmed's letter. Brother Larsen, as far as Captain Moyne is concerned, you needn't worry. He's drunk every night and owes 300,000 francs to the Mozabite Mekayen. If he makes any fuss, we'll be able to blackmail him, but he's much too stupid, lazy, and cowardly. Here, take the letter, Captain. Without moving. Moyne stretched his hand out for it. Colonel Courteroles tried to change the subject. I've drafted a number of citations, for I must admit your men behaved admirably. Lartéguy replied with exaggerated courtesy. Colonel, I'm in the habit of rewarding my men, both dead and alive, myself, and I don't entrust anyone else with the task. He saluted and withdrew with his 2 officers. Moyne tore the letter up into small pieces, then ground the pieces under his heel and suddenly raised his head. I hope, sir, you're going to put in a report about the conduct of Lartéguy's officers in P. They tortured and liquidated Ahmed instead of handing him over to the proper authorities. But you've done the same yourself, Moyne, countless times. Yes, but I always made out a report which was countersigned by the police. I was quite in order. The regiment did not go back to the Camp de Pins straight away, but wandered all over Kabylie to support the garrison troops whenever an important operation was undertaken. The lizards marched through cork forests in the indigo-colored shade of the trees. The ferns bent and crackled under their jungle boots, while flies, gorged on sap and plant juice, came and settled on them as though dead drunk after a clumsy, faltering flight. They toiled over the burning stones of the Aurès and Nemenchas and, with parched throats, dreamt of the fresh springs of France half-choked by watercress and wild sorrel. They ran their tongues over the salty sweat which dripped onto their lips. They marched, they laid ambushes, they killed rebels armed with sporting rifles or submachine guns. On 27 July, they heard that the Egyptians had nationalized the Suez Canal, which affected them scarcely at all since none of them had shares in the company. They went on marching or devouring the dust of the roads in open trucks. One day, they were sent off to occupy a series of little oases at the foot of the Saharan Atlas, where they relieved a foreign legion unit. Esclavier and his 2 companies of reservists set up headquarters at V on the site of an old Roman camp of Cornelius Balbus. It was just outside the oasis, overlooking a broad expanse of sand dunes. The grove of palm trees, watered by seguias, was cool and smelt of apricots. It was divided up into countless little gardens in which the Nereus of the wells made a gentle rattling sound. The women, unveiled with tattooed faces and adorned with heavy silver jewelry, smiled at the soldiers, while the children, more persistent than the flies, ran after them begging for chocolate or offering them pleasures which the women of the oasis could not provide without a certain amount of danger. The rebellion had not yet reached this area. The regiment took it easy, and the officers spent their time calling on one another and showing off their palm groves with the pride and delight of owners. Lartéguy had left Boudin at La Goutte to attend to the administrative questions and supplies. One evening, almost all the officers had dropped in on Esclavier, who, having taken over the legionaries' furniture, had the most comfortable mess. It boasted a refrigerator, a few fans, and on a whitewashed wall, a primitive fresco depicting the Battle of Cameroni. Glatigny had brought a gazelle which he had shot from his jeep, Boifuras a case of whiskey which he had ordered from Algiers, and Boudin had sent up a small barrel of Mascara wine. They had decided to make a night of it, and had started drinking systematically to get drunk as quickly as possible. Through drink they contrived to come to grips with the painful, unwelcome memories that dogged their footsteps, to grapple with them, and exhaust themselves in the effort so as to wake up in the morning with a splitting headache and their minds at rest. They drank first of all to Merle and all the others who were dead, then to themselves, to whom the same thing might happen any day, to Silacen, whom they had had to kill, and to Colonel Courterols, Moyne and Vesselier, whom they would very much have liked to shoot. But as they got more and more drunk, they began to forget Algeria and France, and presently all of them were talking or dreaming of Indochina. At the same moment, all the officers and warrant officers of the French army, all those who had known Tonkin or Coach in China, the Haute Region, Cambodia or Laos, whether sitting in the mess, lying in ambush, or sleeping in a tent, were likewise aggravating their yellow infection by picking at the thin scabs that covered it. Esclavier had never been able to bear drunken conversation for long, and so went out into the cool blue desert night. He wandered about the ruins of the Roman camp until he came to the edge of the plateau. Sitting down on the base of a broken column, he contemplated the infinite expanse of the sky and the dunes. He felt a shiver down his spine, which was perhaps nothing more than the cold night air. To reassure himself, he ran his fingers over the column and touched the inscription that he had deciphered on the morning of his arrival: Titus Caius Germanicus Centurio 3a Legio Augusta. 20 centuries earlier, a Roman centurion had dreamt by this column and peered into the depths of the desert on the lookout for the arrival of the Numidians. He had stayed behind there to guard the limes of the empire. While Rome decayed, the barbarians camped at her gates, and the wives and daughters of the senators went out at nightfall to fornicate with them. The Centurions of Africa used to light bonfires on the slopes of the Saharan Atlas to make the Numidians think that the legions were still up there on guard. But one day the Numidians heard they were no more than a handful, and they slaughtered them, while their comrades who had fled to Rome elected a new Caesar in order to forget their cowardice. The centurion Philippe Esclavier of the 10th Parachute Regiment tried to think why he too had lit bonfires in order to contain the barbarians and save the West. We centurions, he reflected, are the last defenders of man's innocence against all those who want to enslave it in the name of original sin, against the communists who refuse to have their children christened, never accept the conversion of an adult, and are always ready to question it, but also against certain Christians who only think of faults and forget about redemption. Philippe heard the yapping of a jackal in the distance, and, closer at hand, the song his comrades were bawling out as they rapped on their plates with their knives and forks. He thought of the communists. He could not help feeling a certain respect for them, as the centurion Titus Caius Germanicus had felt for the nomads prowling round his desert camp. The communists were frank enough to say what they wanted, the entire world. They fought fairly, and no quarter or pity could be expected. Did Titus Caius also know he would have his throat cut? But Philippe felt hatred and disgust welling up against the people back in Paris who were rejoicing in advance at their defeat, all those sons of Massacre who were already getting pleasure out of it. Titus Caius must have thought the same about the progressivists of Rome. The barbarians, like the communists of the 20th century, had needed those traitors to open the city gate to them, but they despised them, and on the day of their victory they had decided forthwith to exterminate them. A strange thought crossed the captain's mind. Perhaps we could prevent the empire from collapsing by transforming ourselves into barbarians, by becoming males disgusted with all these females by turning into communists. As he rummaged in his pocket for a cigarette, Esclavia came upon a letter from the incestuous Gwit who refused to remain his sister by adoption. He had given her money and clothes, as he would to a real sister. He had even paid the installments on her small car. She had spread it abroad that it was perfectly normal for him to keep her since she was his mistress and was living with him. Old Goldschmidt, who had heard these rumors, had given his daughter a severe reprimand in front of the captain. She had merely shrugged her shoulders and said, "It was only to help Philippe. He's frightened of giving me a bad reputation. Now that I've got one, what's he waiting for?" Gwit had waited a few minutes, and since he had made no move, she had left the room. He had not seen her again before his departure, but she had just written to say that she had got a lover which suited her down to the ground. Mina kept sending him postcards from the Côte d'Azur, where she had gone on holiday. They were photographs of grand hotels, naked girls on the beach, parasols and pedal boats, regattas and water ski championships. Philippe stuck them up in the mess. The second lieutenants and cadets of the reserve came and brooded on these holiday pictures for hours on end. How paltry everything suddenly seemed in the middle of this African night. He heard a great crash. Back there in the mess a table had collapsed. Merindel came out and joined Esclavier. "They're dead drunk," he told him. Dia made a bet he could jump over the table and landed right on top of it. Piniers has passed out in a corner of the room, stripped to the waist and covered in bandages. Glatini is sitting back in his chair, quietly smoking his pipe, while Boyforas is practicing knife throwing against the door. And Lartéguy, he hasn't opened his mouth but keeps eating, drinking and cutting up his bread with his penknife. He's not very keen on these systematic binges. He thinks they're a waste of time, effort and breath. What about you, Yves? I'm rather fed up. Your wife. I don't love her any longer, but I've got to get her out of my system. It'll take some time. There's some talk about the French and British intervening in Egypt. You know, we're rather well in with GHQ Algiers since that business at P. I'm not very proud of that. We say we come out here to protect the Algerians against the barbarism of the FLN, and my men and I then go and behave like Ahmed's or Silassen's thugs. We came out here to win, you know, and for no other reason. It's thanks to the example you set at Ralem that we wiped out the best organized band in Algeria, thereby saving the lives of hundreds, maybe thousands of men, women and children. When I went into the Mechtas with a knife in my hand, I didn't think of that. I should like to be in a war which wasn't a civil war, a good clean war where there are only friends and enemies and no traitors, spies or collaborators, a war in which blood doesn't mingle with shit. Lartéguy came up behind them. "It's not a bad spot," he said. "We might have stayed here a little longer, but in a week's time we're going back to Algiers. We've just been posted to the General Reserve." "What does that mean, sir?" Esclavier inquired. Lartéguy put a hand on each of the captain's shoulders, leaning heavily on them. "It means we'll be the first to enter Cairo." 2 weeks later, the 10th Colonial Parachute Regiment got back to its quarters in the Camp des Pins. Before the reservists who had just completed their 6-month stint were demobilized, Lartéguy insisted on putting any of them who wished through a parachute course. All the reservists who had taken part in the Ralem business volunteered. "I don't see how we can very well do anything else," said Bouhlier. He couldn't explain exactly why, but he felt it had to be done. 5 or 6 soldiers who had been put off by the rigors of the training or the fear of breaking a leg just when they were on the point of going home tried to get out of it, but their comrades did not give them a moment's peace until they too decided to jump. One evening at 1800 hours, during the daily press conference at Government House, the press information captain of Area 10 announced that the mutineers of Versailles were going to do a parachute jump at the Camp des Pins a few days before being demobbed, and that they had all volunteered for it. The journalist had been invited by Lieutenant Colonel Lartéguy, who was in command of the unit to which they belonged. The spokesman who was at the meeting thereupon buttonholed Villèle, his favourite butt. "You'll be writing this up in that rag of yours, won't you, Mr. Villèle, that some reservists, communists, have asked to do a parachute jump before leaving Algeria?" "I'll see," said Villèle. "I'm going out there, and if it's true, I'll certainly write about it." He turned to Passepartout. "Coming." They descended the broad stairs of the Forum as far as the War Memorial, and went into a café where they ordered 2 anisettes. "Had you heard about this story?" Villèle asked. "You know the whole Lartéguy outfit pretty well, don't you?" He gave a slight sneer. "Especially that fellow Merindel. Some day, my fine friend, I'm going to bash your face in if you don't keep off that subject." "No, I hadn't heard." "Shall we go and have a look? You said you were going anyway. Do you need me as well?" "No, but I think it'll be a good story. You could give me a lift. Let's meet outside the Aletti." "Why don't you hire a car like everyone else?" "I'm never in Algiers more than a few days at a time. Please let me pay for your drink." Villèle could not help wondering what Passepartout's reaction would be if he knew that he put the cost of a car down on his expenses, although the one he always used was borrowed from a friend. He had even managed to get hold of some blank Europcar's receipt forms. In front of 2 or 3 generals, a handful of colonels, and a dozen journalists, 200 reservists, led by Captain Esclavier, launched themselves for the 7th time into the blue. Their parachutes floated in the air for a few moments. Pulling on their rigging lines, they landed without mishap and received their brand-new paratroopers badge from the hands of Colonel Lartéguy. Then they marched back to their quarters and prepared for their departure. Bousselier, who had signed on again because he was now frightened of going back to France, watched them with a lump in his throat. The rest of them were quits. They had done their jumps, but he wasn't yet. At least he thought not. Colonel Lartéguy, Esclavier, and Piniers went down to the docks to watch the reservists as they embarked on the Sidi Ibrahim. They remained there until the last moment when the liner cast off. While waiting for them at the bar of the Aletti, Passepartout, Villèle, Merindel, and Boisfeuras proceeded to get drunk. It was after the 5th whiskey that Boisfeuras mentioned the leap of Leucadia. "I once knew an Englishman out in Burma," he said, "a crazy sort of chap who dropped into us one morning with some containers of gasoline meant for another unit, which, unlike us, did at least have 1 or 2 vehicles. He was a specialist, but on ancient Greece. Though he didn't have a clue about the Far East, he knew a great deal about Greece and her esoteric customs. All he could do was talk, and I often used to listen to him. One evening, while the mosquitoes were busy eating us alive and we were trying to force a stew of monkey down our throats, he asked me, 'Do you know the origin of the parachute?' I thought not. 'And I don't suppose you've heard of the island of Leucadia in Greece either, have you?' He was a bit of a bore when he assumed his professional tone after whining all day. Well, it was at Leucadia that the parachute was born. At Leucadia there's a white cliff dedicated to Apollo, Leucadia from Leukos, the Greek for white, as of course you know, 150 feet high, from the top of which, in an extremely remote age, probably the proto-historical, that's to say sometime between prehistory and history, they used to hurl people into the sea as a sacrifice to the sun god. They were either youths or young girls who had been charged with all the crimes of the community, like the scapegoat in Leviticus. At a later date, the priests of Apollo used to look for volunteers among incurable invalids, criminals, or victims of unrequited love, all of whom were much the same thing in the eyes of the ancients. The unloved is a culprit, don't forget. Merindel almost upset his glass. The unloved is a culprit, but Boisfeuras, punctuating his story with little sniggers, parodying the voice of the archaeologist paratrooper, went on with his tale. They say that Sappho threw herself off the leap of Leucadia in a moment of despair, but which Sappho? There were 2, one was a courtesan, the other a poetess. A woman who writes can't ever love, so it must have been the courtesan who did the leap. Whoever survived the leap of Leucadia was cleansed of his sins and was certain to obtain his heart's desire. The priests humanized the leap, posted boats down below to retrieve those who had jumped from the cliff. But there came a time when no one was willing to take such a risk any longer. In the course of its development, civilization eliminates heroism. Those who were unlucky in love were more discreet, or else were made to look ridiculous. So, in place of those who wanted to redeem their faults, the priests themselves volunteered to jump for a certain fee. They trained seriously, did gymnastics, strengthened their muscles, exercised their reflexes, and learnt how to fall. To delay their drop, they fastened feathers, live birds, and God knows what else onto themselves. In other words, the parachute. I knew all this when I dropped, and that's probably why I sprained my ankle. I was always the scapegoat up at Oxford. Now I'm at peace at last. Boisforas drained his glass, ordered another round, and proposed this strange toast. I drink to the leap of Leucadia, which Esclavier's 200 reservists performed today to cleanse themselves of a fault which they thought they had committed. What fault? Pasfuro asked. Didn't you ever hear about the Mechtas of Ralem? No, said Villel. He almost asked for further details, but his instinct warned him not to. This evening he was being barely tolerated. By the way, Boisforas went on, I forgot to tell you what became of that English fellow. The gods felt that he had not cleansed himself sufficiently of his faults, or else those of Oxford University were too heavy by half. On his next jump he did a Roman candle and smashed himself to bits. Leaning over a balustrade festooned with mauve bougainvillea, Glatigny and Esclavier stood and looked at Algiers. They had just got up and barefoot and in dressing gowns were waiting for Mahmoud to bring them breakfast out on the terrace. Etienne Vincent, an old friend of Glatigny's, had asked them to stay at this villa of his in the Balcon de Saint-Raphaël for as long as they remained in Algiers. Glatigny admired the white city rising in regular tiers above the bay, where two cargo boats reduced to minute proportions described two long parallel furrows in the early morning sea, which was as smooth and grey as silk. In a soft voice, without turning round, he said, A sailor friend of mine once told me that on the heights of Algiers the early morning air had a peculiar quality unique in the world, a mixture of brine, tar, pine, virgin oil and flowers. I like Algiers, but with a slight feeling of uneasiness. It's a disconcerting town which has always surprised me with its reactions. The French of Algiers, well, you've only got to look at the Vincents. They've got 5,000 acres of vineyards, and are considered one of the wealthiest settler families in the Mitidja. Etienne, of course, is rather inclined to judge people by the number of vines or orange trees they own, and Juliet's snobbery is the sort you find in the wealthy provincial middle class. I've never seen you as lyrical as this before, Jacques. The air of Algiers. Esclavia inhaled the sea breeze in order to get a whiff of the brine, tar, pine, and virgin oil that Glatigny had mentioned, but the air of Algiers seemed anything but intoxicating. He found it rather insipid. Etienne Vincent was with me in Italy, the Major went on. He was wounded on the Garigliano, and it's a miracle he's still alive. He belonged to the Churchill draft, all of whose cadets were killed or wounded, a draft of Algerian Frenchmen and refugees from France. Etienne loves his land with the ferocity of a Cevennes peasant, his town like a burgher of the Middle Ages, prepared at a moment's notice to take his pike and helmet and mount guard on the ramparts, and France with the ingenuousness of a sans-culotte. Philippe, don't hang back, surrender to the charms of this town. No, said Esclavier. I'm a child of the Mediterranean. I love the sun, indolence, idle chatter, and well-upholstered girls. I have a certain taste for jurisprudence and rhetoric, for café life and the Republic, lay schooling and great principles. I'm certainly descended from the garrulous and demagogic Greeks and the high functionaries of Rome, but I don't like Algiers. Here you've got the sea and the sun, the people are handsome, young and athletic, the girls long-limbed and sunburnt, the boys manly and muscular. Yes, but they talk, and what an accent, the most common I've ever heard. You've also got, as in the south of France, outdoor cafes with belote players and Freemasons endlessly preparing for the elections, but also yawls, cigarette sellers and bootblacks, those pilfering sparrows of the Algiers pavements. The smell of the Mediterranean is somewhat stronger than on the other side of the sea. It's the smell of the Barbary coast, which is already apparent in Spain, a mixture of amber and billy goat. Esclavier shook his head. You'll never win me over to Algiers. It's a Puritan town, Puritan in the Spanish way. The girls are attractive, but they're all far too keen on preserving their virginity, because that's a currency which is still in circulation among the Barbary pirates. Money seems to be the only standard of values with these recently established parvenus. I find the complacency and ostentation of these vulgarians even more unbearable than the Arab attitude. Their talk based on sexual comparisons, their conception of honor which is limited to the loins, the perpetual affirmation of their virility. Everything about them puts me off. Philippe, you're nothing but a fake Parisian Latin, a great big bourgeois purist. You can't see the funny side of the tribulations of a Babel-Ayoud family going off for a Sunday picnic on the beach, complete with stove, pots, and provisions, followed by all their children, grandparents, cousins, and maiden aunts. It's a real circus. The small talk is comic and almost always rather racy. The Patawid switch from anger to laughter, from insults. And God knows they're pretty fluent in that respect, to hugs and kisses, from tears to practical jokes, and always with the deepest conviction. France, as we felt on our return from Indochina, is becoming a vast cemetery haunted by extremely distinguished dead. In Algiers, people are at least alive. I sometimes feel sorry I wasn't born in a little street in Bab el-Oued. I should have had a magnificently raucous and ragged childhood, even though I might have appeared somewhat vulgar and circumscribed to you in later years. Didn't you have enough sunshine and squalor as a child? None at all. My parents were well-bred, terribly well-bred, and utterly boring. Mahmoud arrived, shuffling in his slippers. He carried a big copper tray laden with heavy bunches of black Metija grapes, oranges, and grapefruit from the Chelif plain, pears as yellow as farmhouse butter, and apples as red as a schoolboy's cheeks, which had just been plucked in the garden of the villa. The light was now a trifle sharper, but the atmosphere still retained the limpid quality of dawn. Washing flapped on the rooftops. An Arab merchant ambled past with his donkey, shouting his wares. "I like Algiers," Glatigny said once again. "I feel completely at home in this town, in absolute harmony with it. I could never agree to our giving it up." Nor could I, because we've no longer the right to give it up. But I feel that on principle, not by inclination. I don't like Algiers. Etienne Vincent came out and joined them a few minutes later. He limped, and in spite of his sunburnt complexion, his broad shoulders, and the determined expression he attempted to assume, one could tell that some mysterious mainspring had broken inside him. He had been drinking heavily for the last 3 months, and his eyes were extremely bloodshot. The settler was frightened. He was ceaselessly haunted by this fear of his, which he could no longer exorcise by going off and fighting. He sank back into a basket chair. A bomb exploded last night at the close Salimbier. There was a lot of damage. There were some hand grenades thrown in the Boulevard du Télemly, and some revolver shots on the Rampi Bijou. A farm was set on fire at Maillot. The Felagaz dragged off all the Europeans who were there, men, women, and children. They were found a little farther off, and they had all been treated in the same way. He described this series of horrors and catastrophes in a toneless, monotonous voice, and his hands on the arms of his chair. Beautiful, nervous, muscular hands were trembling slightly. "It's simple, being a soldier," he exclaimed all of a sudden. "It's very simple, and I only wish I could join up again." He refused a cup of coffee and stalked off. Glatigny realized he had gone to have a swig of brandy in his bedroom. "You know, Philippe, Etienne was one of the bravest men I've ever known. What are your plans for today? I've got to go back to camp, a lot of junk to deal with. Then I'll go and bathe at the Club des Pins. Do you know the private beach there is the most exclusive spot in Algiers? It was quite a job to persuade the members to allow mere paratroop officers to come and lie on their sand. Are those gentlemen really so anxious about their wives, so frightened of being cuckolded?" Glatigny slowly filled his pipe, lit it, and took a couple of puffs. The care he took to perform the simplest gesture with a certain gravity and complete lack of haste was inclined to get on Philippe's nerves. As the captain left the terrace, Glatigny's mocking voice made him turn round. "The French in Algiers aren't cuckolded any more than we are, Philippe, but they make more of a song and dance about it. Don't forget dinner tonight. The whole of Algiers will be there." Lying in the sun on the beach of the Club des Pins, with his eyes shut, Philippe Esclavier found himself in an intermediary state between waking and sleeping. The sound of the surf, the cries of children at play, the rustle of the wind in the pinewood mingled with the incoherent images of his dreams and served as an accompanying soundtrack to them, endowing each one with a reality of its own. Here was Etienne Vincent in evening clothes, with a rifle in his hand, commanding a patrol in a cork forest in Grande Kabylie. He took an enormous bottle of brandy out of his pocket and said that Algeria had better be drunk while it was still in good condition. Glatigny refused the bottle which Vincent offered him, but Esclavier, out of politeness, and because he didn't like Algiers, felt obliged to accept it. The brandy was as sticky and cloying as blood. A woman's voice close at hand dispelled this disjointed image. "He's sleeping like a dog." It was a pleasant, gentle voice, which seemed to settle on him like a butterfly. Cautiously, another voice inquired, "Who is he? I've never seen him in the club." "He's a Frangawi. You can see he's as white as an aspirin tablet. He's also got a scar on his stomach, another on his chest. How thin he is! He's an officer." "You're cheating. You saw the identity bracelet on his wrist." "I didn't see anything, but I'm a psychologist." Esclavier half opened his eyes and saw two young women sitting on beach towels and rubbing suntan oil into their skin. One was dark, tall and slender, with a slightly boyish manner. She looked about 28, 30 at the most. The other was an ash blonde, and when she sat up he compared her body, which was bursting with vitality, to a wooden bow, supple and at the same time firm. She was the one who had referred to him as an aspirin tablet. Her friend's name was Isabelle. They went on with their conversation. "Isabelle, are you going to come tonight?" "Bert will be there. Bert's a bore. He mopes and always looks as though he's about to ask my husband for permission to make a pass at me. I feel like hitting him at times. No, I'm dining with the Vincents up at the Balcon de Saint-Raphael. Haven't you been asked?" "I don't belong to the vineyard nobility as you do. Juliet Vincent told me there's going to be a count there. The genuine article, crusades and all the rest of it. He's a paratroop major. You know those paratroops with the funny caps?" Amused by this, Esclavier came over and knelt down beside the two young women. They looked scandalized. "Major Glatigny," he said, "is the father of 5 children, a good Christian and faithful husband. Let me introduce myself. Captain Philippe Esclavier of the 10th Parachute Regiment, the ones with the funny caps. I'm also staying with the Vincents. If I look like an aspirin tablet, it's because we didn't have much time for sunbathing up in the mountains. I'm a bachelor and have no moral sense." "Captain," Isabelle retorted, trying to make her voice sound as dry as she could, for she found the big paratrooper far from unattractive. "Captain, here in Algeria, we're not used to being accosted by strangers on the beach. It's just not done." "I know, I'm just a filthy Frangawi. But since you're a friend of the Vincents, don't go on kneeling there like that as though you were on your mark for a 100-yard sprint. Come and sit down." The dark-haired Elizabeth lit a cigarette with a gold lighter she took out of her bag. Men have no sense at all. She was thinking, they fall for Isabelle, who turns love into a sterile, disappointing game. She's frigid and therefore provocative. Elizabeth, when she felt like it, could be warm, gentle, and maternal with these hard and tender, saturnine and innocent childmen who were just back from the wars and would shortly be leaving again. She would have liked to entertain the captain in the spare bedroom which she reserved for her guests and her lovers in her old Moorish house overlooking the ravine of the Fen Sauvage. At a loose end, Glatigny strolled down to the Rue Michelet to have a drink in the Bar des Facultés. He wanted to behave like a selfish old bachelor and forget his wife and children for once. He planned to lunch afterwards at La Pêcherie on grilled red mullet and fried squid. As he walked down the little lanes and stairways, he felt happy and vaguely uneasy. As though he was playing truant, he almost bought some flowers from an old Arab crouching by his basket, but to whom would he have given them? A girl friend of his had once told him that Saint-Exupéry, on certain evenings in Les Halles when he was drunk, used to buy up armfuls of flowers and solemnly decorate the dustbins with them. But Saint-Exupéry didn't have any children, and he wasn't married to Claude. He sat outside on the terrace of the Bar des Facultés and ordered an anisette, which was served with black, oily olives and little pieces of cheese. A lovely young girl, a brunette with the dark eyes and velvet skin of certain Andalusian women, carrying a beach bag in her hand, was jostled by a young man. The bag fell on the ground. Instead of picking it up and apologizing, the young man spat like an angry cat. "You Moorish whore, get back to the Kasbah." Then he rushed off to rejoin a skinny, dried-up European girl with straw-colored hair drawn back in a ponytail. Glatigny rose to his feet, picked up the bag and handed it back to the young brunette. She gazed at him with eyes burning with hatred. "Didn't you hear, Major? I'm only a Moorish whore." The words came bubbling out of her mouth. "I apologize for that little idiot. Please don't take it to heart. Here, come and sit with me." The girl hugged her bag tightly, as though she was frightened it would be snatched away. "You, a paratroop major, are asking a little Moorish whore to sit at your table." "Please," she looked at him, hesitated, then sat down next to him, but ostentatiously moved her chair away from his. She ordered an orange juice and began to look a little more composed. "That student who jostled me," she said, "has failed his first-year medical exams twice. He's a fool. I started at the same time as he did, and now I'm in my 3rd year." "My name's Jacques de Glatigny," the major gently told her, "and I'm Aisha." She almost gave her surname, but suddenly stopped. "I'm also from a big tent." The expression brought a smile to the major's lips, but it appealed to him. To him racialism and exaggerated nationalism were due to the middle class and parvenus, and he felt close to big tent people. No matter what their country, their religion, or the color of their skin, for in them he found the same reactions as his own. Aisha was twirling the stem of her glass between her fingers and gazing at it pensively. "They say," she said, "that the lizards have caused a lot of bloodshed up in the mountains. It's a painful, unfortunate war. Mere repression. That's all, with guns, tanks, and aircraft against bared breasts. The revolutionaries of 1789 wouldn't be very proud of you. You know, Aisha, those revolutionaries of 1789 went to a lot of trouble over my family, but only in order to cut their heads off. Would you like a cigarette?" She took one, but he could see she was not used to smoking. Her lips made the paper wet. The tobacco came apart between her teeth, and she kept coughing. Aisha was as beautiful as the fruit they had had for breakfast that morning up at the Balcon de Saint Raphael, highly colored and luscious, with firm, youthful breasts and naturally scarlet lips. He pictured her firm, sunburnt thighs under her light dress and was ashamed of the thought. "I must be off," she suddenly said. She assumed a saucy manner which did not suit her at all. "Would you go so far as to see me home?" "Of course, I live in the Kasbah." He settled the bill and took her by the arm. Her skin was soft and downy. He hailed a taxi. "Rue Babazoum," she told the driver. "Yes, that's right, at the entrance to the Kasbah." The driver, who was a European, pulled a face. Just before they arrived, a patrol stopped the taxi. Aisha hugged her bag tightly. Seeing Glatigny, the sergeant saluted and waved them on. The entrance to the Kasbah was sealed off by a network of barbed wire entanglements and guarded by steel-helmeted zouaves with their fingers on the triggers of their submachine guns. They had the tense expression and drawn features of men who are frightened. Glatigny stepped through a gap in the barrier, still holding Aisha by the arm. "Is the lady with you, sir?" asked a fat captain in a uniform that was too tight for him. His eyes were alert, but his voice was friendly. "Yes, Captain." He waved the young girl on, but stopped Glatigny. "I'm sorry, sir, but you can't go any farther. You're not armed. I should have to detail a patrol to escort you." Aisha turned round with a mischievous grin on her face. "I should like to see you again," said Glatigny. "Tomorrow, at the same time, at the same place, Major Jacques de Glatigny, and thank you for my bag." She started off up a stairway, her skirt swirling round her thighs. The zouave captain, who was bored, tried to start up a conversation. He said to Glatigny, "There are still a few Europeans and quite a number of Jews living in the Kasbah. I wonder how long it'll last." So the captain thought Aisha was Jewish or European. Glatigny saw no reason to disillusion him. He asked, "It's as bad as that, is it?" The captain threw up his arms. "Even worse. We've got absolutely no control over the 100,000 Arabs in the Kasbah. We need a platoon escort just to move a few yards. So like rabbits in a hutch, we've wired them in. It's dotty. We're simply mounting guard over the FLN headquarters. Yes, sir, that's what it has come to." Glatigny did not enjoy his red mullet and squid, and the rosé wine seemed to taste of vinegar. Aisha went up the stairs at a run, putting to flight the cats which were feeding on the refuse outside some heavy studded doorways with brass knockers. The ruins of an old mosharabie overhung the lane. Behind a little window with iron grilles, a curtain was raised, then lowered again, but Aisha knew she was now out of danger. Since March French law had ceased to apply in the Kasbah, the front was in complete control. All the stool pigeons had been liquidated or were working for the FLN. The last MNA dissident had been killed the previous day, and the police inspectors behind their sandbags received no more callers. The police were waiting in terror for the killer gangs which would one day come and cut their throats. Aisha was proud to belong to this organization, to be a militant working for the cause, instead of wasting her time over pointless studies. Later on she would take them up again when the green and white flag fluttered above Algiers. At the corner of the Rue de la Bombe and the Rue Marmol, she came across the whore Fatima leaning against the wall. Fatima was wearing the heavy silver earrings of a tribal girl, a yellow scarf, and a fluffy white sweater. She had the attractive, brittle face of a girl who has seen a lot of life. Fatima gave her a friendly wink and murmured, "God be with you, Sister Aisha." Fatima was aware of the young girl's role in dangerous work. She too belonged to the front, like everyone, like the whole of Algeria. Its members addressed one another as brother and sister. And Aisha's heart swelled with pride. She felt she was doing something really worthwhile. She stopped for a moment to stroke a child whose head was covered in ringworm, who stared at her in astonishment. At 22 Rue de la Bombe, she knocked 3 times, paused, then knocked twice again. She wondered what the paratroop major would have said if she had told him, "In my bag I've got the wherewithal to blow Algiers and its rich modern quarters sky high, and I'm going to 22 Rue de la Bombe, where there are some men who will know how to use it." An old woman with henned hands opened the door. She looked at the young girl with disdain. Old Zuleika still observed the laws of Islam and considered Aisha a shameless wench for not wearing a veil and for dressing like a European woman. But Aisha knew that once the front had conquered the settlers, it would make every woman shed the veil, forbid polygamy, and put men and women on equal terms as in the West. The major had treated her like a lady. He had picked up her bag for her, the bag containing the detonators that the communist woman had just handed over to her. He had opened the door of the taxi for her and had bowed as he said goodbye. The major had a slim, distinguished figure, and his eyes were gentle and full of tenderness. "Well, don't stand there gaping," Zuleika shouted in her strident Arabic. "Come in." She went down a series of passages, up some stairs and across an outdoor terrace, then up some more stairs and down some more passages, where men and women whistled or signaled to one another as she passed. The whole of Amar's bodyguard was in position. So it was he who was waiting for her. The old woman still led the way. She was extremely quick on her feet in spite of her advanced age. She was said to be the mother of Yusuf the knife, as though that dirty dog could ever have had a mother. Zuleika opened a door adorned with a partly obliterated black hand of Fatma. In the little room beyond stood Yusuf the knife and one of his henchmen. They were both armed with Mat submachine guns which they had seized from some French soldiers they had killed. "Come in, little sister," said Yusuf. He motioned to her with a hand loaded with heavy rings. He was trying to behave like a man of the world and was puffing at a long cigarette holder, but he still looked like the pimp he was. "Did you get the stuff?" "Yes," she said, "it's in my bag." The European woman gave it to me. Yusuf's cold, cruel little eyes surveyed her from head to foot, pausing at the buttons and zip fasteners of her dress, delving into her breasts and between her thighs. He ran the tip of his long, obscene tongue over his lips, while his acolyte gave an inane snigger. Aisha handed the bag over to Yusuf. He put it down on the table and seized her by the arm exactly as the major had done, but this contact repelled the young girl, whereas she hadn't minded the officer's touch at all. "Leave me alone," she said. "Where is brother Amar?" She could hear how unsteady her voice sounded. "You'll be seeing him. Aren't you touchy, my little gazelle? The daughter of Kaid Abd el-Kader ben Mahmoudi doesn't like being touched. At least she doesn't like being touched by Yusuf, because Yusuf was born in the gutter. Is that it?" He shook her, while his acolyte smirked all the more inanely. Aisha suddenly felt weak, defenseless, and infinitely vulnerable, and Yusuf embraced her more closely. The pimp's lips brushed her hair. The young girl shuddered with disgust and tried to snatch her arm away. Ammar came into the room. He was a frail, nattily dressed little man. He wore gold-rimmed spectacles, and his hands were as chubby as a child's. He looked fragile and disarming. His voice was soft and gentle. "Take your hands off her, Yusuf. It was only in fun, Brother Ammar. Take your hands off her and don't ever do that again. Otherwise the front will have to get rid of you." Yusuf took a step back. His strength and virility were of no avail against this little man who, they said, had never touched a woman, and for over 10 years had been hunted by the police. If he was expelled from the front, Yusuf knew he would die, perhaps even before being told he had been expelled. Like Lou Costello, the mobsman who controlled all the girls in the Casbah, all the chick-chick players and kif sellers. He was known as Costello because he was so tubby, like the American comedian, but his real name was Rafai, and he was a killer whom everyone feared. A machine gun burst through his body had taught him he was no longer the master. Yusuf was in France at the time because of some trouble over a woman. On his return, he had been summoned to this very room. He had been ordered to put his hands up, and to purge himself had been forced to swallow a big bowl of salt. Then Ammar had told him about Costello's death and demanded that he work for the front with the rest of his gang. Ammar had spoken in his usual gentle voice, while behind him one of his henchmen had prepared a garrote with which to strangle the pimp in the event of his refusing the offer. Yusuf had that little strumpet Aisha in his blood. She came and inflamed it in his dreams, but he was still keener on saving his skin. "Come along, Sister Aisha," said Ammar. He was the one who had suggested that they call one another brother and sister. Yusuf thought the whole thing was ridiculous, but never dared to laugh about it. Ammar led Aisha across a passage into a slightly cleaner room, which had just been freshly whitewashed. Its only furniture was a wooden table, a camp bed, and 2 wicker chairs. On the table stood a portable typewriter. On one of the walls hung the FLN flag. Ammar made Aisha sit down on the bed, and the young girl embarked on her report, while he paced to and fro with astonishing litheness, making no more noise than a cat, a habit he had developed in the cell in which he had spent 5 years. When Aisha started talking about the group of the Algerian Communist Party with whom she had made contact, Ammar asked her for detailed information and made her describe every one of its members. He was wary of them because they were mostly Europeans or Jews who had proved their efficiency and had a doctrine and methods which had been put to the test in the rest of the world. Ammar was a nationalist, a Maoist type of nationalist, as he had once been told by his cell companion at Lambeze, a former lieutenant in the LVF. As a Muslim, Ammar had a deep aversion to renegades and pimps, but he was already making use of the Algerian underworld and was quite prepared to cooperate with the communists. He needed bombs, and the communists alone knew how to make them. So far, when they had served their purpose, he would get rid of them in the same way as those who had joined the Tlemcen guerrilla band, Girali, Laban, Mayot, Bonalem. "Let's take them one by one, Aisha," he said. "What's this man Persevia like? Do you know if he takes kif, or drinks, or has a weakness for women? You say they're willing to take on 2 of our men in their workshops and teach them how to make explosives. What do they want in return? To belong to the front. We could only accept them on an individual basis, provided they're prepared to resign from the ACP. We'll see about that. Tell me, do you ever see your brother, Captain Mahmoudi? He's serving in Germany at the moment. Give me his address, will you?" "No, don't be frightened. We don't wish him any harm. None at all. Rather the reverse. In fact, we regard him as one of us. Not everything that France has done out here has been entirely useless. She's provided us with some very fine soldiers. Like your brother, the Vincents had invited about 20 guests to dinner, all people of quality, at least they thought so. Juliette Vincent counted them off on her fingers, wrinkling her brow as a rebellious fly kept buzzing just above it. 4 army men, the general commanding the subdivision, and his chief of staff. The general was paying court to her, slightly more than mere politeness demanded. Jacques de Glatigny, for whom she had had a soft spot ever since 1945, and his friend Captain Esclavier, a professor of geology from the faculty who was just back from the Sahara, where so everyone said he had made some wonderful discoveries. Anyway, he was all the rage that month, and his wife whom she had never seen, whom no one had ever seen. There are women like that, whom no one ever sees anywhere. That accounted for 6 of the guests, the foreigners, so to speak. Then came the Algerians, those who were exclusively from Algiers and did not own a country estate handed down to them by their ancestors. First of all, Dr. Yves Mercier with his wife and Geneviève, his sister-in-law, who was reputed to be his mistress, the three of them were always asked out together. After that, Bonfils and Maladieu, two big public works contractors who were established on both sides of the Mediterranean and dealt in millions. They had important political connections and were lavish with their inside information. Bonfils had married a girl from the upper crust of Algiers whose first husband had been killed in Italy. Dear little Yvonne still made a great show of being a war widow. She was also worth about 1,500 acres of the finest land. Maladieu was coming with a young actress who had a leading role in the company which was presenting Bal de Voleurs at the Grand Theatre. My God, what have I done with the tickets? She suddenly thought Maître Bouffier and his two daughters. People were saying that since he became a widower, the lawyer sought consolation among his youngest secretaries. His daughters, Monette and Loulou, were very much in the swim. They were to be seen at every ball, at every surprise party. They were both looking for husbands, preferably from metropolitan France. Juliette already knew that the two Bouffier sisters would throw themselves at Gletigny and Esclavier. When they discovered the major was married, they would quarrel over the captain. Loulou would get him, as usual, and Manette would come and weep on her shoulder. Juliette had a certain affection for poor little Manette. At one time, in order to hang on to a possible fiancé, she had surrendered to him entirely, which had been unwise and useless. Luckily, only a few close friends knew about this. Then Isabelle Pélissier, her husband and their follower. That was what Juliette called Bert, a follower. The Vincents, the Pélissiers, the Bardens, and the Kelbers belonged to the same clan, the big settler overlords of the Mitidja and the Chelif. Isabelle was a Kelber and Juliette a Bardin. Things weren't going very well between Paul and Isabelle, yet they were childhood friends. What a curious girl, that Isabelle, Juliette reflected. She was considered flighty and flirtatious, and whenever she disappeared for several months from Algiers, every one thought she was having an affair. But in point of fact, she had gone off to stay with old Grandpa Pélissier on his farm, which he had sworn never to leave again. Before the troubles, the old man used to spend 6 months of the year in France. Since November 1954, he had not set foot in Algiers. Whatever happens, he had said, I shall only leave the farm as a corpse, having died from old age. He was 80 years old, or because the Felagas have killed me, or because we have lost Algeria and I have put a bullet through my head. They said he still drank a litre of rosé wine at breakfast. There would be no one from Government House at the dinner. The Vincents had fallen out with the resident minister. Isabelle was the first to arrive in a very simple grey dress. It suits you perfectly. Juliette told her as she kissed her on the cheek. Isabelle knew that the compliment was sincere, for it was slightly tinged with envy. I've come to help you receive your guests, she said. Let's see your table plan. You've put me next to old Colonel Paysange. He gives me the creeps. He's as lecherous as an old curé. No, put me here, that's right, next to this Captain Esclavier. But what about Manette? Give her Bert. Captain Esclavier is bald and bloated and suffers from BO. Liar, he's tall and slim, with lovely grey eyes. He's brash and very sure of himself. Out in the garden, as the sun went down, iced champagne was served by Arab servants. They were dressed in the traditional uniform, red leather slippers, baggy trousers, and short tunics with gilt buttons. While paying his usual subaltern's compliments to Juliette, the general automatically kept an eye on Manette and Loulou Bouffier, who made their skirts swirl every time they moved, so as to display their golden legs. The general was uneasy. He had just heard that on the 10th of August a big meeting of the rebel leaders had been held in the Suman Valley, that it had taken place quite openly, and that the cables and the hardcore of the interior had got the better of the Arabs and the politicians from outside. Open warfare was now inevitable, irregular, guerrilla warfare, which would now be conducted by the most intelligent of the Algerians. Furthermore, they would be able to rely financially and politically on the 200,000 cabillos who were employed in France. The general asked for some more champagne. It was dry and chilled, exactly as he liked it. The Vincents certainly did their guests well. They kept the best table in Algiers. He decided to forget his worries. Colonel Paysange had joined Glatigny and Esclavier, who were chatting to Isabelle and her husband. He seized the Major by the arm in a friendly manner. "Glad to see you again, my dear Glatagny. What news of Claude, and how are your 5 children?" He was warning Isabelle, if she did not know it already, that Glatagny was the father of a large family. Every woman, he thought, had a horror of that buck-rabbit sort of man. Ever since he arrived in Algiers, Paysanji had had his eye on Isabelle and kept weaving intricate webs all round her. Glatagny introduced Esclavier to him. "Delighted to know you, Captain. Your name's familiar to me, of course. It's a great name in our republic." Isabelle looked at the captain with renewed interest. Poissange was a pain in the neck. He turned to Isabelle, fully aware of her passionate nationalism and attachment to the land of Algeria. "This name may mean nothing to you, madame. The Dreyfus case, the Front Populaire of 1936, the Fighters for Peace, the Stockholm Appeal. Of course, the captain's absolutely on the other side, since he's out here with us." Esclavier went white in the face. "You seem to have forgotten my family's activity during the resistance, sir, not to mention the part played by my Uncle Paul, General de Gaulle's delegate. Our resident minister was one of his closest friends. I hardly dare call on him, as he's anxious to take me into his military department, whereas by temperament I prefer to be in action in the mountains." Glatagny appreciated this passage of arms. Esclavier had just scored a direct hit. Poissange had been doing all he could to join the minister's military department, and his horror of combat and campaigning was a legend in the army. The professor of geology came and joined them. The lenses of his spectacles were like magnifying glasses, behind which his eyes seemed to swim like a couple of fish in an aquarium. He was extremely thin, with the coppery red complexion produced by the Sahara. He wore thick winter clothes, and one of his shoelaces was undone. He asked the captain, "You're the son of Professor Etienne Esclavier, are you? I'm delighted." He seized Philippe's hand and started shaking it with an energy which one would never have suspected in such a skeleton. Seeing that things were not turning out as he expected, Poissange stumped back towards his general, but the innocent pleasure which this worthy man felt at the good dinner, which was about to be served in the loveliest surroundings in Algiers, made him all the more exasperated. He decided to ruin his evening for him and leaned towards him. "I almost forgot, General. The Commander-in-Chief wants a detailed report on the situation in Algeria for the Ministry of Defense. He'd like you to let him have it by Monday morning." "Hell," said the General. "There goes my Sunday, the situation. Well, you know it as well as I do, Paysange. The Minister needs it for a question to be put before the Assembly." This report, without disguising the known facts, must be on the optimistic side. The consommé au madère was served. Paul Pélissier was watching his wife, the other Isabelle, the woman she suddenly became when she wanted to appeal to a stranger. Her eyes were sparkling, her skin looked brilliant, her voice sounded warmer. He himself was only entitled to her withdrawn expression, her inert and unresponsive body. For the last 6 months they had been sleeping in separate rooms. He noticed Bert, who was also looking at her, who was suffering as he was, but who had not had the luck to hold her at least once or twice in his arms, the luck or the disappointment. Isabelle was trying to seduce the captain, who was sitting next to her. She was displaying all her charms, but would certainly get rid of him before he ever became her lover. There were moments when Paul was glad that his wife was frigid. His neighbor was Manette. He knew the little idiot had gone to bed with Tremessier in the hope that he would marry her. He felt an urge to be unpleasant. "Well, Manette, have you heard from Albert recently?" The young girl blushed and hung her head on the other side of her. Bonfils and Maludu were discussing business across the little actress who was sitting between them. He lent an ear. Malju was talking about the plans for a new building project out at LBR. Paul was interested in this. If the project materialized, the land he owned would increase its value threefold. Real estate and dealings on the stock exchange fascinated him as much as gambling, whereas he had never been interested in vines and citrus fruits. The settlers' days were numbered. Isabelle still felt deeply attached to the land, but then she was just a sentimentalist. Paul regarded himself as someone up to date, a man of the times with an international outlook equal to that of a New York broker accustomed to luxury hotels. Summer on the Côte d'Azur or in the Balearics, winter in Switzerland. He had a certain predilection for that country, with its stable finances, and he was far from insensible to the respect its inhabitants showed for money. He had spent 3 months in a sanatorium there and retained a pleasant memory of that period of aseptic semi-consciousness. When he had left for the sanatorium, old Pélissier had said to Paul's father, "Only one grandson you've been capable of giving me, and he's turned out unsound." Paul could not understand why his grandfather had such a passion for Isabel in moments of doubt and defiance. When he had drunk too much and his wife had denied him his rights, he imagined there was a vast plot hatched against him and made a show of sniffing at his food as though it was poisoned. Glatigny was exchanging small talk with Loulou Bouffier. The young girl found the major distinguished and intelligent, and was sorry he was married. Another pointless dinner, she thought. She turned her attention to Captain Esclavier, but Isabel had appropriated him completely. That little bitch had an astonishing talent for keeping the man in whom she was interested apart from everyone else round him. Paul was bursting with jealousy, and Bert could not bring himself to eat. It was very funny and served them right. Hallo, there was Manette wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, still thinking of Tremedier, the little fool. In strict confidence she had told him she had not even enjoyed it, which really was the limit. The professor of geology was gulping his soup rather noisily. Every now and then he would stop with his spoon in mid-air and declare that there was oil in the Sahara. Glatigny was thinking about Aïcha. He tried to imagine her at this dinner, violent and rebellious, reminding them all of the tragedy being enacted in Algeria. She would have been the loveliest woman present apart from that strange Isabel who was leaning over towards Esclavier and arguing with him, her cheeks aflame. No, Esclavier was saying to Isabel, "The only reason I'm here is to do my duty as an officer, and I try to do it as best I can. In Indochina I sold my soul. Out here I'm simply doing a job." "Out here you're in France, Captain. My grandfather came from Alsace. He was driven from his home by the Germans in 1870, and he was given a settler's plot. My name's Kelber, and our village in Alsace is called Winsiheim. They also make wine there. My grandfather brought some vine plants with him when he left, with 500 gold francs as his total assets." "No, don't look at my husband. He's not one of us. He's from Algiers. His grandfather and mine were close friends. He came from Touraine with his vine plants. I do so wish I could make you understand. Would you like to come with me tomorrow to our estate in the Mitidja? We'll go and see old Pélissier. My own grandfather is dead, but Julien Pélissier is so like him that I feel I'm his granddaughter. We'll leave at dawn as soon as the road is open." To Esclavier, Isabel had suddenly stopped being that flirtatious, winsome girl with the magnificent body whom he would have liked to hold in a long embrace. She was beginning to assume a proper shape and existence in these surroundings which had no attraction for him. Going to look at some vineyards in the company of a French colonial Algeria did not appeal to him in the least. Nevertheless, he accepted the invitation in the hope that the drive would bring them closer together and offer certain opportunities which he would be able to exploit. "I'll come and fetch you at 7 o'clock, Isabel went on. "Bring a weapon with you." A dramatic outlook on life, peculiar to the Mediterranean races, thought Philippe. Vincent, who had drunk a great deal, left the table before his guests. Everyone pretended not to notice. Maladieu was speaking with brutal lyricism about Algiers, where buildings were going up like mushrooms. One could tell that, as far as this particular businessman was concerned, the development of the Algerian capital was not only a sound speculation, but an adventure which suited his sanguine nature. The little actress was charming and silly. She recited some poems, and everyone applauded. The general left. He looked very worried. Poissange asked Esclavier and Glatigny to lunch with him next day at the St. George. They were glad to be able to refuse, Esclavier on the grounds of a previous engagement with Isabelle Pélissier, and Glatigny because of urgent matters that required his attention. The geologist was still talking about oil, anticlinals, and grapholithic sandstone. Everyone nodded his head very wisely. Lieutenant Piniers was dining alone in the Brasserie de la Lorraine. He had been trying to write to Merle's sister, but had torn up several rough drafts one after the other. It was all over. What answer could there be to the young girl's declaration? "I loved Olivier so much that I could not bear the idea of having his best friend always with me." Piniers had toyed with several ready-made phrases, such as, "Life must go on, and nothing lasts forever," but on paper they looked pointless and odious. Piniers could not bear his dreadful solitude any longer. He ordered a double brandy and decided to visit the clandestine brothel where he had been told he could find a Vietnamese girl. Tomorrow he would seek refuge with Dia, who would take him out deep-sea fishing, which was the doctor's latest passion. Then they would have some fish soup and get so drunk they would have to crawl on all fours up the grey sandy beach. "Don't you know how to eat with chopsticks?" Marindel asked Christiane. "It's quite simple. You hold one of them steady and use the other as a lever. No, hold them a little higher up. Now then, let's try again." They were in a little Vietnamese restaurant which had just opened at the top of the Boulevard Saint-Saëns. The only other people in the room were half a dozen nunks in black berets belonging to the commander-in-chief's personal bodyguard, 2 colonial infantry sergeants, and a half-caste. Christiane Bellinger abandoned her chopsticks and used a spoon to eat her rice. She was surprised and secretly delighted with her adventure. This impromptu dinner with a young paratroop captain, because he was 5 years younger than she was, he had appeared to her as a sad young lad at a loose end. With great curiosity and a lively mind, she was astonished when he had told her he was a professional soldier and had been in the army since the age of 19. At the Prado Museum, in a little cubbyhole next to the Saharan Gallery, she had been busy taking a plaster cast of a Neolithic skull which she had discovered herself at guard hire. She was just wiping her hands clean on her old white smock when the captain had bashfully come in, with his red beret in his hand. "Could you tell me where the guide has gone, please, madame? I can't find anyone in the museum even to pay for my ticket." She had laughed. "Are you as anxious as all that to pay for your ticket?" "No, but I'm looking for a catalogue with some information on those primitive paintings discovered in the Sahara." "They are only copies. The originals are at Tassili de Adjayer." "I don't even know where Tassili de Adjayer is. You see how badly I need a catalogue or a guide." Thus it was that Christiane Bellinger, a lecturer in ethnology at the faculty of Algiers, after washing her hands and taking off her smock, had acted as the young captain's guide for the entire afternoon. Never had she had such an attentive and passionately interested pupil. The conscientious, unassuming Christiane had shown as a result. She had launched into the boldest comparisons, conjuring up the history of the dark ages of the Maghreb with as much dash as the worthy Maitre E.F. Gautier. The captain had asked her out to dinner. He was now the one who was doing the talking, as he initiated her into the mysteries of Vietnamese cooking, telling her about the Far East, about that war in Indochina whose complexity she had never realized, about the Viet Minh for whom he unmistakably displayed a certain sympathy. When he saw her home afterwards, Christiane asked him in for a drink. It was only as she opened the heavy studded door of her old Arab house that she remembered that men meant nothing to her, that she had decided to do without them and organize her entire life round her work. But the captain was more of a child than a man, with that odd tuft of fair hair on the top of his head. "I shan't go," Lartéguy said to himself. Boudin was contentedly smoking his pipe, buried in a rickety old armchair with a detective novel in his hand. "What do you think of women?" the colonel asked him all of a sudden. Boudin peered over the top of his book in surprise. "I haven't really thought of them much," and he returned to his book. Lartéguy looked out of the window at the sea and the crowd of bathers on the beach. An Arab went past, carrying a sort of jerrycan containing ice cream. Ices, cold as snow, 50 francs, right? I'll go, but in civvies," the colonel decided, "and I'll tell her that if she won't sleep with me tonight, she can go and get stuffed elsewhere. A dirty little slut of a Mahonnaise who can't see a pair of pants without." If Esclavia or Glatigny got to hear about this, I'd look pretty silly. With Boudin, there's no danger. He's not sharp enough. The colonel went into his room to change. When he came back, Boudin was still reading. "Going out?" asked the major. "Yes, I thought I'd go into town, see what's on at the movies, maybe spend the night at the hotel." "See you tomorrow, then?" "See you tomorrow?" Boudin dashed into his room to don his walking-out uniform. The colonel, he was certain, was off to see his little slut of a Mahonnaise. This evening Boudin was going to dine at the Ambassade d'Auvergne, have a good solid meal of sausages and cabbage, and all his compatriots would listen to him religiously and count his medals. They had asked him to bring the colonel along, but the dinner would then lose all its spice, for Lartéguy would be the center of attraction. Concha was 17, with dark curls and the rounded forehead of a young kid. Her red skirt set off her slender waist, and her blouse her firm young breasts. The merest suspicion of a moustache emphasized her full lips, which were thickly coated with dark red lipstick. The whole of Babel Aoud was hanging out of the windows, waiting for the promised arrival of the colonel with whom she went out. Paulette, her friend and best enemy, was standing beside her outside the Martinez's house to see if the colonel was true. Concha stamped her foot. Mira, I keep telling you it's a colonel. He is. I've even seen his badges, 5 bars on each of his shoulders. You've seen them? Well, nearly. You are a beast. The paratrooper came and spoke to him in his jeep, and he called him colonel. That's a good one. He's probably only the driver, your colonel. Colonel, I tell you, even though his name is Lartéguy, and he's going to arrive in full uniform. Lartéguy, that's not a French name. Not French? It's as French as Lopes, isn't it? Paulette's surname was Lopes, but her Christian name made her intransigent in matters of origin. The big black car came gliding up the slope and drew up in front of the 2 girls. Furious that a little slut could get under his skin to such an extent, Lartéguy slammed on the brakes. He opened the door and leant out. Are you coming? Why didn't you put on your uniform? Maniate un poco. He shouted to her in Spanish. With her hands on her hips, Paulette gave a snort of triumph. You see, he's only the driver, a Spaniard from Oran who wants people to think he comes from France. Never mind, you've never driven in a car like this. Concha bundled into the car, furious at having lost face, while the old women leaning out of all the windows shrieked with laughter and slapped their thighs. Where shall we go? Asked Lartéguy. It's all the same to me. I've got to get back early. You told me you were free this evening. With a colonel? Yes, but not with a driver. The colonel switched off the engine and took his officer's identity card out of his pocket. Can you read? No. You can see the photograph, though. Now either you get out at once, or else you stay with me. Pronto, puta de chica. Make up your mind about it. What a way to talk to me. She threw him a sidelong glance and sat back in her seat. I'll stay. What good does it do me your being a colonel if the others don't know it? Concha presently said, pouting as the car streaked along the coastal road, Don't drive so fast, you're going to kill me, you great brute. But she was proud of the colonel's contempt for the rules of the road, and whenever he passed a car, hooting furiously, she gave a saucy little wave. Once or twice she also put her tongue out, but that was only because she thought she had recognized some merchants from her neighborhood. The young girl's presence inflamed Lartéguy's blood and sent shivers up his spine. He had booked a room in a small seaside hotel and carefully set his trap. The owner, a Maltese, whom he had gone to see in uniform in order to impress him, had proved extremely understanding. As he drove along, he fondled Concha's breast. She allowed him to do so for a few minutes, then suddenly scratched his hand. You're for it tonight, my girl, he said to himself, or else I've forgotten all my Latin. Then he realized he couldn't very well forget all his Latin, since he had never learnt any in the first place, and put his foot down on the accelerator. First of all they went for a bathe, and Concha admired the colonel's powerful physique, his long muscles without an ounce of fat on them. He's a handsome man, she thought, but there isn't a single hair on his body. Hairiness was very popular in the Martinez family, who regarded it as a sign of virility. Frangawi, Odette had told her, are not so quick off the mark as our men, but they're much more cunning. She made up her mind to be extremely careful. She had already been close to disaster more than once. Men's desire disturbed her most of all at night when her blood boiled at the thought of their caresses. Lartéguy swam far out to sea until his head was nothing but a black dot, and when he came back she could see his diaphragm expand and contract as he panted for breath. Well, I never, she said. I thought you were going to drown yourself. What would you have done? Hitchhiked back? With their aperitifs, they ate some skewered meat. Calmer after his long swim, Lartéguy watched the Sunday afternoon Algerian crowd. Its vitality, its mixture of childlike innocence and vulgarity appealed to him, but he thought the men made too many gestures with their hands when they talked, and that in that respect they resembled the Arabs. A number of sturdy, handsome young men walked past their table and ogled Concha, but they were not the sort who would ever join up in a parachute regiment, and Lartéguy felt almost inclined to tell them so. Listen, said Concha, After dinner, let's go out dancing or to a movie. I've got to be back by midnight because of the curfew. I've got a pass. I haven't. Bowing from the waist, the manager ushered them into the restaurant. There's not a table left, sir, he said. They've all been booked, but if you would like to go upstairs, you could have dinner in one of the small rooms with a balcony looking over the sea. They're used as bedrooms during the week, but on Saturdays and Sundays we serve meals up there. Let's go somewhere else, said Concha. She looked askance at the colonel, but her woman's intuition, which in her case took the place of intelligence, told her that he would not yield an inch and would rather leave her stranded on the road. A small table was laid out on the balcony. Concha noticed the bed with its white coverlet in the corner of the room and the towels hanging by the side of the washstand. While they were eating Lartéguy made no attempt to kiss her or fondle her. He showered her with little attentions, but his cruel eyes never left her and followed each of her gestures, her slightest movement. They were as cold and fascinating as the eyes of a reptile. Concha began to feel drowsy. At the end of the meal, the colonel ordered champagne. It was the first time she had ever drunk champagne. It tickled her nose, and she would have laughed out loud if she had not felt so frightened, and if she had not at the same time derived such pleasure from her fear. She was both hoping and dreading that something might happen. The colonel got up and locked the door. He moved with dangerous deliberation, without making a sound. No, she said, the curfew. He still had not touched her, and yet she felt her whole body was being caressed and ready to surrender. He picked her up in his arms, and, just as he was putting her down on the bed, she summoned up all her strength and aimed a kick at his groin. She struggled valiantly for several minutes, remembering the story she had been taught at school about Mr. Seguin's nanny goat, but she soon realized that the nanny goat had always wanted to be eaten by the wolf, and so, like the nanny goat, she surrendered with a sigh of relief. Lartéguy did not bring Concha home until the following evening. The whole neighborhood realized what had happened. Out of bravado, just as she was leaving her lover, she bent down and kissed him. She shrugged her shoulders as she saw all the familiar faces leaning out of the windows. Those lads smirking there, little do they know that none of them's as strong as my colonel, for all the hairs on their chests. For several years now, Concha had had a detailed knowledge of the sexual possibilities of men. At Babel Youde, these were discussed by the women with the same passion as football matches were discussed by their husbands. To avenge the honor of the Martinezes, her mother gave her a sound drubbing with a broom handle, though without hurting her at all. But Concha, who knew what was expected of her, promptly began screaming at the top of her voice that she was being murdered, which gave all the neighbors an excuse for gathering en masse out on the landing. When they began to protest rather too loudly, Angelina Martinez came out and gave them to understand that her daughter was a little tart, and that if she wanted to kill her, she was perfectly entitled to do so. Then she rounded on Montserrat Lopez, and since both of them were fairly articulate, there was a slam-bang brawl which echoed and re-echoed through the sonorous cul-de-sac which was Babel Oud. Anyway, my daughter needn't feel ashamed, said Angelina, because at least if she does go whoring, it's with a colonel, yes, a genuine colonel. My son Lucien went to check up. Colonel Lartéguy, he's called. He's in command of the ones with the funny caps. Whereas your daughter goes out every night and gets tumbled by the soldiers in the guard post, and by some who aren't even surgeons. My daughter, a lieutenant asked her to marry him, but she didn't want to. Meanwhile, old Martinez had not even budged from his armchair. As a good Spaniard, he felt that a man worthy of the name had no business interfering in women's affairs. He simply said to his daughter, now that the damage is done, do whatever your colonel wants, anything you understand, anything like a puta to hang on to him. That was how your mother married me. Then he relapsed into silence and appeared to take no more interest in the matter. How much farther is it? Esclavier asked. They had been driving for 15 miles through a flat, monotonous countryside, between vines laden with grapes ready to be picked for the vintage. The sun was hot and dazzling. At rare intervals they passed vast corrugated iron sheds and huge farmhouses roofed with red tiles that looked like factories. Several times they had to pull over to the side of the road to make room for convoys of armored cars. Here we are, said Isabelle. She turned off to the left and through a big wooden archway which bore the freshly printed inscription, Domaine Pellissier. car skirted some sheds and outhouses behind which a company of infantry was encamped with its tents and vehicles, crossed a sweet-scented orange grove, and drew up in front of a long, low, freshly whitewashed house with a veranda running all round it. An enormously tall old man appeared walking on 2 sticks. He had a rubicund complexion and white whiskers growing on his chin, out of his nostrils, and out of his ears. He appeared to be in a fury of rage and began by barking. "Where's Paul?" "He didn't come with you. Come here and give me a kiss." Esclavia saw that as the old man put his arms round the young woman, his eyes shone as though brimming with tears. "Who's this fellow?" He pointed at the captain with his stick. "I've brought him here, grandfather, so that you can tell him why we want to stay on in Algeria, because he doesn't understand. He's dirty Frangawi, who has done a lot of fighting for the Chinese, but he doesn't care for our war at all." Come here," said the old man. "Come on, I'm not going to eat you. You're like my other grandson, the real one who was killed in Italy, tall and lean, all bone and muscle. You've got the Légion d'honneur, I see, but what's that? Yes, the green one. The Croix de la Libération. So you were with de Gaulle? I was all for Pétain and Giraud myself, because they at least were gentlemen, and your de Gaulle was just a politico who brought the communists back. But you fought, which was the right thing to do." In the drawing room with its tall shutters, through which the sun's rays filtered, shimmering with dust, they were given some iced rosé wine, whose sharpness disguised its strength. "I made this wine myself," the old man told them, "the best rosé in the Mitidja. I sell it in bottles with my own trademark. I don't export it to France to strengthen our anemic wines. Would you like to know why I want to stay on here in Algeria? For the sake of this wine and a number of other things. When I brought the first plants out here, it was a pale little Anjou. Look what the soil of Algeria has done for it. It has given it some of its own fire." "That's true," said Esclavier, "but perhaps your wine is lacking in subtlety and tact. We've had enough of subtlety and tact. What we need is strength and justice." "Is he your lover?" he suddenly asked Isabel. "No, yet I told you to get yourself one. Our women must choose their husbands or lovers from among the men who are capable of protecting us." "I told you, grandfather, this one doesn't want to protect us." "I never said anything of the sort," Esclavia protested. He was beginning to like this old man for his violence, his outspokenness, and absolute contempt for convention. "Well then, what did you say?" The old man barked. Women always understand the men they're in love with either too well or not well enough. Isabel tried to fight back. "I'm not in love with anyone. Yet this is the first officer you've ever brought to see me. And I must say, you haven't made a bad choice. When the war's over, he can leave the army and move in here with you." "What about Paul? Paul will get what he deserves, a kick in the ass." As they went into lunch, Isabel took Esclavier by the arm and held him back for a moment. "You must forgive him, Philippe. The troubles have gone to his head a bit." The captain was dimly aware she had called him by his Christian name. After the long drive in the sun in an open car, the wine had made him slightly fuddled, and his reflexes were slow, all velvety, as his mother used to say. It was not often he thought of her. The meal consisted of fried courgettes and a highly spiced couscous, washed down by the same rosé wine, which went to the head and caused a pleasant torpor in the limbs. After venting his anger on Algiers, Paris, the Republic, the other settlers, and these idiotic Moslems who were going to lose everything in their rebellion, the old man fell fast asleep at the table. 2 Arab servants came and helped him to his feet and gently guided him up to his bedroom. "They worship him," said Isabel. "He curses them, tells them to go off and join the Felagas and leave him alone, but they all know how much he loves them. He has built houses and an infirmary for them, and given them plots of land. He pays them much more than the other settlers, which has caused him quite a lot of trouble. At one moment they even spread the rumor that he was helping the nationalists." "What's the Arabic for independence, Istiklal? That's a very strong word, like your grandfather's wine. It's stronger than gratitude. I say, I'm falling asleep in my chair. There's a bed made up for you. What about you?" "I'm going to drive round the farm in the jeep. As a child, I used to play in the orange groves with the boy who was killed in Italy. Paul used to hide behind a tree and watch us." Philippe lay down fully dressed on his bed in a room full of books, sporting trophies and club pennants. On the opposite wall, in a lemonwood frame, hung a picture of a cadet in uniform. He was 20 years old, with a dimple in his left cheek, and seemed to be contemplating him with a conspiratorial smile. Philippe dropped off to sleep, and the young cadet's smile accompanied him. When he woke up, Isabelle was sitting beside him. She handed the captain a glass of iced water. "You've slept for 2 hours," she said. He noticed she had changed her clothes. She was no longer wearing the light printed dress in which she had started out from Algiers, but a coarse linen shirt, a pair of old jeans and desert boots, and from her leather belt hung a revolver in a highly polished leather holster. "I don't like women playing at soldiers," he said. "I've no wish to be raped and have my throat cut a few yards from home without being able to defend myself. What my grandfather was too upset to say is that we want to hold on to this land because we were born here and made it what it is. We've got as much right to it as the settlers of the far west who drew up in their covered wagons on a river bank where there was nothing but a handful of Indians. They built their huts and began tilling the soil. Only the American settlers killed the Indians, whereas we've looked after the Arabs. It would be mad, unjust, unthinkable to drive us out of this territory which we were the first to cultivate since the Romans, out of these houses which we have built. What on earth have we ever done to you, you people from France? In 1943 and 1944, we came to fight for you. At that time, we loved France more than you can possibly imagine. While our brothers and fiancés were being killed in the mud of Italy, the beaches of Provence, and the forests of the Vosges. Why do you want to desert us?" She had become very emotional, wringing her hands in front of the captain, and there were tears on her cheeks which she did not even wipe away. Esclavia took her hand and drew her gently towards him. He was moved to see how the elegant little doll, the flirt of the Club des Pins, was transformed into a passionaria of the land of Algeria. Isabelle came and lay down beside him. He unfastened her belt and tossed it into a corner of the room together with the weapon hanging from it. Later on, when Isabelle tried to recall in detail how it had all happened, she could not remember a thing. Only a wave which came rolling in from afar, towered above her, broke over her and swamped her, dragging her under in a turmoil of sand and gold. At another moment she saw herself as the land of Algeria. The warrior bending over her was fertilizing this land with his strength, and by this union she became part of him forever. It was the first time she had found any pleasure in the act, and when the wave receded, leaving her insert on the shore, when she saw Philippe lying beside her, naked but by no means shameless and repellent, as every other man's body had seemed to her hitherto, she felt that no harm could come to her ever again, that Algeria was saved and all the dangers dispelled. She stroked his scars and his wounds, timidly at first with the tips of her fingers, then she kissed them. In the evening they walked hand in hand through the orange groves. Old Pelissier accompanied them in his wheelchair. "I've managed to make Philippe understand," she told him. He ran his hand through his whiskers. "It must have been quite a job. You made so much noise about it. Do you really think he understood just because you rubbed yourself up against him like a cat in heat? Well, anyway, he's now got something worth protecting in Algeria." "What you?" Esclavier and Isabelle spent the night on the estate. The wave came and bowled Isabelle over again, and Philip no longer made any attempt to fight against this passion which was creeping over him. In the middle of the night a servant came and woke them up. They went outside. There was a red glow in the sky. The neighboring farm had been set on fire. The Mercier estate was one of the oldest in the area. It had been founded a few years after the conquest by one of Bugeaud's officers, who had been demobilized on the spot. Leaning on his sticks and sniffing the air, old Pelissier went on cursing without a pause. Eventually he had a stroke and had to be put to bed. Isabelle decided to stay behind on the farm, and Philippe drove back to Algiers by himself in the young woman's car. Before leaving her, he said, "I'd like you to meet Dia." "Who's Dia? A Negro or a medical officer?" "To some of us, especially to me, he's an extremely important person. If I ever had the urge to go to confession like a good Christian, Dia would be the man I'd choose as my father confessor." "Meaning that maybe I'm in love with you, maybe I'm genuinely in love, but I should very much like Dia to tell me so." Captain Boyfures had arranged to meet Chief Inspector Poyston in a bar next door to the Mauritania. He had known the inspector in Saigon when he was dealing with the Chinese community there. "They're a bit wary of me," said the inspector, "because I come from Indochina, but at least I know my job and I don't deceive myself. Algiers is in the hands of the rebels. We've got the names of all the leaders of the FLN. We know where they're hiding out, but we can't put a finger on them. The laws in force in Algeria are the same as in France. They prevent us from taking any action. The police are busy watching one another, and every man is ready to denounce his rival if he commits the slightest irregularity. There's only one solution, in my opinion. Let the paratroops loose in the Kasbah, a whole division of them. We'd keep them informed and they could pull off all the jobs that are forbidden to us. But it's urgent. We're due to leave for Cyprus. This is hardly the moment. The resident minister says that a French division in Egypt would be worth 4 in North Africa. But when you get back here, the Felagah flag will be flying over Government House, and the resident will have been strung up to a lamppost unless he manages to get away in time. Things are moving quickly. Have you heard of the autonomous zone of Algiers? Well, imagine Saigon entirely in the hands of the Viet Minh, apart from a few residential quarters, with Ho Chi Minh, Giap, Taquan Bu, and all the rest of them firmly established in the town. Because I may as well tell you, the leaders of the rebellion are already in Algiers. They've just come in from Kabylie. Put them inside. Algeria can go to hell so long as our rivalries continue. I'd better be off, Captain. It's rather frowned on to be seen talking to the army. But hurry up and come back from Egypt before everything is drenched in blood. Amar Arsined emerges from the shadows during the month of September, and the beginning of October there were several events which preoccupied the French of Algiers. For the initiates of the yacht club there was the surprise party which Isabelle Pellissier gave in honor of Captain Esclavier, so that no one should fail to know that he was her lover. Babel wooed, with the tactlessness, open-mindedness, and good humor that were typical of this quarter, focused a sharp eye on the liaison between Concha Martinez and her paratroop colonel. The only thing that took temporary priority over this affair was the match between Racing Universitaire Algerie and Saint Eugène. But from then on, Babel Iwed became deeply attached to the colonel. It made him its hero at the same time as its adopted son, and forced his name down the throat of the prudish upper-class quarters of Algiers. There also appeared, in what it is now customary to call the fashionable circles, a mysterious Mr. Arsinade. He was smooth and sociable. He loved sweet cakes, knew all the ins and outs of the Algerian question, and appeared to have inside information on Parisian politics. Boisfuras, who met him several times, could never make up his mind if he was a double agent, a police informer, or a sincere patriot whose mind had been somewhat disturbed by reading too many thrillers and spy stories. But Force A, which was due to land in Egypt, which had been standing by since 22 September, and whose existence was now an open secret, had soon ceased to be of any interest to local society. Every morning the people of Algiers would open their shutters, put their noses out to sniff the sea air, and noticed that the 15 merchant ships that had been requisitioned for the transport of the troops were still in the harbor, whereupon they would go off to their various occupations, shrugging their shoulders. The taxi driver Jules Pasduras, who kept his vehicle in the rank at the foot of the Rampe Bugeaud and held court in the Bar des Amis, summed the situation up twice daily in what was possibly a rather coarse manner, but at the time there was no one in Algiers who did not share his opinion. The Egyptian expedition? My ass. The phrase was accompanied by a magnificent gesture of derision. In a short time no one ever referred to Force A except as the My Ass expedition. It was only after the arrival at the St. George's Hotel of 200 civilian pilots, who were due to convoy the paratroops to Cyprus, that the people of Algiers began to take the matter a little more seriously. On the other hand, with the exception of a few rare initiates of the rebellion, no one knew that a certain cadre, who until then had fulfilled a very secondary role as a medical orderly up in the mountains, had just been posted to the autonomous zone of Algiers. Thanks to a government grant, he had previously received a sound education in the Faculty of Science. He had stooping shoulders and a whining voice, and never stopped complaining of the pain he suffered from one of his vertebrae, which had been displaced as a result of a fall. He harped on it continuously, like an old hypochondriac on his health, or general on his one and only victory, and thereby earned the nickname among his fellow students of Kader, the vertebra. Kader's mind sometimes used to wander. He would forget where he was, what experiment was underway, and which of his friends was with him. Miro, who was his neighbor at the laboratory, would then give him a good kick in the behind. A boot in the arse is the poor man's electric shock treatment, he would bitterly observe. Miro was working his way through college and was reputed to have once shown leanings towards the Algerian Communist Party. Passepartout had been recalled to Paris for consultations. The director of his paper, a man of considerable presence and with any amount of decorations, liked to endow his correspondent's movements with the importance of a diplomatic posting. The Minister for Foreign Affairs having sent for his ambassadors and experts to question them on the possible repercussions of the Suez expedition in the Middle East and the rest of the world, he promptly followed suit by summoning all his permanent representatives to the Quotidian head office. The ambassadors got the best part of their information from the Quotidian correspondents, who in their turn got it from the unofficial military and commercial attachés, the fake consuls and box-wallahs who were extremely well informed, but with whom their excellencies would never associate. The two meetings took place on the same day at the same time, one on the left bank of the river, the other on the right. The director of the Quotidian and the Minister for Foreign Affairs both had a contact in the rival establishment. They were both waiting, the latter to take a decision, the former to orientate the policy of his paper and cull the sensational news items which could not fail to emerge from these meetings. Villèle had greater freedom of movement, the managing board of his paper having decided once and for all to stick by the opposition until such time as they were invited to take up the reins of office. To these uncomplicated souls, Paris was France. Jewish banking, the École Normale, Polytechnique, and the 16th arrondissement were Paris. The cafés of Saint-Germain-des-Prés were a school for thinkers and progressivism a political ideal. Young, brilliant, and well-dressed, they had just the right amount of insolence, caddishness, and cynicism to maintain the illusion. Villèle, who was in Algiers, was therefore able to witness what later came to be called the LBR scandal. He was the one who described it to Passepartout in a report which was accurate enough in detail despite the somewhat sneering interpretation he gave it. Passepartout had seen Janine in Paris and resumed his liaison with her. His director had congratulated him on his very remarkable work in Algeria. He had all at once forgotten to ask for the increase in salary that he had been promised for some time. Reclining in a deck chair in the garden of the Hotel St. George just as night was beginning to fall, drowsy and yawning with happiness, he was listening inattentively to his companion's account. The name of Merindel roused him from his torpor. Imagine Villèle told him one of those grand penthouse apartments, with a terrace all round it adorned with flower pots, succulent plants, dwarf palm trees and olcanders, big French windows overlooking the Bay of Algiers with all its twinkling lights, thick carpets, deep sofas, first-rate drinks. That big oaf esclavier certainly knows how to choose his mistresses. Apart from the professional interest he arouses, I'm beginning to have quite a soft spot for him. I had met him the evening before in the Aletti bar, and he had asked me to come. What an excellent introduction Indochina is for all those army people. No matter what you write about them, provided you've once set foot in Vietnam, you're absolved. You're one of the family. The official reason for the party was not, of course, because Captain Philippe Esclavier had given Isabelle Pelissier joy when she had always believed herself to be frigid. No, it was in honor of the officers of the 10th Parachute Regiment who were just off to capture Cairo. Her husband was there, a narrow-chested little squirt, but not without intelligence. If I were the captain or his lady-love, I'd be a bit more careful. The accepted hierarchy of Algiers was completely upside down for once. Your cousin, Merindel, for instance, had brought— What's that? Ah, I thought that would wake you up. Merindel turned up with a somewhat mature woman, a lecturer in Saharan ethnology at the faculty. Neither he nor she left any room for doubt about the kind of relationship that united them. There was something incestuous about their liaison, Oedipus and his mother. Does that suit your book? What a bastard you are. Do you know the role of the utter, out-and-out bastard is becoming more and more difficult to keep up in this dull, hypocritical, tolerant world of ours? The paratroops arrived in their camouflage uniform with their sleeves rolled up and their collars undone. The Algerines were all in black ties, silk shirts, and white shantung dinner jackets, the women, for the most part, in cocktail dresses by the leading Paris designers. The local dignitaries made a big fuss of the mercenaries whom they badly needed in order to bring to heel the Arab League which was threatening their privileges. You remember Salambo, the dinner at Megara in Hamilcar's garden. I kept thinking about it all the time. The more they drank, the more the mercenaries remembered the injustice of Carthage. Their efforts, viewed through a haze of drink, seemed prodigious and too poorly rewarded. They showed one another their wounds. They recounted their battles, whereupon they felt alone and abandoned in spite of the crowd, and were suddenly afraid of the great city slumbering beneath them in the shadows, with its flights of stairs, its tall dark houses, and its obscure gods, who were even fiercer than the people themselves. Do you know Flaubert by heart? Yes, I could quote whole chapters at the age of 15. I had stolen the book from a stall. It was Salambo, just imagine. If instead of Salambo I had taken Les Mystères de Paris, and all at once I was forced to go to work for the Quotidien. Colonel Lartéguy turned up with a little tart from Bab el Oued, a luscious little piece, dressed up to kill, as common as they make them, and stinking to high heaven of skewered meat and pimento. He believes in direct action, that chap. He noticed straight away that the fine ladies of Algiers were rather discreetly made up, so he turned to his little marmoset, who was plastered in red, blue, and black, took her by the scruff of the neck, locked her up in the bathroom, and gave her a good scrubbing. When she came back, she was bright red, as through she had just been sandpipered. She was fuming and never opened her mouth for the rest of the evening except to say shit each time a worthy gentleman offered her a glass of champagne or something to eat. At first the various groups kept apart. The paratroopers discussed the war, the settlers' wine and citrus fruit, the businessmen money, the women clothes or the latest diet, and all of them, as they sipped their whiskey or champagne, kept whispering about Isabelle and her paratrooper and casting sidelong glances at Paul Pelissier to see what attitude they should adopt towards the adulterous wife and her lover. For rarely have I seen two people proclaim so openly that they were in love and sleeping together. They left in their wake a warm, provocative aura of sex. Dia, the Negro, turned up a little later with his little chum boy Fures, that disturbing character with the grating voice. They looked as if they had already had a drink or two. They were followed by a big red-haired lieutenant with a set expression who distinguished himself by tripping over the edge of a mat. He measured his length on the floor, thereby provoking a caustic comment from Raspaguy. When you can't hold more than a quart, Piniers, it's best not to drink a barrel. Dyer gulped down a tumbler of neat whiskey, gave a belch of satisfaction and affection, then put his arms round Esclavia and Isabelle and hugged them to his breast. Dyer's got the same sort of voice as Paul Robeson, rich, deep, and melodious, a voice made for seducing women, children, and slaves, which speaks to the heart and the guts. All the guests who were out on the terrace came inside again. That voice attracted them like wasps to a honeypot. Philip, he said to the captain, I'm glad you're in love with a woman who's so like you, who's your own sort, a real live woman. This time, what's your name? Isabelle, this evening there's something we've got to do. We've got to kill your little rival. She's already died once, you know. Don't be too frightened of her. She was a girl with plates and a fiber helmet on her head. Little Swan, we all loved her. She was our Indochina war. She was the one we had come to protect, although we didn't know it, against the very people with whom she was fighting. We loved her like a little something outside time and space. Samhain wasn't lively like Isabelle. Indochina wasn't as real as Algeria. It was a place apart where we lived by ourselves in a war which we had invented for ourselves, where we crept away to die like those sick or wounded elephants who struggle off on their own feet to their secret burial grounds. With you, Isabelle, it's much more simple. You've become Philippe's girl so that he can come with his friends to protect your home. The nigger's dead drunk, Paul Pelissier cried out in a shrill voice. How dare he address my wife as two? He'd better get out of here. He's raving mad. Whereupon Raspaguy seized the husband by the arm. If you like, we can all go with him. With our nigger, we'll go off and leave El Biar, Algiers, Algeria, the Sahara. We'll leave you to deal with your Arabs whom you claim to know so well. But if it hadn't been for us, they would have thrown the whole lot of you into the sea ages ago. At that moment, I promise you, everyone found it quite normal that Isabelle should be Escalavia's mistress, and even that she should advertise the fact. Everyone, even her husband, What really shocked poor little Paul Pelissier was that Dia had addressed his wife by the familiar tu and put his arms round her. As the evening wore on and the glasses were emptied and refilled, the mercenaries began talking about the war, the resistance, the prison camps, and Indochina. I discovered a great deal about them that night. I now realize they're a simple, rather pathetic lot, anxious to be loved and delighting in contempt for their country, capable of energy, tenacity, and courage, but also inclined to abandon everything for a girl's smile or the prospect of a good adventure. They revealed themselves to me in their true light, vain and disinterested, thirsty for knowledge but averse to instruction, sick at heart at being unable to follow a big, unjust and generous leader and being forced to attribute their reason for fighting to some political or economic theory to take the place of the leader they haven't been able to find. Those reprobates who paid Isabel the homage of their tales of bloodshed, their savage or nostalgic songs, their distant loves, their mad dreams of conquest, who tore off their medals and ornamental armor to cast them at her feet, were pathetic and at the same time exasperating. In Indochina they had become adults, and suddenly, because they were about to be launched against Egypt in a good old war of reconquest, they were once more transformed into the pretentious, unbearable warriors they had been before. It was an absurd, heroic nightmare. Ubu turned hero. I could imagine that little fool Isabel, while they were setting fire to the mosques and palaces of Cairo, licking her lips with the satisfaction of a well-fed cat. Do you know what I thought, Pasfiro? For God's sake, listen, because it's serious, much more serious than your sentimental problems. Those paratroops are all free and unattached. They're on the lookout for a master, and the only ones capable of producing this master who would know how to break them and at the same time cover them with glory, inflict on them the discipline they're longing for, and give them back the admiration of the people which they feel they are being denied, are the communists. That night they were passing through a phase of infantilism, the last in their lives perhaps. While they were fondling the girls, breaking the furniture and draining their glasses, while the Negro, banging on a copper pot he had discovered in the kitchen, kept urging them on before the horrified eyes of the men responsible for those ladies who were now transformed into spectators and stood rooted to the spot. I was thinking of that story in Salambo and of the orders the Senate of Carthage gave to Hamilcar to herd the mercenaries into a deep ravine and there exterminate them, because one day those cohorts of yours will have to be exterminated, and a bourgeois government will have to take the responsibility for doing so. Pasfuro, you can stand me a double whiskey. I've just told you an extremely interesting story. You told it me because neither of us could use it as copy because no one would understand it. You don't happen to know the name of that girl who was with Yves Merendel, do you? Paul Pelissier met Arsinade the day after the scandal, at the house of some mutual friends. He was still somewhat fuddled from the night before, and his injured feelings and wounded vanity made him feel as though he had just been flayed alive. Mr. Arsinade knew how to soothe wounds of this sort. His stout little body was carefully ensconced in the depths of a big armchair, and in his hand he was warming a glass of brandy. "My dear fellow," he said to Paul, "I've heard so much about you, your illustrious family which has been established here ever since the conquest of this land of Algeria, from which they want to drive us out, and the influence you have in certain circles. That's why I wanted to meet you. You're no doubt aware of the vast plot which is threatening Algeria, a plot with countless ramifications. I know you're thinking at once of the left wing, the communists. No, that aspect of the plot isn't serious. There's another side to it, an infinitely more pernicious side which has gained ground with the middle class among business circles and even part of the army. Really, do you know Colonel Paysange? Only the other day he was telling me how uneasy he felt about it. A number of officers, including some of the best, contracted the virus out in Indochina. Some of them didn't even wait for Indochina. You know Captain Esclavier, I believe? A hot flush rose into Paul's cheeks, but Arsinade appeared not to notice it. A splendid war record, undoubtedly, but with de Gaulle and in the resistance, which gives it a certain political character. Above all, there's his family, which has been associated for ages with international communism. Captain Merendel and Major de Glatany appear to belong, like him, to an organization which is, shall we say, he gave a scornful, superior pout, liberal. Colonel Raspaguy takes a special pride in his working-class origin. Those aren't the sort of defenders we need in Algeria. We need tough men with conviction, real soldiers of Christ and of France who are settlers, merchants, laborers or officers by day, but at night time are handy with a knife or submachine gun. These men should be organized by specialists provided with arms, the latest technique and proper support, in Paris as much as in Algeria, in the army as well as the civilian population. But because these men are honest and sincere, they're sometimes short of money. Paul gave a slight start. He had a reputation for tight-fistedness in spite of his great wealth. With his fingernail, Arsène traced a heart surmounted by a cross on the tabletop. "That's the sign of Charles de Foucault," he said, "but it's also the sign of the Chouans," and in a piping voice, which recalled the noise of frogs on certain summer evenings, the astonishing Mr. Arsène suddenly burst into the Chouans' song. "Your remains will be flung to the waves, and pledged to dishonor your names. We've one honor alone in the world, and that is to follow our Lord. The bluecoats, while leading the dance, will lap up the blood of our heart. We have only one heart in the world, and that is the heart of our Lord." I hope we shall meet again, my dear Pelissier, and very soon. I must ask you to keep all this to yourself, of course. By the way, did you know Captain Esclavier was a Freemason? Quite a senior one, too, like our commander-in-chief and our resident minister. As he made his way home, Paul decided to see no more of this madman with his mealy-mouthed manner. The sound peasant sense he had inherited from his ancestors put him on his guard, but he had to admit that what Archinate had to say was extremely disturbing, and he seemed to be well informed. As he got into his car, he whistled the Chouan song between his teeth, the bluecoats, while leading the dance will lap up the blood of our heart. The bluecoats, that meant Esclavier, and all the suppressed romanticism of a rickety child rose to his lips. On 20 October, the paratroops of the 10th Regiment received orders to embark in the aircraft, which were to fly them to Cyprus. Colonel Lartéguy, in full uniform, with his badges of rank on his shoulders and with 2 armed guards sitting behind him, drove up in his jeep to say goodbye to Concha. The whole of Bab el-Oud was leaning out of the windows. The washing flapped in the blazing Mediterranean sun. He kissed the young girl, gave her a pat on the behind, and went off to capture Cairo amid the frenzied applause of a crowd in which Spaniards, Maltese, Arabs, and Mahanais rubbed shoulders with a handful of Frenchmen by extraction. On 5 November, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the paratroops of the 10th Regiment were dropped just south of Port Said, so as to seize the bridge over which the road and railway line led to Cairo. This bridge lay across a subsidiary canal connecting the Suez Canal to the Lake of Manzili, and the dropping zone consisted of a narrow strip of sand between 2 stretches of water. The aircraft dropped them from a height of 400 feet, the minimum safety height being 350. They had to slow down to 125 miles an hour, thereby providing a splendid target for the Egyptian anti-aircraft batteries. Anti-aircraft batteries, which were massed round the bridge, opened up as soon as the first plane appeared in the sky, thereby revealing the position of their quick-firing cannon, twin pom-poms, and heavy machine guns. The aircraft had only dropped equipment, a couple of jeeps, and a recoilless 106mm gun, which had landed in the canal. In the still water, the white parachutes looked like gigantic water lilies that had just burst into bloom. The paratroops had jumped behind a smoke screen, and most of them managed to land on the strip of sand. Casualties were less heavy than had been anticipated. Esclavier and his men had made for the company's lock chambers so as to approach the bridge from the rear. To achieve their objective, they had been obliged to cross a thicket held by the Fedayeen, Nasser's suicide squads. Each of these Fedayeen, concealed behind a tree, was equipped with a regular miniature arsenal, submachine gun, rifles, and They opened up on the French with all they had got, but without causing much damage, for their fire was hopelessly inaccurate, and the paratroops knew how to make the best use of the slightest irregularity in the ground. Seeing that the paratroops, far from retreating, were continuing to advance, they suddenly broke off the engagement, abandoning a position from which it would have been difficult to shift them, together with their arms, uniforms, and all their ammunition. While pursuing them, the paratroops crossed the bridge and actually went 200 yards beyond it. The road to Cairo was open to them. But the other companies, who were having a harder time of it under heavy artillery fire, took several hours to catch up with them. Bleitigny doubled across the platform of the bridge, which was once again being swept by machine gun fire, and flung himself into Esclavier's foxhole just as a mortar shell burst behind him. "First of all," he said, "many congratulations. Lartéguy asked me to tell you not to overreach yourself. We're at the apex of the entire Allied force. For this time at last we've got an ally, which hasn't happened to us since 1945. This is real war, Philippe, and it does one good." Yes, real war, with Cairo as the final objective. Do you know what Cairo means in Arabic? El Kahira, the victorious. "We'll behave like Napoleon," Esclavier grinned. "We'll loot the museum. My father once told me it's one of the richest in the world and the worst arranged. A real Ali Baba's cave, the gold of Tutankhamun." We haven't got there yet. What's stopping us? A few bands of poor fellahin who don't know what they're meant to be defending, some theatrical warriors festooned with ammunition belts who take to their heels at the very first shot, in other words nothing. We'll live in the Semiramis on the banks of the Nile, we'll climb the pyramids and go and visit the Valley of the Kings. We've at last escaped from that prison called Algeria. Another salvo of mortar shells burst near their foxhole, raising a cloud of dust. But their only reaction was to laugh because they had taken Cairo. Piniers and 50 of his paratroops took the Fedayeen barracks of Port Fouad by storm. They killed or captured 150 of them and collected enough arms and ammunition to equip an entire regiment. "A fine war," he said, mopping his brow. Captain Marandel and Lieutenant Orsini, with a truckload of paratroops, forged ahead without orders down the Alcantara road and got to within a few miles of the town. There they were machine-gunned rather half-heartedly by some regular regiments who were rapidly retreating in the belief that the Israelis were already in the Egyptian capital. They took so many prisoners that they had to release them again, merely taking the precaution of removing their trousers. Lartéguy established contact with the one-eyed general who was circling over them in his flying headquarters, a Dakota. "The Suez Road is free," the colonel reported. "One of my units is just outside Kantara. What are we waiting for? Shall I go ahead?" "We are expecting orders at any minute." The Dakota went on circling over the company's workshops, then suddenly made off in a northerly direction towards the sea and Cyprus. "What the hell's going on?" Lartéguy inquired, feeling suddenly uneasy. It was the pilot who replied, "Nothing. We're going to refuel." A brief signal now came over the air. "The Franco-British troops are advancing on Suez." All the strategists were making calculations on their maps. The tanks moved at 16 miles an hour, but the French AMXs could do over 60. Ismailia would be taken in the course of the night, and Ismailia was just under 100 miles from Cairo. The rout of the Egyptian army was gaining momentum. Lartéguy was fuming with impatience. He was frightened another unit might go through ahead of him. Next morning the Navy started unloading the trucks, jeeps and heavy material at Port Said and Port Fouad. Seething with rage, Lartéguy saw the vehicles of Fossey-François and Conan's regiments being taken off first, and then those of Bigjiad's, and it was not until the evening that he at last got hold of his rolling stock. At 10 o'clock that night, the general in command of the parachute division sent him an urgent summons. Everyone ready to move off for Cairo in an hour's time, he barked. "No stores, no supplies, just weapons and ammunition. We'll pick up what we need on the way." The general was boorish, not to say uncouth, but Lartéguy, who did not like him at all, did he ever like anyone commanding him, was willing to admit that he had guts. "Sit down," the general told him. He handed him a glass and a bottle of whiskey. "Have a drink. No, a bigger one than that, for heaven's sake." He was suddenly addressing Lartéguy as "tu," which made the colonel realize that things were going badly. "Now listen, and don't blow up, because I feel like blowing up myself. I've just received the order to cease fire. We're pulling out. But we've already won. Eden has been forced to give in. Guy Mollet tried to save the situation, but without much conviction. We haven't won, we've lost. An ultimatum from the Russians, threats from the Americans. I don't know what's happening with the Russians, but it seems Hungary is up in arms. I don't give a damn about Hungary. Supposing we hadn't received this order, we'd now be advancing on Cairo. Do you think that hasn't crossed my mind as well? But we'd have to be covered anyway, as far as the French command is concerned." "That could be done." "I'm afraid not. Our commander-in-chief is a graduate of the Staff College, unlike you or me. He wages war with maps, statistics, and sand tables. He can't believe that 4 parachute regiments on their own can send a whole tin-pot army packing. So get this into your head, Raspagy. I forbid you to move an inch, but if you want to get drunk with your officers, I can send you a truckload of whiskey. There's no shortage. What's in store for us after this? Algeria again, though the solution to Algeria is probably to be found here. Algeria, that shit house. Yes, we're condemned to that shithouse again. Do you know the garrison of Port Said has just surrendered? It's a bad business, sir, giving up like this when victory was within our grasp, and we badly need a victory. It's especially bad for our men. They thought they had escaped from prison. Now they're going to be taken back to their cells under police escort. The paratroops of the 10th Regiment embarked on 14 November, a few hours before the arrival of the UN police, 90 Danish soldiers in blue caps. They had skin and hair the color of butter, weapons which they had never used except on exercises, and complexions as clear as their consciences. On 20 November the regiment disembarked at Algiers in the dark. Colonel Raspagy had arranged for them to be sent off at once into the mountains, for he felt he had to take his men in hand again. A Falaga band had just been reported in the Bolivian Atlas. On the very next day the Lizard set off in pursuit of it. On Saturday, 30 September, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, while the streets were swarming with people, a bomb exploded in the milk bar on the corner of the Rue d'Islay and the Place Beaujour, just opposite the flat which the Commander-in-Chief occupied in the headquarters building of No. 10 area. At the same time, in the cafeteria in the Rue Michelet, a second bomb went off. This one was made of the same primitive explosive as the first Schneiderite, manufactured from potassium chloride. The 2 bombs killed 3 people and injured 46. The casualties included a number of children who had their legs blown off. At the cafeteria, some medical orderlies had just laid a child, screaming with pain, on a stretcher. They were about to close the doors of the ambulance when one of them noticed he had left the child's foot and shoe on the pavement. He threw both under the stretcher and, leaning against a tree, promptly vomited. He was called Molesky. Regularly once a week at the Swiss restaurant, he used to take a nurse, with whom he occasionally spent the night out to dinner. He was a happy man, and until that day had never been assailed by any political, moral, or sentimental problem. The fuse of another bomb placed in the main hall of the air terminal failed to function. It consisted of an alarm clock connected to an electric battery and contained the same explosive as the cafeteria and milk bar bombs, Schneiderite. On 5 October, yet another bomb exploded in the Algiers Tablet bus, killing 9 Muslim passengers. Horror reigned in Algiers to the sound of wailing ambulance sirens, and in the midst of shattered shop windows and pools of blood hastily sprinkled with sawdust. Stretched to breaking point, the nerves of the Algerines quivered at every rumour, at the most improbable report. But sometimes these very same men appeared to be unaffected by the most atrocious sights, and as they drank their anisette, would raise their glass to the next grenade, of which they themselves might be the victims. Then they would work themselves into a frenzy over a conversation about football. Horror was succeeded by fear and hatred. Muslims began to be beaten up without rhyme or reason, simply because they had a parcel in their hands or because they had a nasty expression on their face. Europeans got rid of their old Arab servants and Fatmas who had been part of the family for 20 years. "You can't trust any of them," they would say. "One fine day we'll wake up to find our throats cut and our children poisoned." Then they would quote the story of the baker who had been murdered by his assistant. The 2 men had worked together every night for over 10 years. They had become close friends and were to be seen every morning emerging covered in flour from their bakehouse. They would go and have lunch in a bistro on the other side of the street, taking their newly baked bread with them and ordering some ham to go with it. Within a few days, Bab el-Oud witnessed a distinct rift between the Muslims on the one hand and the Jews and Europeans on the other. This was exactly what the FLN wanted, to divide that ill-defined zone and split up its inhabitants who tended to resemble one another more and more, for they had so many things in common: a certain nonchalance, love of gossip, contempt for women, jealousy, irresponsibility, and inclination to daydream. Villel and Pasfuro spent every night at the Echo d'Alger offices, where there was a WT tuned in on the police transmitter's wavelength. They listened into the calls and were thus able to ascertain the number of the outrages and the place where they had occurred. In November, they averaged more than 5 a day and accounted for 200 deaths. In the early days, the journalists would rush to the spot at once, by car, motorcycle, or taxi there. They would see a few bodies lying on the pavement and covered in an old blanket, some wounded being taken off to the Mayotte hospital, or the impotent rage of a man with a face distorted by hatred and misery. There they would hear a woman screaming as she went for the police or ambulance men with her claws. The Jewesses and Spanish women were the most uncontrolled of the lot. Very soon the journalists could no longer bear to photograph these horrors, listen to these screams, and be taken to task as though it was they who were arming the terrorists. Pasfiro and Villel had again attended a government house press conference. The spokesman had given a garbled version of the outrages and minimized the number of casualties. More often than not, the outrages were modestly referred to as incidents. He had announced the arrest of several terrorists whose identity could not be revealed, promised that measures would be taken against them, and reported the annihilation of a sizable Felaga band in the Colo Peninsula, where a considerable amount of weapons had been seized. Villel had given a knowing smile, and Pasfiro had shrugged his shoulders in despair, which had succeeded in unleashing the spokesman's anger. "Are you again questioning the accuracy of my information?" Naturally, Villel calmly replied, rising to his feet, "Come and see me in my office with Pasfiro. We must thrash this out together once and for all." Their colleagues on the local press watched the two bad boys enter the headmaster's study with the satisfaction of goody-goodies who were beyond reproach. As soon as he was alone with the two special correspondents, the spokesman changed his tune. He sank back into an armchair, his head lolling limply against the headrest. "Out with it," he said wearily. "To begin with," said Villel, "the outrages have caused 17 victims and not 6. Not one arrest has been made, and the government has no disciplinary measures in view." Secondly, Pasfiro chipped in, "We got the worst of it in the Colo skirmish. 15 dead and 22 wounded. The arms that were seized amounted to 2 sporting rifles. But what about the arms that were lost? They haven't been mentioned in any report." The spokesman rose to his feet and started pacing up and down the thick office carpet, peering at the two Confederates through his eyelashes, which were as curved and long as a woman's. He had confused and tricked them so often that he was now reduced to treating them with a certain amount of frankness and honesty. A minor civil servant who had embarked on his career in the wake of the resident minister, the spokesman had allowed himself to be carried away by the Algerian tragedy and, with all the resources of a nimble mind, with all the unscrupulousness of a pupil of Machiavelli who has pledged himself to a cause, he had set about defending Algeria inch by inch. "All right," he said, "there's no point in deceiving you. Your information's quite correct, but what good would it do to make it public at this stage? It would only add to the general alarm. We're on the brink of a catastrophe. Anything could happen within the next few days. The crowd may get completely out of hand. Europeans and Muslims may start killing each other. But we can't do a thing. Our hands are tied by your friends, Villel. They need the loss of Algeria in order to seize power, no matter if the whole of Algiers goes up in flames." "You're exaggerating, Mr. Spokesman. We only want to save what can still be saved by coming to terms with certain valid elements of the FLN." The telephone started ringing. What the hell does this bastard want, I wonder? Since living in the company of army men, he had assumed a coarse manner of speech which he felt was demanded of him. He lifted the receiver. "Hello? Oh, it's you, Vivier. What's that? Froger has just been killed. Where? On the steps of the main post office. Serious? I should damn well think so. We're in for it now, Vivier. No, it's up to you to notify the chief. You're the head of security after all." Without waiting a moment longer, the two journalists dashed out of the room and raced down the marble stairs of Government House. Amédée Froger, the president of the Interfederation of the Mayors of Algeria, had by virtue of his qualities and shortcomings become the standard-bearer of all the settlers. The FLN had struck the Europeans right between the eyes. The repercussions were bound to be violent. At 11 o'clock that night, Pasfiro, who had just filed his copy, joined Villel in the press club, the only place that kept open after curfew. This tunnel, obscured by cigarette smoke, was a seething mass of journalists, police officials, pimps and informers, drug peddlers, secret service agents, professional prostitutes, and amateur tarts, the latter like the former, on the lookout for a greenhorn who was drunk enough to see them home. Well, Villèle inquired, what's the latest? The funeral's fixed for tomorrow, 28 December. The New Year's getting off to a good start. It will see the independence of Algeria. That's inevitable. History, like a river, always flows in the same direction. Balls, said Passepartout. Utter and complete balls, this irreversibility of history. Your little commie chums were clever to appropriate destiny for themselves. What strength it gives them. Do you think Algeria can be saved? Can't you see that it's rotten to the core? It appears sound enough, but that's merely a facade which is going to be blown down in the gale of the general strike which Cairo and Tunis are threatening before the UNO debate. We've got the same number of officials at Government House, rather more than last year in fact, and they all keep sending one another memoranda and publishing reports. But the machine's working in a void. No one reads the things, no one acts on them. Meanwhile, 400,000 soldiers are standing by, waiting to be able to go home. You're exaggerating. The army holds the hinterland. Perhaps, but it doesn't control a single town. Its sphere of action ceases at the gates. And in the towns, what do you find? A few old flatfoots entangled in their peacetime regulations who have got no information and are only too anxious to save their skins. The rebellion, like a worm, has insinuated itself into this defenseless fruit and devoured it from the inside. The FLN is master of the towns, starting with Algiers itself. It has therefore won. Remember Morocco, the revolt there started in the Medinas, after which the hinterland followed suit. Why not put the army into the towns? Out of the question, it's illegal. But legality now merely serves to protect a band of terrorists and assassins. The whole of Algiers is controlled by a few hundred killers, as you know perfectly well. Those who are in favor of withdrawing from Algeria are very keen on the legal aspect. Legality is only interesting when it's useful to us and is on our side. You talk like Louis Vuitton, my dear Villèle. The liberty which you demand from us in the name of your principles, we deny you in the name of ours. A tart came and sat down at their table. Her fair hair fell over her face. Her breasts drooped, and she smelt of drink. Villèle gave her a smack on the behind with the palm of his hand. You see, Passepartout, I'm going off to sleep with her. More often than not, one sleeps with whatever comes to hand. He rose to his feet and rested both fists on the wine-stained tablecloth. And perhaps it's for the same reason that I sleep with the flow of history. Amédée Froger's funeral gave rise to several incidents of violence, in the course of which a number of Muslims who had nothing to do with the killing or with the FLN were clubbed to death, knifed or shot by a raving mob. This sort of pogrom was commonly referred to as a rat hunt. At 7 in the evening, Passepartout was standing outside the Aletti with Parston, one of his American colleagues, when the mob emerged from the Rue de la Liberté and the Rue Colonna d'Ornano and swept up the little lanes and stairways towards the Rue d'Isly. By the tobacconist's stall on the other side of the street, an old Arab stood watching this milling crowd in amazement, wondering what mysterious reason there could possibly be behind it. Passepartout distinctly saw a man run up to the Arab and brain him with a heavy iron bar. He dashed across the street, forcing a way through the crowd with his elbows, and began to pick the old man up. He was already dead, his skull bashed in, and the journalist withdrew his hands, which were now covered in blood, but he could see a policeman who had witnessed the murder taking to his heels. Passepartout straightened up slowly, and his rage was so intense that he was trembling from head to foot. "Some day I'm going to do in one of those bastards," he said to the American who had come across and joined him. Parston was an old hand who had been in every war and every revolution. He took Passepartout by the arm. "It wasn't a man who killed the Arab," he said, "it was the mob. The mob's a strange sort of beast which lashes out at random and then doesn't remember a thing. It has a taste for murder, arson and plunder. The man who struck him down was probably a nice young chap who loves his mother and looks after his cats. I've studied the mob for a long time. Leave well alone and come and wash your hands." "I hate the beast. I'd like to shoot it dead." Everyone hates the mob, but everyone belongs to it. They went back to the Sintra and spent the rest of the night drinking. To calm Passepartout down, Parston treated him to a description of all the horrors he had witnessed in the last 20 years. He now talked about the mob as though it was some monstrous mythical hydra, like the one whose heads and arms were chopped off by Hercules only to sprout anew immediately afterwards. Pasfuro then remembered the policeman he had seen taking to his heels. There was no more law and order. The Hydra was prowling about Algiers in complete freedom. The FLN would soon be able to put its men into the streets and launch the Kasbah against the European quarters. Day by day, armed commandos coming from the Wilaya 4 were infiltrating in small groups into the Kasbah or going to ground in the suburbs of Algiers. On their side, the Europeans were buying weapons and grenades regardless of the cost. Mr. Arsenaid suddenly assumed great importance. One day all the walls appeared daubed with his emblem, a red heart surmounted by a cross. The first meeting of the anti-terrorist commando he had created was held on the very evening of Amédée Froge's gory funeral at Telemi, in a rented flat occupied by Puy de Bois, a little settler from Blyde. Puy de Bois, a violent, tough, outspoken man with a thick-set, powerful frame, close-cropped hair and a blue chin, which he had to shave several times a day, kept saying over and over again, "We've got to choose between a suitcase and a coffin. My choice is a coffin, but it had better be a big one, because I plan to take quite a number with me." Paul Pélissier had come accompanied by Bert. He had been driven to action by a variety of sentiments. The desire to surprise his wife and win her back from Esclavier was mingled with the need to do something, and not feel so isolated, and therefore so unhappy in the midst of this town, which was collapsing in anarchy and bloodshed. Now that he carried a weapon, he had the sensation of being at last the man of exception born in revolution and conspiracy. Bert followed Paul as he had always done. He was a placid, handsome, rich young man, but there was no life in those 176 lb of healthy flesh in that beautiful statuesque head. No desire, not even the most commonplace envy, nothing but Paul to whom he had belonged since his childhood. The medical orderly Maleski had been brought by Malaviel, a government house employee recruited by Arsenaid. There was only one thing in the world that Malaviel feared, not being in the thick of things. He loved mystery as other men love sport, gambling, or women, with passion, and suffered for the very reason that there was no mystery in the sort of life he led. The life of an exemplary minor official who boarded in a HLM with his unassuming little wife and 3 overwell-behaved little children. Maleski could not dismiss from his mind the vision of the cafeteria, the ambulance, and the injured child. He had haunting nightmares and hallucinations. Women filled him with horror. He could no longer stomach a mouthful of meat or a single glass of wine. His hatred of the rats was akin to that of a teetotaler bent on preserving his chastity. It was cold and implacable. It manifested itself neither in word nor gesture. It verged on madness. The student at Druges was not quite sure how he came to be there. One falls into conversation with a stranger in a cafe one evening, one drinks a few anisettes, one accepts an invitation to dinner, and one finds oneself involved in a plot. Since it was not the first time this sort of thing had happened to him, he was not unduly impressed. Arsenaid took up his position in front of a table on which lay a Bible and a revolver. He was in shirt sleeves, with his collar open at the neck, chubby and glistening with high-quality sweat. "Gentlemen," he said, "we are on the brink of defeat. Tomorrow Algeria will cease to be French, unless we act promptly and decisively. Our organization already numbers hundreds of adherents. There is no lack of volunteers for printing pamphlets, bill-sticking, and collecting information, but that's not enough. We now need men for killing." "As usual," Adrugues said to himself, "we've got to kill, but whom? No one seems to agree on that score. There's nothing but a lot of talk about rat hunts and submachine guns. If you're not in the thick of things, there's not a chance of getting a girl. Nowadays, you've got to pack a pistol before you're entitled to give them a smack on the behind." "Terror," Arsenaid went on, "must be answered by terror, outrage by outrage. That's what you all think, isn't it, Puy de Bois? Isn't it, Maleski?" He raised his voice and thumped the table. "Well, that's not the solution. First and foremost, we've got to be efficient. It's not enough to throw a few bombs of our own. What we've got to find out is who is throwing them. We've got to do the work which the police are incapable of doing, and the army isn't allowed to do, counter-terrorism. You, whom I've chosen for your devotion to the country, for your high moral qualities, your courage and self-denial, this evening I bring you." He thumped the table again, the support of several important leaders of our army. We're going to act in conjunction with the secret GHQ. Adruguez sat up in his seat. This time things looked rather more serious than usual. Arsenaid believed implicitly in this secret GHQ, a myth he had fondly cherished ever since he had been in touch with one of the countless clandestine organizations that flourished at Vichy during the occupation, for this deceiver of others succeeded also in deceiving himself. He had met Colonel Paysange on 3 separate occasions and had spoken to him in guarded terms of certain steps he was planning to take. The least the colonel had been able to do was to lend him the support of GHQ. Nothing more had been needed for Arsenaid, who was always inclined to read between the lines, to imagine some vast collusion between his own organization and this great GHQ of which Paysange could be none other than the Algiers representative. Before going any further, my friends, I'm going to ask you to take an oath on this Bible, as I shall now do in front of you. Arsenaid squared his shoulders and with a great show of emotion and sincerity pledged himself as follows: in the name of Christ, in the name of France, so that Algeria shall remain French, I swear to fight to the death, to keep my activity secret, to carry out every order I am given, no matter what it may be. If I betray my oath, I shall expect to be executed like a traitor. The new adherents repeated the oath one after another. Puy de Bois quivering with emotion, Bert without understanding a word, Malavielle with delight, Malesky with the sombre conviction of someone possessed reciting a formula of exorcism, and Paul Pélissier with such deep anxiety that he stuttered from the effort. Eugène Adruguez spoke in a strong, clear voice which impressed everyone. He did not believe in the oath for a moment. Now, as far as action is concerned, said Arsenaid, our friend Malavielle has a most important announcement to make. It's like this, said Malavielle. I've been keeping him under observation for the last 3 weeks, and I now know that he's one of the main leaders of the rebellion. Who Puy de Bois? Asked Ben Chihani, the cloth merchant in the Boulevard La Ferrière. Let's be serious about this, said Adruguez, who was 20 years old. All Chihani thinks about is money. No doubt he contributes a little to the rebellion, like any other Muslim merchant. I'm certain of what I'm saying, said Malavielle. I've got information. He was not certain of anything at all, but since he went past Chihani's shop every day, the idea occurred to him to suspect this self-satisfied little fellow who was doing good business, and stood in his doorway rubbing his hands together with pleasure. Then off we go, said Puy de Bois. We'll take him to some quiet spot, beat him up and make him talk. That little bastard earns all his money from European customers. Arsenaid chipped in. This first operation must be organized with great care, and I must first of all refer it to, you know who, any volunteers. Me, said Puy de Bois, and besides I've got a car. Me too, said Malesky. Malavielle could not do otherwise than volunteer as well. Adruguez, who had not taken this expedition against the cloth merchant seriously for a single moment, did not even see fit to warn him. He was indebted to him. Chihani had lent some money to his mother when she became a widow. 4 days later, as Adruguez walked past Chihani's shop, he did not see him in his doorway. He went inside. His son Lucien was at the cashier's desk, and he looked rather odd. Where's your father? Adruguez inquired. There's something I want to ask him. The young man came up to the student, and after glancing round the shop, whispered in his ear. He's disappeared? He hasn't been seen for the last 2 days. We know it's neither the FLN nor the French police. Who can it be, then? He received a telephone call about some business or other. This was the day before yesterday at 10 o'clock in the morning. That's the last we heard of him. If you could possibly find out. But how do you know it's not the FLN? Lucien Chihani suddenly looked extremely ill at ease. Because there's nothing they could hold against us on any score whatsoever. It was not until the evening that Adruguez learned the truth. When he managed to get hold of Arsenaid, the little man was quite beside himself. Fate had willed that Chihani should be the treasurer of the whole of the autonomous zone of Algiers, entrusted by the rebels with the handling of funds exceeding 150 million francs. Chihani knew most of the FLN leaders and even the whereabouts of some of their hideouts, not to mention the whole politic-administrative organization. After being dipped headfirst in a water tank by Puy de Bois, he had confessed everything. We must hand him over to the police at once. Rodriguez exclaimed. Arsenaid threw his little arms up in the air. Too late. He had a weak heart. Maybe we held him under too long, and his heart gave out during the night. Molesky did all he could to revive him. Couldn't the information have been invented by the others? No. Chihani told us about an arms dump in his villa in the Parc de Galland. We found 12 submachine guns there and 20 million francs. 20 million, yes, said Arsenaid, modestly lowering his eyes. Pas de Boy took the body off in his car and pitched it into a disused well near his farm. I'm going out of my mind, Rodriguez said to himself. I'm living in an absolute madhouse. What are you going to do now, Mr. Arsenaid? I've seen Colonel Poisange. The paratroops are moving into Algiers in 2 days' time. He has advised me to have a word with the intelligence officer of one of the regiments, a certain Captain Boyfurus. I've arranged to meet him tonight. The decision to throw a parachute division of 4 regiments, which in fact amounted to 4 big battalions, 5,000 men at the most, into Algiers had been discussed on 15 January at a dramatic meeting held in the big council chamber at Government House and attended by the members of the civil and military cabinets, the chiefs of police and the representatives of the commander-in-chief and of the prefect of Algiers. The resident minister was in Paris at the time. He was notified by telephone of the outcome of the meeting, and that evening he obtained the President's permission to adopt the measure with all the risks it might entail. The general commanding the division was forthwith invested for the duration of the emergency with full civil and military powers. The regime was playing its last card in this affair. It threw it down on the table because it was reduced to this extremity, but with ill grace, as though it already realized that by taking such a decision it was condemning itself to death. Villèle, in his turn, was summoned to Paris. His boss asked him what he thought of the paratroops. There's a lot of good and a lot of bad in them, he replied. They're dangerous because they go to any lengths and nothing will hold them back. They've assimilated the Marxist conception of enlisting the masses, and like the communists, they are beyond the conventional notion of good and evil. He was then asked for his opinion on the 10th Colonial Parachute Regiment. It's so, and its officers, he replied. It's the regiment which will do best in this new form of warfare. One could almost say it was formed specifically with that aim in view. The boss produced a file dealing with the massacre in the Mechtas of Ralem. We're building up a file on tortures and measures of oppression. What about the FLNs? We're not interested in them. What should we do about this file? Wait and see. Do you think you can stay on in Algiers without running too many risks? Yes, the paratroops will look after me, because they feel the need to convince me, to win me over to their side. They're like the communists. They don't yet consider me irrecuperable. What chance have they got of succeeding? Hardly any. The paratroops know nothing about the rebellion and its organization or about Algerian mentality. The police and the civil administration will do everything in their power to put a spoke in their wheel. From jealousy, because they can't allow others to succeed where they themselves have failed. The rest of the army is envious of the airborne units, and they all fall into rival camps according to whether they wear red, green or blue berets or forage caps. Would you be able to meet any political heads of the rebellion? Number. You sometimes forget that I come from Algiers and that my mother, brother and sisters might be blown up by a bomb any day. When you meddle in politics, it's best to rise above that sort of contingency. That's easy when you've got your whole family living in the Avenue Foch. I thought you had fallen out with yours. You can't keep that sort of thing up at a time like this. Mr. Michel Esclavier wants to see you. He can go and take a running jump at himself. He's a great friend of the firm, and for the first time we've got him in our clutches. He doesn't want his name to be compromised in the business of the Mechtas of Ralem on account of his brother-in-law. It's not his name, just as Villèle isn't your name. He is anxious to cover up for Captain Esclavier. You seem rather jumpy and aggressive. The air of Algiers, perhaps? When are you going back? Tomorrow, go and have a rest. Then come and dine with us this evening. It should be quite an interesting party. I already know who's going to be there: an academician, 3 ambassadors, a few past, present and future ministers, some business tycoons and a title or two, an American communist, an official from a people's democracy who has just chosen freedom, a Dominican, some conscientious objectors, a syndicalist, and a film star. An interesting party. I'd rather go and join that idiot Pasfiro. What are Pasfiro's views on the situation? He doesn't have any. He's nothing but a journalist who reacts to every event and passes on his reactions to 500,000 readers. An idiotic, devoted hack. Are you thinking of leaving us? No, because you're on the winning side. You occasionally forget that I'm the one who made you. I've served you well. If there was any fighting in Algiers, would you go out into the streets? I'd take to my heels, hoping that everything would go up in smoke, that there would be nothing left of the town. Because, sir, I love Algiers. You once told me that a man who is attached to something, no matter what, a town, a woman, a country, or an idea, can never have a great destiny. I love my country, my wife, and my children. A country which is merely a reflection of yourself, your wife, because she's nothing but your shadow, your children, because you cannot imagine they could ever be different from you. I'm also fond of you, Villèle, a contradictory emotion, but an understandable one. You need a man on this paper who stands up to you, but only up to a certain point, merely as a stimulant, like a cup of coffee. One day I'm going to make you a director. I certainly hope so. Do come and have dinner this evening. What's the name of that actress of yours? Evelyn Forain? She's free and unattached. On the downgrade, on the contrary, a rising star. Good, then I'll come. The boss signed an expense voucher for Villèle. It was for double the amount he was usually given. Villèle sneered, the 400,000 francs of Judas. On 20 January, the chief of staff of the division summoned all the regimental intelligence officers to Algiers. Boisfiras and Marindel took part in this strange conventicle, at which a dozen officers received orders to clean up Algiers as rapidly as possible, foil the strike, unearth the terrorist networks, take the whole organization of the town in hand, and to do it in such a way as to avoid too many casualties. How does a town of 700,000 inhabitants work? Marindel naively inquired. I've no idea, the colonel replied with a shrug of his shoulders. We were not taught that sort of thing at Staff College. Have we got any information on the rebellion, the way it's organized, the names of its leaders? A captain in a red beret inquired. Very little. Algiers is established as an autonomous zone, with a civil and military governor whose names we don't know, tribunals, armed groups, a bomb network, committees, and even, so they say, hospitals. You will be given a little pamphlet on the rebellion which I've had ronotyped for your benefit. The same pamphlet that's handed out to the foreign journalists who come to Algeria? That's all the police is willing to let us have. How will the town be divided up? Boisfiras asked. In 4 sectors, 1 to each regiment. The 10th, for instance, will have in its sector the west part of the Kasbah on the waterfront, including Bab el-Oud, of course. There was a burst of laughter, for the whole division knew about Raspagui's adventure. What about orders? An elderly captain inquired. No written orders. Do as you see fit. You'll be covered by the general. You've got his word for this. That's pretty meager. The word of a brigadier general in a matter of this importance, a young major observed. What about the government? It's the government that has given you the order to occupy Algiers and to act in such a way as to, a written order. We're not here to discuss points of procedure, but to fight. We've got to do this job irrespective of all legality and conventional method. The strike must be foiled, otherwise the FLN will be able to show UN that they're in control of Algiers. If we don't achieve some rapid results against terrorism, the Europeans will come out into the streets, there will be massacres, and once again everyone will say that France is unable to maintain order in Algeria, that she must therefore be relieved, the problem put on an international footing and UN observers sent in, which will be tantamount to the victory of the FLN. It still means, the Major went on, that we're now being asked to do a police job, after being forced to act as schoolmasters and wet nurses. It's extremely unpleasant. Yes, but you've all been trained in operational intelligence. Look upon this Algiers business as a battle that you've got to win at any price, the most important of your battles, even though it isn't normal campaigning. The stakes are even higher than at Dien Bien Phu. The regiments will enter Algiers after dark on 24 January. The population must wake up in the morning to a new town of which you will be the masters. The surprise, the shock must be as violent for the Muslims as for the Europeans. You've got the right to requisition. You can enter any house by day or by night without a search warrant. Who gives us this right? Boisfiras asked. You take it upon yourselves. The general will see all unit commanders at midnight on the 24th. Good hunting, gentlemen." Boisforus parted from Marindel, who had decided to spend the night at Christiane Bellinger's, and went to report to Colonel Paysenge, who had sent for him. Boisforus was one of the few paratroop officers who was on good terms with him. The man did not inspire the captain with aversion despite his twisted mind, his love of intrigue, his lack of scruples, good faith in honor, his monstrous thirst for power, which he could only quench in the shadow of his seniors in rank, which made him sly and at the same time embittered. Boisforus felt a certain attraction for people who, in the image of his father, pursued great aims by devious paths, the disciples of Machiavelli, Ignatius Loyola, Lenin, and Stalin. That day, Paysenge had assumed his expression of a sphinx with half-closed eyes. He was the initiate of great mysteries and was anxious to appear so. "My dear Captain," he said, "you're being launched on an adventure in which there's every chance of coming to grief. You know the deep regard I feel for Colonel Lartéguy, the finest soldier in the French army, and for you yourself and your friends. So I've decided to come to your assistance by providing you with one of the keys of Algiers, which will enable you, while the others are marking time, to get a move on. This key is called Mr. Arsenaid. He'll be waiting for you at 8 o'clock this evening at the Aletti bar. He'll be wearing a grey suit and be ostentatiously reading Nouvelle France. From now on, my friend, it's up to you." After the captain had left, Paysenge allowed himself to smile as he drummed with his fingers on the glass slab covering his desk. He had got himself out of an embarrassing situation extremely cleverly by ridding himself of that madman Arsenaid, and at the same time he was settling an old score with Lartéguy by foisting him onto the colonel together with the cloth merchant's corpse. After an hour's conversation with Arsenaid, Boisforus came to the conclusion that the man ought to be locked up, and that Paysenge, once again, had indulged in a manoeuvre for which he could see no rhyme or reason. Arsenaid maintained that the principal leader of the rebellion, Si Milial, was living in Algiers under the name of Amar, as well as Abani, Krim Belhasem, Ben Hidi, and Dalhabsad, his heads of the interior, and that he, Arsenaid, had got hold of 20 million francs belonging to the rebels, not to mention the plan of the whole financial organization of the autonomous zone. He had taken this plan out of his pocket, together with a list of the names of the merchants who were acting as cashiers. "Money matters," said Arsenaid, "have always been the weak point of the FLN. Many of the collectors made off with the dough, so Chihani had decided to split the merchants up into groups of 10. Having received the subscriptions from 9 of them, the collector would then hand the funds over to the 10th, which avoided leaving large sums of money in the hands of young cutthroats." If this crackpot story is true, Boisforus suddenly reflected. He pocketed the papers and asked Arsenaid to assemble his team of activists on the following evening, and also to bring the funds he had unearthed with him. The word activist had a genuine revolutionary ring. Arsenaid seized on it at once. He had discovered a new word with a certain amount of consistence, onto which he could fasten, as though they were so many colored balloons, his most extravagant fantasies. After leaving him, Boisforus rang up Inspector Poyston and asked, "Which branch of the police handles the confidential information in connection with the rebellion, in other words, the rebels' card index system?" "The DST," Poyston replied, "but nothing would persuade them to make it available, least of all to you." "Where's the card index kept?" "State Police Headquarters, 3rd floor of the Prefecture, room 417. Is that all you want to know? You'd better be quick about it. The card index is liable to be moved at any moment." "Thanks for the information, Poyston, but I haven't given you any information. On the evening of 20th January, Marindel had called on Christiane Bellinger. He did not have time to let her know he was coming, and found her in company with a Moslem friend, whom she introduced to him by the name of Amar. She had known him, she told him, for a long time, for he had been her guide on her first expedition to the Mzab. He had managed to get her into certain Ibadite circles and into Malika, the holy city, and had introduced her to an old Kuf official who had given her valuable information on the Imamate of Tiaret in the 10th century. Christiane seemed restless and uneasy. She kept launching into technical terms and historical references to make Ammar's presence there more plausible. At first the captain wondered if she slept with this Arab when he was away, but quickly realized this was highly improbable with Christiane. Marindel had found peace and happiness, the pleasure of long conversations, and affection too, all that Janine had been unable to give him. Christiane was not the sort of woman to conceal from him that she had another liaison if such was the case. She had frankly admitted far more embarrassing things to him, in particular the passion she had once had for one of her young female pupils, of which she had never been completely cured. Ammar seemed a rather odd little chap, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence, a broad forehead above a rather commonplace face, and chubby little hands like a child's. "I'm very pleased to meet you, Captain," he said in his gentle voice. "Christiane has often spoken to me about you and your experiences out in Indochina. Christiane's a little uneasy because she thinks I am not quite in order. I once spent 5 years in prison at Lambé's for, let's call it nationalism. And there's a rumor that you paratroops are soon going to be masters of Algiers, that you're going to be invested with every power, including therefore the powers of the police. Don't worry though, my growing pains are over and there's nothing that can be held against me now." "You'll stay to dinner, won't you, Yves?" Christiana asked. "We've all become rather on edge in Algiers, all this shooting in the streets, these bombs and searches. You see, I even ask you if you'll stay to dinner when this house is just as much yours as mine. I've asked Ammar to move in here. Up to now he's been living in the Kasbah where he's exposed to all sorts of troubles. He's like me. He has nothing to do with this war." After dinner, Marindel had a long conversation with Ammar. The uneasy atmosphere had lifted. Christiane had put Mozart's horn concerto on the gramophone, which reminded Yves of their first awkward embraces. Ammar sat with his eyes closed, puffing at his cigarette. "How long were you a prisoner?" he asked the captain. 4 years. I was inside for 5. What did you think about all that time? What enabled you, how shall I put it, to remain yourself?" "I made the best of it. The Viet Minh taught me a number of things, among others, that the old world was doomed. It's doomed in Algeria just as much as in the Far East. Why are you fighting to preserve it?" My friend Boy Führers would say, "To give the lie to history. History is on the side of the nationalists, as it's on the side of the communists. Anyone who tries to turn man into a submissive robot is traveling with the flow of history. What I'm fighting against in Algeria is this mechanization of man. If I were a rebel, I would say I was fighting for much the same reason. At one time I fought so that we Muslims should become French. It was a great mistake. It's in themselves, in their history, that nations must seek their reasons for existing. And when they haven't any history, they must invent it. France is an offspring of Rome, but she's not ashamed of it. Algeria will also be an offspring of France, but the time has come to divorce, and one of the parents refuses to divorce in the name of the past, in the name of moral rights, because her settlers cultivated the fallow land, built towns and apartment houses. The Viet Minh must have taught you that history is ungrateful. The nationalists are going rather too far to obtain this divorce. Outrages, arson, bombs, the massacre of children, culminating in communism. If you think that history, the weak have to use whatever weapons are at hand. The bomb may be the weapon of faith. And the just man, it was a Frenchman from Algeria who said this, may be the one who throws the bomb to destroy a tyranny, even if that bomb kills some innocent victims. If you granted us independence, perhaps we would come back to you. You're divided among yourselves by different languages and customs. The people of the mountains hate those of the plain. If we left you to your own devices, you'd be at each other's throats. You're not a nation." "I know. I've also said, like Ferhat Abbas, I've looked for Algeria in books and cemeteries, and I never found her. But since then you've filled our cemeteries sufficiently to create a history for us. Do you believe the Algerian people will benefit from independence? It's too late to think about that. The Algerian people have been too scarred by war. Their existence has been too disturbed to turn the clock back at this stage. You yourselves are creating Algeria through this war, by uniting all the races, Berbers, Arabs, Kabyles, and Shawiyas. The rebels should be almost grateful to you for the violent measures of repression you have taken. And the million French. Why do you think that we who number 8 million should be forced to become like them, which they have always refused to allow in any case? Very soon all men will be alike all over the world. What interests us is today and not tomorrow. And you, Christian, what do you think? Merindel asked. All I want is peace, she said, and that the masses should have the right to account for themselves. It's always a mere handful of men who account for the masses, and nothing great, alas, has ever emerged from peace, neither a nation, as Amar has just pointed out, nor a great work. Peace has always been the reign of mediocrities, and pacificism the bleating of a herd of sheep which allow themselves to be led to the slaughterhouse without defending themselves. I never pictured you as an apostle of war, Eves, but then I keep forgetting you're an officer. You've just said, Amar went on, that it's always a mere handful of men who account for the masses. That's true. But these men still have to follow the basic direction of the masses. The handful of men that make up the FLN, either here or in Cairo, are moving, in my opinion, in that direction. The side who'll win, my dear Amar, is the one who'll take the masses in hand, us. I'm referring to our own little army out here, which is numerically inferior to the Felagas or to you. I'm not a rebel. Can you see an impractical little intellectual like me at the head of a rebellion? But let's pretend, for the sake of argument, let's assume I am a rebel, a leader of the rebellion. Amar's eyes sparkled with mischief. He went on, there's only one word for me, Istiklal, independence. It's a deep, fine-sounding word and rings in the ears of the poor fellaheen more loudly than poverty, social security, or free medical assistance. We Algerians, steeped as we are in Islam, are in greater need of dreams and dignity than practical care. And you, what word have you got to offer? If it's better than mine, then you've won. We haven't any, but we're now going to start thinking seriously of one. Thanks for the advice. Not at all, but you won't be able to find it, for this word is unique and belongs to us. Let's go on pretending, if you don't mind, Captain. You're just back from Egypt, I gather. Yes, you were beaten by the Egyptians, yet they ran pretty fast at the sight of us, leaving their weapons and sometimes their trousers behind. That bunch of runaways, that tin-pot army incapable of using the arms which the Russians had given them, those officers with splendid moustaches who stripped down to their underpants so as to run all the faster, nevertheless defeated you, you the paratroops, who are said to be the finest force in the whole of free Europe, and they defeated you by taking to their heels. The whole world rose up against France and England, the Russians and Americans alike, because in Egypt you tried to play a game that is no longer in current usage. You've been allowed to play that game again in Algeria, but it won't last much longer. Maybe within the next few days the general strike will ring the death knell of French imperialism in the Maghreb. If we break that strike, we'll start another one later, until the whole world supports us against you. Is there no means of coming to an understanding? Get out of the country. Embark your soldiers as you did in Port Said. We'll protect your settlers provided they observe our laws. Get out of the country, leaving 1 million hostages behind. The 400,000 Muslims living in France would also be hostages. What regime would you like to establish in Algeria? A democracy which wouldn't have the blemishes of yours, with an infinitely stronger executive body, a collective administration operating within the framework of all the leading elements. As I said before, the final outcome is bound to be communism. Perhaps we are defending an out-of-date system, but your revolution is also out of date. It's middle class, and if it wants to succeed, it will have to employ the only methods which are up to date, that is communist methods. Your collective administration is one example of this, unless your military get the upper hand. We shall know how to protect ourselves against our military as well as against your communists. But let's stop this game. I'm only an unimportant little man called Amar. I'm going up to bed. Just one more question. I'd like to know if you're still a Muslim. The only aspect of Islam that I've retained is a belief in Baraka, that beneficent force which is enjoyed by those who have a destiny unlike that of others. Later on, when they were in bed, Yves Marindel asked Christiane, I'm fascinated by Amar. He plays the role of the rebel leader with absolute conviction. He seems to be abreast of international politics. Where does he come from? What's his background? A police interrogation already. There's no need to be so touchy. I'm merely doing my duty to the best of my ability. I'd like to help Amar if he's in any trouble, provided of course you give me your word that he's not a member of the FLN. Amar is from the Ksur Mountains, and his family, who are extremely rich, send him enough money to live on. He reads and studies a great deal. His only interest in politics is theoretical, but it's quite possible he sympathizes with the FLN. Yeah. Wheeze, let's forget the whole business, Amar, and bombs and all the rest of it. Hold me in your arms. I'd be miserable if anything happened to separate us. It was on the night of the 25th that Boyferas managed to get hold of the card index system of the DST. He had had to overcome Lartégui's scruples, but won him over by maintaining that if the 10th Parachute Regiment did not do the job, another regiment would pull it off and get all the credit. Escorted by a dozen paratroopers in battle dress, he went and requested the collaboration of the heads of that police branch, which in fact acted as an intelligence service. If we refuse to let you have this card index system, what will happen? Asked the director of the DST. We shall be forced to conclude that you are covering up for the rebels, that you are their accomplices. By the same token, we might be forced to regard you as traitors, and in order to avoid any scandal. He drew his attention to the submachine guns. Wipe you out. I submit in the face of force. Please, let's say, in the face of reason. Boyferas took the card index system away with him and promptly sent back a letter signed by Lartéguy, thanking the DST for having so promptly displayed such a spirit of cooperation with the units responsible for the security of Algiers. On 26 January, when they woke up in the morning, the people of Algiers discovered they were living in a new town. When Passefiore and Villéal tried in their articles to explain the paratroops' success in the Battle of Algiers and the failure of the strike, the reason they gave was the overconfidence of the FLN. Believing that victory was in sight, it had omitted to take the usual precautions of clandestine activity, in particular the security measure of keeping the various cells and networks apart. In evidence they quoted the arrest of C. Milial, followed by that of Ben Mhidi and the hasty flight of all the members of the CCE, who had settled in Algiers as though the town was already the seat of government of the Algerian Republic. In actual fact, the audacity with which Boyferas had seized the card index system from the DST, his contacts with Arsenade, the burlesque turn which fate had taken, and the speed which the paratroops displayed were the factors which determined their success. This speed resulted both from the paratroopers' ignorance of police methods and their habit of always relying on surprise for the successful conduct of an operation. The 10th Parachute Regiment had established its headquarters at the gates of the Kasbah in an old Arab palace which had long been abandoned. During the night, the paratroops installed a field telephone network and an electric light system operating on a portable power plant. In the middle of the town, they therefore still had the impression of campaigning in the field, of remaining soldiers and not being transformed into policemen. The companies were billeted within the unit perimeter, the men living in the outhouses or in requisitioned villas. Boyferas and Marindel had moved into a big empty room opening onto a gallery on the first floor, which encircled the patio. The roof was flaking, and the sky blue paint on the walls had turned a dirty grey as a result of the damp. In the basement of the old palace, which was used by a neighbouring school, as a storeroom, they had found some tables, desks, and a big blackboard on its wooden stand, since they did not have a stick of furniture themselves, and their own stores had not yet arrived. They appropriated this makeshift material. Boyferas had brought in the DST card index system, a massive cabinet of polished wood with a stout lock. He broke it open with his knife. The cabinet contained 150 cards. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Sergeant Bousselier came and brought the two captains some coffee, which they laced with 2 small bottles of rum they had extracted from some ration boxes. The power plant droning away below them faltered every now and then, and the naked bulbs hanging on their lengths of wire would begin to dim once or twice. They went out altogether. Because of the cold, they wore blue duffel coats over their uniform. Every now and then, to warm themselves up, they would stride up and down the room, slapping their thighs, looking like 2 grands monas against this schoolroom background. Boyferas started going through the cards. The same names kept cropping up: Mohammed Abdi El-Qasim, Ahmed Ben Jaouli, Youssef Ben Kishrani. Most of them had no address. A few of them lived in the streets and lanes of the Kasbah, the shanty towns of the Clos Salembier, or the ravine of the Femmes Sauvages. The records mentioned that Mohammed Abidi El-Qasim had belonged to the Étoile Nord-Africaine, then to the UMDA. That Jali was a member of the MTLD, after having first joined the PPA. All these initials and descriptive signs of anti-French activity meant nothing to the captain, who was completely ignorant of the political history of Algeria. Marindale glanced through the pamphlet which had been distributed to the intelligence officers of the parachute units. It was marked in red with the word "confidential," and in its content and layout resembled one of those brochures that are handed out to tourists on arrival at an airport or frontier. Bouchelier sat on his bench, reading an old magazine which had a fascinating article on the love life of some minor royalty. At 5 in the morning, utterly worn out, they fell asleep at their desks, their heads pillowed in their arms. They were woken up with a start by Raspagui's voice. "Nothing has been done about the tap water, I see. Everyone is dozing in this regiment, as though we were at ease. The colonel was already washed and shaved. He had just doubled round the old palace to get some exercise. He was longing for immediate action, but, like his officers, did not know in which direction to expend his energy. He began thumbing through the card index system, glancing at the names inscribed in regulation block capitals by some conscientious clerk. 'All this stinks of rebels,' he said. 'Is this what you pinched from the Flatfoots, Bois Fouras? Well, when are we going to act on it? You've at least got some addresses. Get moving. The strike's in 2 days' time, and in this box we may have the names of the men who are organizing it.' 'There's nothing in it,' said Bois Fouras, 'but the usual informer's statements, out-of-date political stuff. No reliable evidence, nothing but hearsay. So-and-so is said to have done this or that. So-and-so is said to be in such and such a place.' Raspaguy flared up impatiently. 'Get to work. These men may have been marked down rightly or wrongly, but among them there's bound to be a few who haven't got a clean conscience. We'll round them up and have a little talk.' 'The curfew's been lifted for the last 2 hours, sir,' Marindale pointed out. 'The birds will have flown, and as soon as we round up the first one, the Arab grapevine will sound the alarm. We've got to arrest the whole lot, or else none at all. We could let the other regiments have the addresses of the ones living outside our sector. To hell with that, we've got the cards and we're going to hang on to them.' 'The curfew starts at midnight,' Bois Fouras observed. 5 minutes past midnight would be a good time to begin the operation since, legally, our birds will think they're safe from a police search at that hour.' 'We must think this out carefully,' said Raspaguy. 'Boussoli, move over to the blackboard and take that expression off your face. Haven't you ever seen a blackboard before? The captain will read you out the names on the cards, and you'll write them down in chalk. Marindale, you'll pinpoint the addresses on the town map. We'll divide the suspects up into areas, 1 area to each company. We should be able to have the whole lot in the bag in less than half an hour. I want all company commanders to report to me at 1300 hours. I'll go and warn them now in any case and see how they're settling down.' Raspaguy strode off, happy to escape from the schoolroom atmosphere. He had spent most of his childhood playing truant. He drove through Bab el-Ad in his jeep as though he owned the district, and hooted loudly as he went past the Casa de los Martinez. A shutter opened, and Concha, not yet properly awake, with her young breasts escaping from her blouse, appeared at the window. 'I must try and find a minute or two this afternoon,' he reflected. Then, on second thoughts, he said to himself, 'But why shouldn't I go and visit her at home? I'm the boss of Bab el-Oued now.' Bois Fouras was busy reading out the cards, and Bousselier, who was fed up with this job, did his best to make the chalk great as he inscribed the names on the blackboard. 'Hallo, Bois Fouras,' suddenly exclaimed. 'Here's a good one, filled in on both sides, and with far less hearsay evidence than usual. C. Milial, belonging to a big family in the Xur University graduate, studied at the Sorbonne, has always taken an active part in nationalist movements. During the war made contacts with the German and Italian services, then, after the landing, with the American OSS, arrested while working for this organization and sentenced to only 5 years imprisonment for collaborating with the enemy, the Americans having intervened in his favor. In 1948, almost immediately after his release, attended the Youth Congress at Prague, where he spoke against the crimes of French colonialism. Later reported in Iraq, Syria, the Lebanon, and Cairo. Still owns a flat in Paris on the Quai Blériot. Large private income, but insufficient to account for his standard of living and traveling. Appears to have risen to the leadership of the FLN extremely quickly, although there has been no trace of him since 1 November 1954, the date of the outbreak of the rebellion. The name Similial rang a bell in Boyfuras's mind. He remembered now that Madman Arsenate had mentioned him. The captain turned the card over, paused for a moment, then handed it to Marindel. Any interest to you? The bottom line was underlined in red. When in Algiers, Similial is said to live at 12 Passage des Dames, the address of Christiane Bellinger, a lecturer at the faculty. She is believed to be his mistress. Marindel had gone as white as a sheet and the card trembled in his fingers. This card was one of the few which bore an official identity photograph, full and side face, taken in the prison at Lambeth. Amar had hardly changed at all since then, but the set expression gave no hint of his lively intelligence or charm. Chalk in hand, Busely waited impatiently. "Leave me this card," said Marindel. "I'll deal with this case myself." Boyfuras took up another card and began reading out. "A Roush dentist, 117 Rue Michelet, MTLD, at 5 minutes past midnight, about 20 jeeps set out from the 10th Regiment barracks and drove straight into the deserted city, each with 3 armed men on board. Each team had been given a name, an address, and in some cases a photograph." At the company commanders' meeting, Lartéguy had made himself quite clear. "Cast your nets wide, round them all up, and if any of them don't like it—" He made a sweeping gesture with his hand. "No rough stuff, mind you, but I don't want any escapes." With a serious air, Esclavier inquired, "What if they ask to see our search warrants?" Lartéguy turned on him. "This is no time for joking. We're at war." Major de Glatigny had tried to have as little as possible to do with this operation, which he assumed to be necessary, but which he found extremely unpleasant on account of its police-like aspect. Boudin had had to leave for France at short notice, his mother having fallen seriously ill. Glatigny had taken his place, and his new duties enabled him to confine himself to billeting and supplies and to communications between the various companies. As the first jeep started off, he was lying on his camp bed smoking a stubby pipe. He tried to remember if military regulations, which provided for every eventuality, had envisaged that a regiment in a French town, in peacetime, without a state of emergency being proclaimed, without an official proclamation being made by the government, could be invested with all civil and military powers, including those of every branch of the police. No, that had never been foreseen. The arrival of Marindel interrupted his thoughts. "Well, how far have you got?" he inquired, unconsciously emphasizing that he was not wholeheartedly with them. Marindel was looking rather odd. His expression aged him, suddenly revealing that he was over 30 and had suffered a great deal of hardship. "Jacques, I want to ask you a favor." "Go ahead, a personal favor. I want you to come with me on a search. You can have my jeep and my driver. I don't see what use I could be myself. I want you to come with me to Christiane Bellinger's. That's where Similial, one of the leaders of the rebellion, is hiding out." Glatigny leaped to his feet. "What? It's not possible. Police rumors. You can't trust those chaps an inch. Don't forget, you were listed as a communist. I only know Christiane slightly, but all the same I could see that she's a very gentle, warm-hearted girl. Now, Similial is the man who has organized terrorism and brought it to a fine art. I've met this Similial at her house. He quoted Camus to me, Les Justes, and yesterday I shook his hand as though he was a friend, that hand which is responsible for every bomb that's exploded in Algiers. We listened to the gramophone. He likes Mozart as much as I do. But Christiane doesn't know his real identity, surely?" "Yes, she does. She reproaches me for being a policeman, but consents to his massacring women and children. The communists are quite right to treat their intellectuals like calves, to castrate them and fatten them up, because they know their fine principles will allow them to be as foul as they like, without giving them the slightest twinge of conscience. Don't get so worked up about it. Janine was a dirty little strumpet, and now this girl has led me up the garden path with her humanistic attitude while the bombs were going off all the time. She's made me an accomplice of the terrorists." "All right, I'll come with you." That was another of those eventualities that had not been catered for in army regulations. Marindel and Glatigny went to Christiane's house with an escort of 2 paratroopers. There was a light on in the drawing room. Marindel posted the 2 men on either side of the entrance with orders to fire on anyone who tried to come out. Then he opened the heavy-studded door with the key that Christian had given him. The drawing-room light shone out onto the staircase, illuminating the blue-patterned tiles. Christian's voice called out, "Is that you, Yves?" "Yes, I've brought a friend of mine with me. I've told him about Amar, and he'd like to meet him." Amar was sitting in an armchair, thumbing through an art book which he held in his chubby hands. A glass of whiskey stood on a table by his side. He looked up, smiled at Marindel, and rose to his feet. "Nice to see you again, Captain." All of a sudden he noticed that the two officers were in battle order. Their caps, which they had not taken off, made their faces leaner than ever. Each had a revolver and a knife hanging from his webbing belt. "I'm glad to find you're still here, Similiel," said Marindel. "For a moment I was afraid you might have changed your address." Aymar glanced at the window, then at the door. The window had a grill on it. By the door stood the major with his hand on his holster. He had been caught in the hideout which he believed to be invulnerable. His lucky star, his baraka, had let him down again, but his nimble mind had been trained by long years of clandestine living to react properly to the most unexpected situations. "It remains to be proved, Captain, that I'm Similiel." He glanced at his wristwatch. "I must remind you that it's now 12:30, and the law forbids you to make a search at this time of night. However, out of regard for Christian, I am willing to prove my identity." He sat down again, but Claytigny noticed he kept glancing at the telephone. He locked the drawing-room door from the inside and came and stood by the receiver. "Yves, I find your manners intolerable, and your friends too." Christian exclaimed, "I thought you were too intelligent to be jealous. Similiel?" She had no time to correct herself and went scarlet in the face. Similiel rose to his feet, stretched out his stubby little arms, and in a calm, almost amused voice declared, "I've made 2 mistakes, gentlemen. I've confided in a woman, and I've slept in a bed. Let me telephone my lawyer, Maître Boumengel, then you can bring in the policemen who are with you." He moved towards the telephone, but Glatigny intercepted him. "Those aren't policemen at the door, sir. They're paratroopers. You're not being detained. You're a prisoner of war, and you are not entitled to a lawyer. What are you going to do with me?" "Interrogate you," said Marindel, "until no more bombs go off in Algiers, until the strike has failed, until the last terrorist in your network has been wiped out." Christian kept glancing alternately at Marindel and Similiel. "Amar, these men are mad. You told me you belonged to a political party, but surely you, a man of peace, an enemy of violence, have never had anything to do with bombs." "My right hand, my dear Christian, does not know what my left is doing. I make war as best I can. If I were in the position of the French, I wouldn't need bombs. But I've no other means at my disposal. What difference do you see in the pilot who drops cans of napalm on a Mekta from the safety of his aircraft, and a terrorist who places a bomb in the Cock-Hardy? The terrorist requires far more courage. You are a woman and too tender-hearted. You are open-minded but without conviction, and besides, you're not one of us. Gentlemen, I'm at your disposal." Marindel summoned one of the paratroopers who came and handcuffed Similiel. He stretched out his hands and turned to Glatigny. "I didn't know you handcuffed prisoners of war?" "Yes, when they're not in uniform." Marindel was the last to leave. He collected a suitcase with a few clothes and a briefcase stuffed with documents from Similiel's room. He put the key down on the chest of drawers, then marched out without a word. Christian made no attempt to hold him back, yet she had been pregnant for the last week. Glatigny and Marindel brought their prisoner back to the dilapidated old palace, which served as their regimental headquarters. They made him sit down on a camp bed in a corner of Glatigny's office. The major then settled down in front of his small square table. He unscrewed the cap of his fountain pen and took out a clean sheet of paper. He felt ill at ease and could not decide how to begin the interrogation. "Your name?" he asked. Similiel appeared indifferent, almost amused, as he sat there with his manacled hands in front of him. This was not his first interrogation, nor the first time he had had handcuffs round his wrists. Like an earnest pupil, he replied, "Amar Similiel, but also Ben Laba Abderrahmane. I've used at least a dozen names in the last 5 years, but thousands of Algerians also know me by the name of Big Brother." Glatigny put down his pen. He suddenly remembered the Viet Minh political commissar who had interrogated him for the first time in the tunnel which served as an air raid shelter. He had had the same reactions as him, the fountain pen, the sheet of paper. "Are your handcuffs bothering you, Similial?" A little. Glatigny went over and unfastened the steel bracelets, which he then tossed into a corner of the room. "As you can imagine, Similial, we don't find this sort of work particularly pleasant. We would much rather be fighting you on equal terms up in the mountains, but you've forced us to wage this sort of war." "I agree, Major. Your conception of military honor must be a bit of a disadvantage in this sort of work, as you call it. Why don't you hand me over to the police?" Once again, Glatigny was reminded of the Viet Minh, who had also been sarcastic about military honor as displayed by colonial officers. "Stick to the rules of the game, Major. Send for my lawyer and the police inspector of this area and his constables to draw up a warrant for my arrest, for we are not in a state of emergency. Then your conscience will be at rest and you will have observed your code of military honor." "No," Marindel burst out. "Our bourgeois conception of honor we left behind us in Indochina in Camp 1. We're now out to win, and we're in much too much of a hurry to saddle ourselves with such ridiculous conventions. Our diffidence, our indecision, our pangs of conscience are the best weapons you could use against us, but they won't work any longer." A long silence ensued. The lamps began to dim, faded away to a few red filaments, and then went out completely. Marindel spoke up again in a more confident tone. "Similial, we want to know who's responsible for the general strike. We've got to have his name. My honor as a soldier prevents me from replying. In our army I've got the rank of colonel." A rectangle of dark blue sky appeared through a shattered pane in the window. A jeep drove off outside. The signalers repairing the power plant could be heard cursing the useless, bloody contraption. The rasping voice of Boisführers came to their ears. "Well, have you got it going? Bring in some lamps." The harsh light of the hurricane lamp that Boisführers was carrying drew closer, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Presently, enclosed in this circle of light, they settled by the side of the bed, so close together that they were almost touching. "Well," Marindel Boisführers observed, "I see you found the bird in his nest. This is Similial, isn't it? Why haven't you tied him up? With all these light failures, he could make a break for it. Have you searched him? What about his luggage?" Marindel showed him the briefcase and the suitcase on the table. "Get up, Similial," said Boisführers. "Come on your feet. Take off your jacket, your tie and belt and shoes. Bouslier, take all this stuff away and put it in my office. Don't forget the briefcase or the suitcase." Similial now looked ridiculous as he stood there in the shaft of light, holding his trousers up with both hands. "The address of the letterbox? Come on, be quick about it." "I'm a colonel. I'm entitled to my rights." "Out in Malaya, Similial. I once picked up a Japanese and stripped him down to his underpants. He also told me he was a general. I had it inscribed on his tomb, General Tokoto Mahuri, war criminal." "Well, are you going to come clean?" Similial was disconcerted by this forthright, brutal treatment. Until then he had held all the cards, but Boisführers brought him back to the harsh reality of his position, that of a terrorist without any safeguard. "Are you going to come clean or not?" He tried to parry the blow by bluffing. "Everyone knows I've been arrested by now. My letterbox is blown." "No one knows yet." "What about the woman?" Boisführers suddenly asked, turning to Marindel. "Did you bring her with you?" "She won't talk," said Marindel. "I'll take your word for it. After all, you know her better than I do. We've got to act quickly. We've only 24 hours left. Your letterbox, Similial." Glatigny tried to intervene. He was surprised and disturbed by this new side to his character that Boisführers was revealing. "Why not go through his papers and belongings? Perhaps you'll find the address you need among them. Leave this to me. I know how to deal with this sort of business. And Similial is by no means a beginner. Before starting up on his own, he had already worked for several intelligence services. It didn't matter which, provided they were operating against us." He sneered. "But I suppose you're not too keen on what we've now got to do, Glatigny. Afraid of getting your hands dirty, perhaps? This man in our clutches is an unexpected stroke of luck. Perhaps he'll be able to prevent our having to fight in the streets. But it's no good putting him behind glass in a shop window. This is Similial, the bomb man. Come on, Marindel." The power plants suddenly started up again and the lights came back. They dragged Similial off in his stockinged feet, still holding up his trousers with his hands. In their schoolroom stood Min, the address of the letterbox. Boifuras asked once again. C. Miliel slowly shook his head, and Min took a step towards him. Marindel had opened the window and was taking deep breaths of the cool night air. He knew it had to come to this, that this was the ghastly law of the new type of war. But he had to get accustomed to it, to harden himself and shed all those deeply ingrained, out-of-date notions which make for the greatness of Western man, but at the same time prevent him from protecting himself. 22 Rue de la Bombe, Boifuras eventually informed him. Marindel, take a couple of jeeps and drive like hell. We've only an hour left before the curfew ends. The patio began to overflow with prisoners. Some were in pajamas under their overcoats and, still half asleep, kept rubbing their eyes. Others, with a searchlight trained on them, were lined up against a wall with their hands in the air, expecting to be shot at any moment. Lartéguy, with a pipe in his mouth, stood leaning over the gallery on the first floor, wondering what he was going to do with this lamentable mob. He longed to escape with his men into the mountains, leave this job to others who were qualified to do it, inhale the damp morning air into his lungs, and experience once more the sadness and intense delight of days of victory. Today was only a day of arrests. "We've got C. Miliel, sir," said Marindel, as he went past him. "Who the hell's that? A rebel colonel, maybe the chief one." "Good God, where is he?" "In Boifuras's office." Lartéguy found C. Miliel tied to a bench. Min stood by the side of Boifuras's desk, connecting the field telephone up again. The colonel sat down on the bench next to the prisoner and gave him a light-hearted slap on the thigh. "So you're Colonel C. Miliel, are you?" C. Miliel was beginning to lose heart. He felt as though he was being drawn and quartered so as to reveal his innermost secrets. A breach had been made in his courage, and he feared it was bound to grow wider. He wanted to reply, however, and reassert himself under that label of colonel, which was the only thing that was likely to impress these army men. He replied with a certain self-satisfaction. "Yes, I'm a colonel, because with us there are no generals." "A good thing too," Lartéguy replied. "If only we could do without them. What's your command?" "Thousands of men, hundreds of thousands, an entire nation which is up in arms against the oppressor. I see, just as I'm at the head of the entire French army. But try and be a little more specific." "I'm the military leader of the Committee of Coordination and Execution, our government, in other words." Lartéguy gave a whistle of admiration. He turned to Boifuras, who was making notes in red pencil on C. Miliel's papers, and asked, "What did you get out of him?" "He's a hard nut. He wouldn't give away a thing. Only an address, 22 Rue de la Bombe. I've sent Marindel over there." Boifuras suddenly leapt to his feet in excitement and tapped the papers. "There's the whole plan of the strike in here. C. Miliel's contacts in France. A letter from the Afro-Asiatic group written on paper with a UN heading. We caught him just in time." Lartéguy looked at C. Miliel with renewed interest. "Well, I must say, you've got some important connections." C. Miliel was shivering with cold. Lartéguy called for Boussellier. "Give him back his coat and his shoes, and let him have a drink of juice." C. Miliel put his clothes on and tied up his shoelaces. "I also know you, Colonel," he declared, "at least by repute. In their brutality and efficiency, your methods are rather like ours. After Ralem, we wanted to liquidate you, for we considered you infinitely more dangerous than a lot of generals and politicians." Lartéguy bridled and offered C. Miliel a cigarette. "No thanks," he said. "I only smoke American tobacco." Lartéguy sent Boussellier off for a packet of Virginia cigarettes. "Philip Morris," C. Miliel specified, "and a box of matches. I forgot my lighter." Boifuras had stopped examining the papers. He now knew who C. Miliel was. The colonel was exaggerating his military rank, a courtesy title bestowed on him by the group of Kabyle chieftains after the Somman meeting. His political power, however, was considerable, especially outside Algeria. He was on intimate terms with several politicians who had played, and perhaps would soon be playing again, an extremely important role. He had numerous acquaintances among intellectual circles in Paris, also among the Catholics, and even among certain figures reputed to be of the centre, who represented high finance and heavy industry, and who found that the war in Algeria was costing them far too much. Similial would obviously have to be handed over to the judicial authorities, but at a time when certain sections of public opinion were prepared to come to terms with the FLN, a prisoner of such importance would immediately be transferred to Paris, where his detention would soon be changed to open arrest. He would then be able to renew all his contacts. Similial was par excellence a qualified spokesman. His charm and moderation, which served to conceal his energy and harsh realism, his papers contained ample proof that he was the instigator of terrorism, made him at this moment the most dangerous man in the whole rebellion. He was the one who would be approached if there was a question of coming to terms. Boifuras felt that for the moment he held the fate of Algeria in his hands. Destiny was giving him the dice to throw, but he would not have them in his hand much longer. In a few hours his prisoner would be taken away from him. He had to act quickly. Similial would not talk, would not tell him anything more than he had found in his papers. He decided he would have to disappear. Boifuras already saw Lartéguy in that attitude, which all his officers knew only too well, making a naïve and effective show of his charm. A soldier of fortune, he had inherited from the smuggler peasants of his Basque mountains the taste for extravagant gestures, occasionally accompanied by somewhat sordid bargaining. To him, Similial was a prize which was well worth its ransom of glory, like a Spanish infanta captured by a Barbary pirate. He would surrender his prisoner in exchange for honors and press publicity, and would keep a jealous eye on his state of health. Boifuras, brought up among realists like the Chinese, was blind to the beauty of a gesture and had no professional ambition. As far as he was concerned, Similial was merely part of the overall picture he had painted for himself of the destiny of France. In the eyes of this immigré Frenchman, Algeria was the ball and chain which kept France fettered to her role of a great power and obliged her to behave with more nobility and generosity than a nation of complacent bourgeois shopkeepers like Switzerland. Similial was in a position to give France an opportunity of ridding herself of her ball and chain. He could be the man of independence. That was why Boifuras decided he would have to die. "We'll have to keep Similial's arrest a secret, sir," he told Lartéguy. "There's still quite a lot I want to ask him." Of course. Just imagine how the other regiments are going to take this. Big-Eared will have a stroke and Prosper won't get over it in a hurry. Give him anything he wants. Take good care of him. I'm counting on you." He shook hands with Similial and gave him a hearty slap on the back. "See you soon. We must have a long talk together some day. There'll be plenty of time." Lartéguy stalked out, rubbing his hands together. "You've still got some questions to ask me, Captain Boifuras?" Similial inquired. No more questions." Similial then realized that he was going to die. This captain who was looking at him, with his head propped up in his hands, had decided his fate. In his place he would have done the same, and for a few moments he felt a strange respect for him, for of all these officers he was the closest to himself. Boifuras belonged to his own just and efficient world, just with a justice which thinks nothing of men being slaughtered, women being raped, or farms being burnt to the ground. At the same time, Similial pitied that other self of his, which would continue to live without friends, without women, in the chilly solitude of men who make and unmake history. Similial suddenly felt utterly weary. He hoped it would be over quickly and painlessly. He regretted all that he had never known, all that was the common lot of other men: jasmine, women's affection, the laughter of children, the click of checkers in a Moorish cafe smelling of mint. Boifuras said something in Chinese to Min, just a few brief words, then turned to Similial. "Min will show you to your cell. Goodbye, Similial." "Goodbye, Captain Boifuras. Your nights are going to be very long from now on, as mine have been." Min took Similial by the arm and escorted him outside. Boifuras looked at his watch. 7 o'clock in the morning. Marindel was not yet back. He could sleep for an hour. He lay down on a bench and fell sound asleep at once. Marindel came back from 22 Rue de la Bombe with 1 male prisoner and 3 females. A whore by the name of Fatima, an old hag, a woman with henned hands called Zulika, and her daughter Aika, more difficult to handle than an angry cat. This Aika had insulted, bitten, and scratched the soldiers escorting her. Oddly enough, for a Kasbah girl, she was wearing European clothes. Her dress was simple, elegant, and in good taste. She wore none of that heavy silver jewelry affected by women of the people, but only a small gold wristwatch. The man was Yusuf the Knife, with his fingers loaded with heavy rings. An old offender, he had come quietly, but he protested violently when he was separated from Aisha, to whom he claimed to be engaged. Marindel had found nothing in the Rue de la Bombe except a few pamphlets, 2 knives, which at a pinch could be considered lethal weapons, and a miniature FLN flag, which could be found in every other house in the Kasbah. He woke Boyfuras, who was still asleep on his bench. "A wild goose chase," he said. "At C. Miliel's address I picked up a pimp, his old beldame of a mother, and a couple of tarts. Nothing else. One of the tarts, the youngest, at least, has the advantage of being extremely pretty." "Let's begin with her, then," said Boyfuras somewhat wearily. A big paratrooper with a moustache dragged Aisha into the office. "Captain," she said to Boyfuras, "your men have been trying to rape me in the courtyard outside." The paratrooper shrugged his shoulders. "She planted her claws in my cheek, so I gave her a good slap. She's a holy terror, this bird." "Well," Aika inquired, "are you going to let me go? I haven't done anything." Boyfuras considered her for a moment. The way she had immediately addressed him as captain revealed that she was a well-bred woman who was used to the society of officers. He seized her by the arm and took off her wristwatch. "I'll make you a present of it," she said scornfully, "but please let me go." Boyfuras examined the gold watch case. Since when do little tarts from the Kasbah have Cartier watches? Aisha went scarlet in the face. "I found it." "Good heavens," Marindel exclaimed, "she was having me on. Buseli, bring this lady's fiancé in." Yusuf sauntered up to the deck with a broad grin on his face, looking very pleased with himself. "Take your fiancée in your arms," Marindel told him, "and give her a kiss." The 2 captains watched Aisha twist away from him in disgust as the pimp brought his lips to her mouth. "That'll do," said Boyfuras. "Yusuf was taken away right now. We've had enough of your nonsense. What's your name?" "Aisha, where do you live?" 22 Rue de la Bombe. "Do you know C. Miliel?" "Which C. Miliel?" she retorted arrogantly, her eyes glinting with hatred, her lips quivering. Boyfuras seized her by the shoulders and started to shake her. "Leave me alone," she screamed, "or I'll complain to your superior officer, Major Jacques de Glatigny. He's a friend of mine." "Marindel, go and fetch Glatigny." The major arrived a few minutes later. He still had some lather below one ear. He had been shaving and had just had time to wipe his face. He caught sight of Aisha. "What on earth are you doing here?" asked the captain. "I found her in the Rue de la Bombe," said Marindel, "at the address of C. Miliel's letterbox. Do you know this bird?" "Yes, you'd better deal with her then," said Boyfuras. "She's a dirty little liar. She was trying to pass herself off as a Kasbah girl." "She's a 3rd-year medical student," Glatigny quietly observed. "Aika, come into my office." "Don't let her get away with it, Glatigny. I'm certain she knows C. Miliel." Aisha followed the major out of the room after casting a defiant glance at Boyfuras. "I never knew Glatigny had connections of that sort," Marindel observed dreamily. Boyfuras sneered. "Now he's in it up to the neck. None of us will be able to get off until we're on an equal footing with the Felagas, as covered with mud and blood as they are. Then we shall be able to fight them, and in the process we'll lose our souls, if we really have souls, so that back in France some jokers can go on airing their views with a clean conscience. Bring that pimp of a Yusuf here, Marindel. I'm certain we'll be able to talk Turkey with him." "Sit down, Aika," said Glatigny. "I think there must be some mistake. A girl from a big tent doesn't get involved with a certain class of people. What were you doing in the Kasbah?" "I live there. You saw me home there yourself. Are you going to torture me to make me confess? I beg your pardon. To make me confess that I know C. Miliel." "Don't talk rubbish. I'll see that you're escorted home presently, as soon as you've given me your real address." 22 Rue de la Bombe. Buseli knocked at the door and came in. "The young lady," he said, "forgot her watch. Seems this little job is worth hundreds of thousands of francs, sir. At least that's what Captain Boyfuras says." He clicked his heels and went out. Lartéguy handed the watch back to Aika, who put it back on her wrist. "If it hadn't been for you," she said, "that Captain Boisfuras would have stolen it from me." "I very much doubt it. He's extremely rich, you know, but he's not interested in money. He prefers to be out here with us. Come along now, Aisha. Let's get this over. Your address?" 22 Rue de la Bombe. "I know that a girl like you can't possibly be involved in all these bomb outrages and terrorism with a lot of fanatics, pimps and drug addicts. Naturally, because a man like you, Major de Glatigny, can't imagine using a knife or a bomb. In 1943, in Savoie, I killed a Gestapo colonel in his bed and with a knife. It was an unpleasant experience, but I did it. Women shouldn't have any part to play in war." What about Joan of Arc? If she had known about bombs, she would have used them against the English. Aika looked lovelier than ever to the Major, even more attractive than when he had first met her. A luscious fruit which he would have liked to cut open to quench his thirst. He could not take his eyes off the young breasts which swelled beneath her blouse. He remembered the softness of her skin. He got up, came and sat down beside her on the camp bed, and took her arm. He felt he was on fire. "Come along now, Aisha. Be reasonable and let's have done with this. At least tell me your name. Our job's unpleasant enough as it is." "Then why don't you leave us and go home? This is our home just as much as it is yours. If you like, we could have dinner together this evening and forget all this unpleasantness. Now then, your name and address." Captain Boisfuras wanted to find out if I knew Similial, and to do so he would have tortured me. What you want is to sleep with me in order to ask me afterwards if I know Similial. The secrets of the bedchamber, a well-known police method. Anger brought the blood rushing to Glatigny's cheeks. "I'm an army officer, not a policeman. I'm married, a Catholic, and faithful to my wife. I only want to get you out of this mess in which your thoughtlessness and silly pride have landed you. I live with a friend, a European woman, Christiane Bellinger, a lecturer at the Algiers faculty. You can ring her up if you like." Glatigny rose to his feet. He had gone as white as a sheet. "We arrested Similial at Christiane Bellinger's last night. He would only have given the address of this hideout to someone utterly reliable and close to him." Boisfuras came in. "Yusuf, the knife came clean at once," he said. "An old habit with him. He's just an underling, but not her. Your little girlfriend, Glatigny, is one of the chief organizers of terrorism in Algiers. I think you'd better hand her back to me. This is getting serious. She must certainly know the whereabouts of the bomb dumps and workshops. You're liable to get your hands dirty. Mine already are." Aisha felt overwhelmed with fear each time the captain with the rasping voice came near her. He frightened her even more than Yusuf. There was nothing to Yusuf. He simply wanted to sleep with her. But in Boisfuras, Aisha felt, she inspired nothing but a purely professional interest. With a look of entreaty in her eyes, she turned to the Major. "No, I'm staying with you." "Boisfuras," said the Major, "I've been behaving like a fool. I think it would be better if you took her off my hands." Aisha became furious. Major de Glatigny leaves the dirty work he daren't do himself to others. But all the same, he was the one who helped me carry my bag and got me through the roadblocks. She suddenly realized, but too late, that she had gone much too far. "What were you carrying in that bag?" the Major asked in a toneless voice. He slapped her across the face twice and repeated the question, "What were you carrying in that bag?" "Detonators." Boisfuras gave a sarcastic chuckle. "I see you can manage all right. I'll leave her to you." He strode off, swinging his shoulders slightly. Glatigny felt he was beginning to hate him for that chuckle of his. Aisha crouched on the camp bed, weeping. Her rage was mingled with a strange feeling of impotence, the same sensation she had felt when Yusuf had embraced her in the house in the Rue de la Bombe before Ammar intervened. She cast a sidelong glance at the Major, who was sitting back in his chair. She hated him as she had never hated a man before, and hoped he would strike her again, that he would cease being that puppet with the bloodless face, mechanical gestures, and toneless voice who was saying, "Go on, who were the detonators for?" She insulted him first in French and then in Arabic, and since he still did not react, she scrambled to her feet and came and spat in his face. He struck her in the face, and the gold signet ring on his finger scored her cheek. She fastened her claws into him, and they tumbled on to the narrow bed together. For the first time, Glatigny experienced the fury of desire, a raging torrent which swept away his beliefs, his honor, and his faith like so many floating corpses. The girl went on struggling, but more and more feebly. He crushed his mouth against her burning lips, against her cheek streaked with blood and tears. He squeezed her swelling breasts and her thighs now opening to receive him. Aisha gave a loud scream and clumsily returned his kisses. "I love you and hate you," she said to him a little later on. "You've raped me and I've given myself to you. You are my master and I shall kill you. You hurt me terribly and I want you to start all over again." "I've got to go off to a meeting," he said. "I'll be back soon. Don't go. I'll tell you everything I know, everything, the whereabouts of the bomb dump, and the address of Kada, the vertebra who makes them. I'll get back as soon as I can. Don't go. The dump is in the Rue de la Baume. It's behind a cupboard. Draw me a plan." She got up half naked and made a rough sketch of the dump on a clean sheet of paper. He took her again, in a welter of torn clothing, blood and tears, and to his horror he heard himself saying he loved her. It was then she told him her name, Aika ben Mahmoudi ben Tletla, the daughter of Qaid Tletla, a former lieutenant colonel in the French army, the sister of Captain Mahmoudi, who had been taken prisoner by the Viet Minh in Indochina. It was her brother who, on his return, had bought her the watch. Glatigny went back into the schoolroom. He flung the sketch of the bomb dump down on Boisfeures's desk. "Send some men over. The bombs are there." "What shall we do with the girl? Aisha's never planted a bomb herself, and she's Mahmoudi's sister. Have you known this for long?" "No, I've only just found out, but the job was already done. What if you had known? It wouldn't have altered a thing. I can't help thinking I must have been born with that girl in my blood. I'm an utter swine. Like me, far worse. I see myself as a dirty little bastard who can only think of his loins. My father used to say that in love one must stake one's soul in the same way as one stakes one's life in war. And if he had known about the war we're fighting now, he would have added, one's honor. I've lost my honor and I've lost my soul, but at least it might lead to something. Go and collect the bombs. There are 27 all ready to be planted." As he went out, Glatigny ran into Dia, who was wandering about with his hands in his pockets. "There are some things here I don't like," he said in his deep voice. "It's not very pretty. Men in their shirt-tails with their hands in the air, and women in tears." "And bombs exploding, is that pretty?" "No, that isn't pretty either. I'd like to get away from here. Look, Dia, I want to make a confession. There are plenty of priests in Algiers, in white robes, in black robes, and even some in uniform who swear like troopers and dream of a holy war. You're the only one who will understand, dear. Come along to the infirmary. I've got some brandy there. Come and make your confession to the bottle." Seated on a packing case which had not yet been opened, in a sort of cellar lit by a large skylight enclosed in a grille, Jacques de Glatigny described what had just happened to him. "Dia, in my dishonor, I experienced the greatest pleasure in my life. Only pleasure, no, the greatest joy as well. All the time I was wallowing in horror, fanfares were sounding in my head. All my past life collapsed like a wooden fence devoured by termites. There was nothing left but this girl next to me, a huge void, a desert, and this girl held tight in my arms, this monstrous love." "Have another drink? What about her?" "Everything collapsed for her as well. The front, the independence of Algeria. She betrayed her friends to me. She's in the same desert as I am. You know, that's not a bad story. It's rather like what happened to Esclavier in the hospital at Camp 1. All this hatred, the screams of women and children disemboweled by the bombs, and of men being killed and tortured, the even greater despair experienced by the torturers, all this has once again given birth to love. A strange sort of love, Dia, which reeks of fire and brimstone, which reminds me of some obscene stories I once read in my adolescence. No, get that idea out of your head. Don't you see that this is yet another victory for life? Life and all its sexual greatness and serenity, which doesn't give a damn for man's beastliness, thoughtlessness, or stupidity. I happen to be married, which doesn't give a damn if a man is married or fights his fellow man, which doesn't give a damn for causes and independence, races and hatred, because the destiny of man is love, and all the rest is worthless. I don't care for cold, calculating minds, but when something so magnificently spontaneous as your adventure occurs, then I'm reassured and I drink, and I feel warm and comfortable. But Aisha is Mahmoudi's sister. All the better. When you and Mahmoudi were slogging side by side along the tracks of the Centurions, that merry open-hearted god already knew that one day he would bind you a little closer together by a virgin's tears. I think he loves us all, that round-bellied god who is always willing to stretch out a helping hand to prevent us from sinking into despair. By the way, I've just had a letter from Lescure. He's marrying the cousin who used to tease him so much. He must have hooked her like a fine silver fish, with a little tune on his flute. Dear, you are the only one who can save us. This girl, Aisha, I want you to look after her because of Mahmoudi and because of me. We can't ever release her now, because she wouldn't want it, and nor would you. Maybe. She's a third-year medical student. I'll take her on. I'll make her look after her own people, and like that, by being good and generous with them, she'll forget that, for having earned the right to love. She was forced to be disloyal to them. Then I'll tell her about Mahmoudi and his friend Merle, and she'll understand that since he was one of us, she is as well. Go and fetch her. This evening we'll all eat together, and she'll have the place of honor. She's entitled to it. She's Mahmoudi's sister. Will Boisfures be coming? I don't think so. He needs to be alone, all alone, to do what he has to do, or thinks that he has to do. He'll be leaving us soon, and so will Marindel if he goes on feeling so miserable. The briefing that evening at divisional headquarters was a triumph for Colonel Lartéguy. He had discovered a dump of 27 bombs, arrested one of the leaders of the rebellion, and captured all his documents. The general wanted C. Milliel transferred forthwith to GHQ. Lartéguy telephoned to Boisfures. The general wants C. Milliel to be brought here at once. I want our bird here within the next 10 minutes. See that he's well guarded. It's too late, sir. What, did he get away? No, he's just cut his wrists in his cell with a piece of glass. Couldn't you have stopped him? Min was meant to be keeping an eye on him. A pity, said the general. They would have been glad to see him in Paris. What about the strike, Lartéguy? I think Boisfures has a plan in mind. He sometimes has extremely odd plans in mind, that Boisfures of yours. Since his return as Clavier had spent almost every night with Isabelle in a small flat in the Bouzaria, which she had borrowed from a girlfriend, he was just going off to join her there, when Boisfures rang him up. Among the men you rounded up, he asked, is there anyone called a Rouge, a dentist, 117 Rue Michelet? Yes, but of no interest to us. I'm planning to release him tomorrow morning. With apologies, a completely assimilated Kabyle, who studied in France and whose clients are all European. Arouche is responsible for the bomb network of Algiers. At least all the information that's just this moment come in leads me to think so. Tomorrow morning, at the moment the general strike is declared, 15 bombs are due to go off in various European shops in the town. These bombs mustn't go off whatever happens, and Arouche knows exactly where they've been planted. Well, what shall I do with him? Bring him along to you? No, I've got the strike to attend to. You'll have to deal with him yourself. How? That's your business. Esclavia repeated his question, how, and his knuckles turned white as his grip tightened on the telephone. Boisfores had rung off. In the villa where Esclavier was living there was no heating and it was bitterly cold. He lit a cigarette and coughed. He had been smoking a lot to allay the anxiety amounting almost to fear which he had felt ever since the first jeeps of his company had driven off to round up the suspects. Esclavier shouted for a runner and told him to bring in Arouche. He had installed his office in the small drawing room of the villa. There were seats and armchairs upholstered in white, an upright piano, and, on the chimney-piece opposite, an ornamental brass clock supported by dolphins. Its hands now pointed to 9:15. There had been the same sort of clock at Rennes in the office of the Gestapo chief, with the same ridiculous design, the same gilt face, the same Roman figure in black. Perhaps it was this clock which made Esclavier feel so apprehensive. Arouche was pushed into the room by the runner. He had a thin, pale face, deep-set eyes, and a camel-hair overcoat over his clothes. He had not had time to put on a tie, but had buttoned up his shirt collar. When he talked, his lips curled back, revealing snow-white teeth as pointed as those of certain primitive African tribes. So you've decided to release me at last, Captain. That won't stop me bringing a charge against your arbitrary conduct. "Where are the bombs, Arouche? Dr. Arouche, what did you say?" Esclavia noticed this reaction of vanity, but reminded himself that many dentists in France had it as well. "The 15 bombs which are due to go off at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning in the European shops, which will have just opened up for the day. Where are they?" Arouche gave a little start as though he had been pricked, then pulled himself together. "You must be confusing me with someone else. There are many Arouches in Kabylie, but only one Arouche, who's a dentist at 117 Rue Michelet. The telephone rang. It was Boyfurers again. This time," he said. "It's certain. He's a short little fellow, narrow face. He has a scar on his jaw. The little finger of his left hand is deformed, 30 years old at the most. That's him all right. While you're about it, ask him about a certain cadre the vertebra, and don't forget the bombs are due to go off tomorrow morning, just when all the clients who haven't been able to shop at their usual retailers are pouring into the food departments of the Prasunic and Monoprix. You must make him tell you in which shops they've been planted and for what time they've been set. As soon as we have the information, I'll send along 4 bomb disposal squads. They're already standing by. Esclavier, put down the receiver. Arouche, some squads are standing by to dispose of the bombs. Out with it now, and be quick about it. After that, we'll talk about a certain cadre the vertebra." Arouche had risen to his feet and was twisting his hands to prevent himself from shouting out his hatred in the paratrooper's face. "Have you finished squirming about?" the captain asked him dryly. "I'm in a hurry," Arouche sneered. "A girl waiting for you." "Exactly a woman. While Algeria is going up in flames, that's all you can think about, fornicating like a pig. But tomorrow the whole of Algiers is going up, and maybe your girlfriend with it." Esclavia had to make an effort to master his anger and not strike the little dentist in the face. "The bombs? Number I'm the only one who knows. You may as well go off and join her now. Your bomb disposal squads can spend all night searching the shops of Algiers. They won't find a thing. You can kill me, torture me. I'll die with pleasure in your hands, because tomorrow I could easily make you talk." The clock struck 10, emitting a faint tinkling sound like an old music box. "But I shan't make you, Dr. Arouche. It's against all my principles. You have your reasons for fighting, I have mine, but that has nothing to do with bombs, which go off and kill women and children. Once you have talked, I'll hand you over to the police. You can then settle matters with them, but you can call your lawyer beforehand, and I'll see to it personally that nothing irregular occurs." Number Arouche ran his fingers over his scar in the hope that it would revive the hatred that gave him his strength. He remembered the punch in the face which had sent him flying and the subsequent kick that had broken his jaw. It was on his return from Paris. Back there had been a few girls in his life, but he had never been able to keep them for long, for there came a day when he could not help calling them whores. In many cases they were whores, but they didn't like being reminded of the fact. In Paris he used to see a lot of the French students from Algeria who treated him more or less as one of themselves. He had changed his Muslim name of Ahmad to Pierre. Were not his ancestors Christians at the time of St. Augustine? Algerines together, they formed a united front against the Frangawi, whose lack of virility they derided. This enabled them to forget their own idleness. On his return to Algiers, Arouche had moved into a European quarter of the town. He had found his old Paris friends again, but did not realize their relationship was now on a different footing. One evening, after a professional dinner, he had gone out with them to a nightclub. He had then, not without encouragement, made a rather too obvious pass at the sister of one of his friends. The friend had promptly flown off the handle. "What the hell does this nigger think he's doing? He's forgetting himself." He had then been beaten up in public and thrown out. Ever since that day, hatred had replaced every other sentiment in his heart. He knew he would not talk. He could see that the paratrooper, in spite of his lean, handsome face, was a weakling full of contradictions, a phrase-spinning type. Let him go on spinning phrases to his heart's content. In the meantime, the minutes were ticking by. The captain would never find the bombs, which were cunningly concealed in packing cases containing tinned food and had already been planted in the shops, thanks to the cooperation of a delivery boy. They were timed to go off at 9:30. Esclavia weighed his words carefully, racking his brains to find some argument based on reason and humanity which might appeal to this motionless, unshakable body sitting in the white upholstered armchair. In spite of himself, all he could produce were his father's threadbare theories on nonviolence. His words sounded false, his phrases trailed away into the void, for they found no echo. The captain noticed the imperceptible gesture Arouche made to glance at the clock, and his expression of relief when it struck 11. All he wanted was to gain time. Esclavier tried another tack. Arouche, he said all of a sudden and in a dry tone of voice, I was tortured once myself. I know what it's like, and I know that one talks for everyone talks in the end. And while Arouche kept his eyes on the clock, he embarked on this confession, which was so painful to him that the sweat broke out on his forehead, and he found himself panting for breath. It was in 1943, Arouche. I was dropping for the third time into the occupied zone. The Germans were waiting for me down below. Before I could even get out of my parachute harness and draw my revolver, I was caught with a pair of handcuffs round my wrists. Arouche glanced at him with an almost amused expression, then switched his gaze back to the clock. It's not so much the beating up that's hard to bear, Arouche. It's the waiting for it and not knowing what the pain will be like. The Gestapo man was dressed in black. He had a smooth, shiny face and wore steel-rimmed spectacles. He kept looking at his hands pensively, as though they reminded him of some unpleasant memory. It wasn't he who frightened me, but something behind him, a clock like this one here. What frightened me was what was going to happen. He asked me who I was and what rank I held. He knew everything about my mission, which was to blow up the powerhouse of a factory. But what interested him far more was the names of the people I had to warn in case of an accident, the recovery team. To some extent or other, he told me everyone talks over here, and the proof is that we've got you in our hands. I'll give you half an hour to think it over. After that, Arouche, I kept watching the clock as you're watching it now, with its chubby tritons blowing on their trumpets and the minute hand starting on its course. Would you like a cigarette, Arouche? The German offered me one before leaving me alone in the room. The instructions we had been given in London were quite simple: to hold our tongue long enough for the networks to be able to take the necessary security measures. This length of time was never precisely defined. So, as I watched the clock, I kept trying to persuade myself that I wouldn't talk, that I would rather be mutilated for life than admit that if anything misfired, I was to go to a certain bookshop in the Rue Guénéma at Vannes and ask for the rare edition that Mr. Duval had ordered. I pictured the owner of the bookshop as an old white-haired lady who had nothing more to expect out of life, whereas I was only 20 years old. How old are you, Arouche? Arouche shrugged his shoulders without replying, unable to take his eyes off the clock. The German displayed no emotion, neither hatred, nor pity, nor even a trace of interest. He actually told me, I don't think the information you've got will have the slightest effect on the eventual outcome of the war, whichever side wins, but what you'll suffer will mark you for the rest of your life. He came back half an hour later. He sat down at his desk and, like the good conscientious official that he was, he checked his wristwatch by the clock. Automatically, Esclavier pushed back his cuff and likewise checked his wristwatch by the clock. It was now 11:45. Then the German pressed a bell and 3 men in civilian clothes came in. One of them was a Frenchman. They dragged me out of the room. Esclavier had risen to his feet and was pacing round the cabile. It's the first blow that hurts. It takes you by surprise. You're not expecting it. You think it won't be possible to stand another. Then, just as you're beginning to persuade yourself that the pain is just bearable, the second blow comes down and shatters your resistance, all the little illusions you've so carefully built up. It's then you begin waiting for the third blow, which does not come right away. Your wincing, throbbing flesh prays to get it over as quickly as possible until the moment comes when it begins to hope that there won't be a third blow, and that's the very moment it comes. And this goes on, Arouche, hour after hour, with men who have got all the time in the world, who stop every now and then for a drink or a snack. You tell yourself, now they're going to leave me in peace for 10 minutes, for a quarter of an hour, but suddenly one of them gets up and gives you another wallop, still chewing on a piece of sausage he has just popped into his mouth. I held out, Arouche, up to the moment they began thumping me over the head with a sock filled with sand. I felt as though my skull was coming apart, that my brain was being bared, a wretched quivering jelly. I gave them the address of the bookshop in the Rue Guénéma. I told them everything I knew. After the war I spent 6 months on garrison duty not far from Venice in the Mukon camp. I never dared go near the Ruginemer or ask about the bookshop there. What if the old lady had been a young girl of 20? You know why I didn't hold out a ruche? For the same reasons that you're going to talk. I didn't have a sufficient motive, nothing but vague ideas and theories. Peace among nations, anti-fascism, high principles, and all that sort of nonsense. Meanwhile, taking care not to catch a cold in the head and to avoid sitting in a draft, I also felt a certain amount of resentment and scorn for my father. But that's not enough to turn a man into a martyr. All you've got, a ruche, is hatred. And what a petty little hatred it is. You've never been able to have the sort of girl you wanted. A European girl, isn't that it? I realized that just now. That's not a good enough reason to blow up a whole town and massacre women and children. You won't hold out, and you'll know as I do what it feels like to be a coward and to be saddled with that cowardice all your life. Come on now, where are the bombs? Arush still kept silent, but Esclavia could now see how fragile the dentist's courage and resolution were. Out in Indochina, he had once known a Viet who had refused to talk. He had had the impression that the man had withdrawn into himself and was sealed off by a trapdoor in some mysterious refuge where he no longer felt, heard, or saw a thing. Aroush did not have such a refuge. The 12 strokes of midnight issued with a gentle tinkling sound from the clock. Aroush, the bombs. Once again Esclavia felt like a coward because he was incapable of making another man go through what he had been through himself. He would have to ask Bordier and Malfaisant to deal with the dentist. The telephone rang. No doubt Bois Fures was getting impatient. It was Isabelle with a sob in her voice. Philippe, they've killed grandfather and his 3 servants, set fire to the farm and destroyed the vines. I want to get out there at once, but because of the curfew. Oh, Philippe. She burst into tears. After a short silence, she went on. He was so fond of them. Come and join me as soon as you can. Yes, I'll be waiting at the Buzarea. It was not until dawn that Esclavia reached his mistress's flat. The news of the murder of old Pelissier had made him see red, and what he dreaded most of all he had managed to accomplish all by himself, without having to appeal to his NCOs. By the time the dentist was carried off on a stretcher, in the early hours of the morning, he had confessed everything. None of the 15 bombs went off. But when Philip tried to make love to Isabelle, he found he was incapable. The young woman had been too involved in his mind with the ghastly hours he had just spent, and a little of that horror still clung to her, and since there was no one else he loved or desired, he suddenly discovered the inferno of love in which all those who cannot quench their desire have to live. Philippe stroked Isabelle's hair, and went and lay down on the other bed. He felt he wanted to die. The general strike broke out on 28 January. During the morning it was almost universal. Following the instructions of Radio Tunis, the inhabitants of the Arab quarters who had laid in enough foodstocks for a week did not set foot outside. The streets were empty, the shops closed. The Zouaves strutted about the Kasbah in full-dress uniform and distributed sweets to the children, whose numbers gradually increased until they swarmed around the soldiers like flies. Other units were busy driving these children off to school in trucks. A large number of Muslim school teachers followed them out of a sense of solidarity, or because they were frightened. A few Frenchmen went on strike. They were replaced by soldiers, and were meanwhile set to work emptying the garbage cans. The 10th Parachute Regiment was entrusted with the task of opening up the shops. Its squads hooked the metal shutters onto the rear of their trucks and tore them down bodily. Some of these shops were looted, but none of the owners came and protested, for the looted shops all belonged to FLN subscription collectors. Boifuras had carefully compiled his list from the documents Arsenaid had provided. Marandel no longer slept at night. His past life stuck in his gullet until it almost choked him. That evening, while in the room next door, Aisha and Glatigny kept embracing and recoiling, loving and hating each other. He tried to imagine the bonds that linked them together, and the motives which had driven the young girl to go even farther in her submission to her lover, farther even than Glatigny wanted. It was she who had asked to attend a parade of suspects, sitting at a school desk, with her head concealed in a coarse Hessian sack, which had been pierced with 2 holes for her to see through. She had picked out the members of the FLN organization from among the men who were marched past for identification. Aicha was consumed by a fire, the fire of her love, and she was feeding it with everything in her past life that had been of any importance. When she had nothing more left, she would plunge into the flames herself. This state of mind could be traced to her inordinate and passionate nature, but still more to her spirit of rebellion against the social system in which she had lived. Even in a sophisticated family like Kai Tletler's, some traces of a nomad, warrior society still survived, and a woman, even if she wore Paris dresses, was regarded solely as a source of pleasure and as booty. For the first time in her life, Aisha felt she was being treated as an equal by a man who was at once her lover and her enemy. She had just discovered that dignity had the lean face of gluttony, his slightly pursed mouth, and his frequently sad eyes. Through the medium of Aisha Marindel realized what immense power lay in this spirit of rebellion which had been stored up for centuries by millions of women. There was enough explosive there to blow the whole of the Maghreb sky high. The Algerian FLN, like the Tunisian Neo Destour and the Moroccan Istiklal, had been frightened of it and had not dared touch it even in their struggle for independence. How could one awaken the Muslim women? How could one make them feel that their emancipation might come from us? Certainly not by treating them to feminist lectures. At this point an idea occurred to the captain which most of his comrades found extremely odd, not to say unpleasant. On the following morning he had a number of women and young girls rounded up in the Kasbah. He filled 3 trucks with them and drove them off to a wash house. There he made them scrub away at the paratroopers' sweat-stained vests and pants. These women had been hauled off without any of their menfolk raising a finger to protect them. They thereby lost their prestige as warriors, which suddenly reduced the ancestral submission of their wives and daughters to nothing. Bent all morning over their washing, these women felt as though they were submitting to being raped over and over again by the soldiers whose garments they were purifying. When they came back to the Kasbah without having been molested, when these strong young men had helped them out of the trucks with a courtesy which they were rather inclined to exaggerate, more often than not their fiancés or husbands were old, decrepit and ill-mannered, some of them thought of abandoning the veil, and others that they might take on a lover who was not a Muslim. Algiers became a paratroop city. It got used to living to the silent, stealthy tread of patrols in camouflage uniform, who with a blank expression on their faces and a finger on the trigger of their guns, paced up and down the narrow lanes and stairways. The paratroops did not mingle with the local population. They lived on their own, outside the town and its customs, like occupants from another planet. They answered no questions, refused the wine and sandwiches that people offered them. They broke the strike, they destroyed the bomb network, but even the best informed journalists could not tell what was going on. Similial was the brains behind the strike. Once he had vanished, the entire organization he had built up fell to the ground. The paratroops were able to penetrate the rebellion at various levels. Some of the former FLN followed them through fear, because they had given away their comrades and could find no justification for this except in the victory of the paratroops. Others, the greater number, because they always veered towards the stronger side, those who were able to protect them. Within the framework of the 10th Parachute Regiment, each company began to assume an autonomous existence, thereby escaping to a certain extent from the colonel's control. Esclavier became the specialist in bomb networks, and Lieutenant Piniers dealt with the communist groups who were assisting the rebels by providing them with explosives. One morning in February, Piniers laid hands on the Schneiderite factory, which was installed in an isolated villa on the seashore. There were 4 Europeans there, including a chemical engineer called Perseviala and a single Arab, Kader, the vertebra. So as to avoid all complications, Piniers used the Schneiderite to blow up the villa with all its occupants. On 28 March, Lartéguy applied for an interview with the general, which was forthwith granted. The 10th Parachute Regiment had covered itself with glory in the Battle of Algiers, and its colonel had become the most popular figure in the paratroop units. The general began by congratulating Lartéguy on his promotion to full colonel. Lartéguy puffed pensively at his pipe. "This is certainly the first time I've felt no pleasure at being promoted, sir. Maybe because this isn't the proper way to earn promotion. You've saved Algeria. And I've lost my regiment. We need a little fresh air. We've fallen into bad habits. The lads are drinking too much in order to forget what they've been forced to do. We've achieved better results than the others because we've wallowed in the shit more than they have. So we ought to be dragged out of it before the others. The process of disintoxication will be longer. Come on, sir, we've done our job. We've got our hands good and dirty. Please let us go. I still need you here. Boyfuras isn't the only one I'm worried about, sir. Marindel blows all his pay in the Aleti casino in a single night, and you know all about Gladigny and that Moslem girl of his. I don't know what's happened to Esclavier, but there's something wrong with him as well. Reinforcements are needed for the Nemanchas. We're all set to go. Perhaps it would be better after all if you left Algiers, while there's still this little matter to be settled. There's still some little matter to be settled? It's nothing, don't worry. While the 10th Regiment was taking to the mountains again, 52 Algerian officers signed a letter addressed to the President of the Republic, which they submitted to him direct, without going through the usual channels. Sir, in the face of the events which have disturbed our country for several years, we are anxious to remain true to our word as officers and to the ideal of Franco-Algerian friendship to which we pledge our lives. If we have hitherto concealed the resentment and anxiety we feel, it is because, on the one hand, we were bound by our very education to the country we were serving, and on the other, because we had hoped that our sacrifices would sooner or later serve the cause of Franco-Algerian friendship. Today, this hope is replaced by the deep conviction that the present turn of events is actually opposed to that ideal. Our position as Algerian officers is rendered untenable by the ruthless struggle which divides our French comrades and our blood brothers. If we appeal to you who represent the French nation, it is certainly not to break with our past as soldiers in the service of France, nor is it to sever the bonds of friendship, comradeship and fraternity by which we are attached to her and also to her military traditions, but out of hostility towards a policy which, if we were to condone it, would transform this attachment into a betrayal of the Algerian people who turn to us for support, and of France who needs and will continue to need us. Captain Mahmoudi, having been charged as one of the instigators of this maneuver, was first put under close arrest in Germany, and then transferred to the Church Midi prison in Paris. It was from this prison that he wrote a long letter to Olivier Merle to try and justify the attitude he had been driven to adopt. The letter was returned to him with the following observation in red ink: Lieutenant Merle has been killed in action. While they were marching over the grey crags of the Nemanchas in bitter wind and driving snow, the officers of the 10th Parachute Regiment heard that legal proceedings were being instituted against a certain number of them. The charges were brought against an anonymous X on the grounds of excessive cruelty, and the officers in question were only to be cross-examined as witnesses, a pure formality which was part of the usual legal procedure. At the evening halt, Glatigny, Boyfuras, Esclavier, Piniers, and Marindel gathered round the campfire. The flame-colored smoke rose twisting into the dark sky. Every so often the wind would blow it back into the officers' faces, whereupon they all coughed and their eyes began to water. Lartéguy emerged from the blizzard with his maquila in his hand. His oilskin, ground sheet, and balaclava helmet made him look like a shepherd from his homeland in winter dress. He squatted down by the fire and accepted a little coffee in an empty cigarette tin. "What were you talking about?" he asked. "Those subpoenas you've received. I've also got one in my pocket. But what's a bit of paper worth when we've got guns in our hands, and yet they told us to use every means at our disposal to win that Battle of Algiers. Luckily we went about it fairly gently, but if we had taken them at their word, now that they're no longer shitting themselves with fear, they send us these little bits of paper. Each time any cabinet ministers or deputies visited our HQ, I used to say to them, 'This is on the side. We're doing this job because your government has ordered us to, but it repels and disgusts us.' Some of them pretended not to understand or to think that I was making a huge joke. Others would answer with a sanctimonious little gesture, 'It's for the sake of France, and now these same bastards are trying to haul us into court. Hold tight onto your guns, then no one will come and bother us.' There was a short silence. Then Esclavier burst out in a fury which startled them all. 'Let Rome beware of the anger of the legions. Lashed by the squalls of rain and melting snow, with their faces all but hidden in their balaclavas, the Centurions of Africa brooded on their bitterness and despair. Under their streaming ground sheets they clutched their weapons. A more than usually violent squall put the fire out, and they found themselves in the dark. Boyfuras's rasping voice then made itself heard. 'Now we know there's only one thing left for us to do, abandon the whole damned issue.' Then Glatigny remembered. It was springtime at Sarlat College. The windows of the classroom looked out on to the golden dust rising in the courtyard. Surrendering to the confusion and poetic anguish of his adolescence, he sat there daydreaming. The voice of Father Mornelier, the professor of Latin and Roman history, rose a note or two higher to indicate that the lesson was over. Glatini had given a start, abruptly awakened from his gentle torpor. He had retained nothing but a clear recollection of this final sentence. A large number of the centurions of the proconsulate of Africa abandoned the legions and came back to Rome. They became the Praetorian Guards of the Caesars, until the day they adopted the custom of nominating them and then electing them from among themselves. That was the beginning of the end of Rome. There was a burst from a submachine gun in one of the advance posts. A sentry had fired at a shadow or a noise, a tree bending in the wind, a feligar, or some animal or other.